There we go. My screen isn't working.
Okay. Just different viewpoints of the house. You want me to go through specifically?
Yes, I want to
Okay.
picture the 667.
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get this to work, and I am having
Yeah, there'll be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door. Yes.
Good morning.
That's as soon as you come in the front door. There's a coat closet to the left, and then a view of the living room.
Can you guys hear the trial?
That's walking into the house farther. You can see the couch in the living room and the kitchen to the right, as well as the back sliding patio door. You can see what's behind the curtains, but that's what that is. Same thing. It's a closer up view of the kitchen. You can kind of see the dishwasher and everything, but yeah, that's the kitchen area. 9 is basically looks like it's standing at the back sliding glass door where you can see the living room.
You can hear.
Stairs down.
Yes.
And then
Can you
the garage
see?
entryway there.
You can only see me?
Upstairs living room.
We can hear it.
That is a view of the master bedroom.
Audio is very good. Okay. But you can't see it now,
That is a
right?
view of the laundry area. And then the next door would be access to the garage. 12 is the garage.
Present. Extra camera.
Yes, sir.
Share screen. Share screen.
Exhibits 5 through 12 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Share.
You may give me just a second, though.
How
Right.
cannot see the trial? Can you see it now? I think you can see it now. I think I might have figured it out.
It is.
Hello, Tammy from South Carolina. We see now.
No.
Yes. Yes. And you can hear me.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. Okay.
All right. You go, girl.
Just make sure when you're pointing away from us, that
So, like I said, this is walking into the front door. This is what I used as my closet, actually, but the front, what would be a coat closet. You can see the couch in the living room right there. As we walk forward, we'll see to the right is the kitchen, and this is a wall that covers the stairwell going down. But that's the living room area right there on the main floor.
So the front door, would that be basically to our back in this photo?
Yes, as you walk in the front door is right behind us. Yes, sir.
Okay. People exhibit number 7. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This is where I referenced the couch in the living room, kitchen area, and the back sliding.
I wish we could see what they're seeing.
There's a dog in the photo there as well.
Yeah, that's Chance.
And then it looks like there might be a person on the couch.
Yeah, and that would be Harley right there.
Okay, people's exhibit number 8.
Same thing. Here's the kitchen. I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's exhibit number 9.
Yeah, so right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And here's the stairwell going down. This is the wall I referenced in the first picture. TV living room area. And this is the entryway into the laundry room. And this would be the master bedroom behind this wall.
So sort of around that corner there.
Yeah, you're going to have to go around the corner and into the master bedroom.
Okay. And people's exhibit number 10. What are we looking at there?
So yeah, going around that corner, we've come into the master bedroom now. Master bedroom doors behind us.
I want to see what they're seeing. I want to be on this jury. Although I would be, I would not be a biased jury member in this trial at all.
We don't have a picture of it yet, but where would that go?
So if I'm standing looking at this back door and I turn my body to the left, there'll be the bathroom, the master bathroom, and then through that master bathroom would have been the defendant's closet.
Are you going to leave the video up? I start work in 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the video up, Gash. No problem.
Living room view, this is the garage entryway we discussed, and the laundry facilities right here, and then into that.
I want to see
that door
too.
would be
Can you
the
see,
garage.
Okay.
Tammy?
People's 12.
And that is.
Oh, yeah, you want to see too. No,
Those
you want to
cars
see
are
what the
turning up.
jury's seeing. I know.
Car that belonged to Harley.
What kind of car is that?
It's a Volkswagen Jetta. I think it was a 2018 Volkswagen Jetta.
Looks like maybe somebody's a woodworker.
Somebody.
Who's that?
I try. I don't know if I can claim to be an actual woodworker, but I give it my best shot. So
that woodworking material there, various pieces of wood and table and all that kind of thing, that's your stuff.
yeah, pretty much this whole side of the garage was dedicated with parking bikes. But other than that, it was just to my supplies and my woodworking stuff.
What kind of stuff would you build with wood?
Well, this you see right here, I actually I'm about 90% done, is a table for Mom, and I surprised her with it the other day. One of my favorite things to make is like cutting boards and like epoxy boards and stuff like that, but it's kind of what I do.
So you
Oh,
should make
okay.
a table for.
It's too loud. Okay.
Yeah, my mom.
My voice is too loud.
So you would make some furniture,
Yeah.
and then also
Oh,
cutting
maybe I
boards.
could do this.
Have you take a look in that binder again? It should be the next exhibit, number 34. You see it there?
I have 13 is next.
So flip all the way to
Flip to 34. Okay.
Marina, is that better?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photo of a table that you built?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you build that table for?
I built that for Gannon, so he'd have a place to put his, Legos and his, his little toys and stuff in his room.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that table that you built?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission and permission to publish People's 34.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibit 34 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So People's 34 is now displayed on the two screens here. It's fairly obvious, but just point out the table that we're talking about that you built for Gannon.
Here's been a blue one, and the colors were specifically for Mario. Like I said, it's one of his favorite things, so I wanted him to enjoy that based on his Mario little thing.
And then there's some scrap wood in that photo just to the left there. Can you point that out?
I completely agree, Caroline. I would totally reach over and grab her as well.
Use that to build those.
She's a
in the laundry
coward.
room,
She's
so that little
hiding.
shoe
She's
container
hiding
is great.
behind
Built
everybody.
it out with that wood.
So you used a term that I'm not familiar with. I'm not a woodworker. OSB. What does that mean?
OSB it's like plywood. Different types of plywood is
Okay.
a generic term for it. Particle board is another word that's used.
Okay. If you could pull that down the picture. And then I want to have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31. Okay. And then just flip through all of those and tell me when you're done.
13 through.
31.
Thank you.
Are you picking my nose? I know she hid yesterday too. It was so annoying. I wanted to see her so bad.
Stop at 31, you said?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Are those basically just more photos of the 6627 Mandan Drive address?
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Referring to 1920
I'm sorry.
and
Yeah.
21, I think there needs to be more foundation made from those photos. The rest of them, I don't know.
Good catch. So those are coming later. So it's 13 through 18 and then 21 through 31. My apologies.
Okay, let's go there. 13 through 18 and 21 through 31. Do you have objection?
I do not.
All right, those photos will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish those photos, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
All right. So we've got 13 displayed on the screen there. Describe what we're looking at there.
So if you can see over here, there's carpet. This is where we came in the front door, and I said there was the wall leading down the stairs, and this is the stairway to the basement.
People's number 14.
So, yeah, I forgot to mention the stairs kind of do a wraparound. So we came down the stairs, and now we're looking down into
Cash,
the
I don't
basement.
see
We
her
had a little
either. I don't
computer
know.
area
Is she
here.
not here today?
But yeah, that's the basement.
Maybe she's having another
Number
one of
15?
her mental breaks.
So coming down the stairs to the right, this is what you would have seen.
Mental breaks.
Downstairs living room.
So TV, sofa, that kind of
My
thing.
bike, and then the dog's kennel was over here. And then, you know, mementos, you can see college degrees and pictures of the family and stuff.
Was it typical that you all would spend time as a family in this room?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of movies with the kids down there, but we did upstairs as well. So,
Would the kids spend time on their own down there?
oh yeah, a lot. Because again, you can see his Nintendo Switch right here. That was his pride and joy. And we also had a PlayStation, and they would watch movies, and so all the gaming and stuff typically took place downstairs.
Just to the right of that photo, was there a hallway that went back to that back bedroom?
Yeah,
It's hard to
You
see.
can kind of see a little crease right
I
here.
agree,
That's the
Cash.
corner.
She gets
And it
away
goes
with
into,
way too much.
Harley's room, and then
She
her
knows how to
bathroom
work the
area.
system.
And there's
That's the
another closet
problem.
right there.
And then People's Exhibit 16.
Yeah, so this would have been the couch we just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner. I guess it would have been like the northwest corner of the basement.
This is the Gannon
But yeah,
Stauch
And then
case.
you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually. It's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that week I actually had to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday, and then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home. The defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner, and then my mom was leaving that night, so I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight, and then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So, I mean, I get off, I don't think I got off early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or at 6 p.m. And it was a 15-minute drive.
He uses
home or so.
military time.
We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time Mom's flight left DIA, but
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA, and I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant, and then Harley and Lena and Gannon.
Any other adults there?
Not that I know of. No.
How old was Harley at that time?
She would have been, let's see, 5102. No, so she was 17,
How old was
approaching 18.
How old was Gannon
11.
and Lena?
Lena was, her birthday's in January. So, sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8, she had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she,
Well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident and a candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was, let me clarify, I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some point.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
Confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning. in the
Okay.
text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candles spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over, so I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay. Let's move on to People's Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now, and then you're looking back to where we came down the stairs.
I want to
That's
see
would have
what
been
they're
that-
seeing. Oh,
Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area. And this is what I called it a closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I call it a storage
I don't
room,
need
but,
to see the
okay.
judge's face. I want to see the
unfinished area where
monitor.
furnace and that kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you have this behind this wall. There's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right, and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18. Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah. Now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here. That's how you get into Gannon's room.
People's 21. So, Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment. Okay, we're ready.
Hold on.
So 21 is on the screen behind you now.
Okay.
What are we looking at there?
So we've taken probably 2 or 3 steps into Gannon's room now because we're kind of in the center. This was his bed, and as I mentioned before, you can see remnants of when Lena lived here. Those are definitely not Gannon's stickers, but his bed here. There's that table that I built for him for his toys, and then there would also be another bed over on this side of the room. As we're looking at it to the right, this was a storm well or whatever. Remember, we're in the basement, and I believe there was a ladder in this one going up to the backyard. His closet would have been over here, and then I think he had a little TV as soon as you walk in the room to the left.
Okay. Is that essentially what Gannon's room looked like when you got back from Oklahoma?
I don't remember if I walked down there immediately or not. I think I did, but I don't remember specifically. But that's about what it would have looked like.
Okay.
That was a common appearance of his room. So
Was his bed always sort of backed up into that corner?
yeah, his bed would have been typically pushed all the way up against this wall and this wall, not pulled away for any reason.
Does it appear there's a little gap there in the?
It's hard to tell in this picture because the covers are kind of ruffled up, but.
Okay. People's Exhibit 23. Do we need to pull it down? Can you just not do it? All right. Yeah, be 22 first. You can just.
Jeanette, when they were talking about the burns yesterday
So
and they
People's
played it
22?
a couple times,
What is that
oh my
a
God,
picture
it
of?
broke my
Now we're
heart.
back in the master on the first floor, on the main floor, and we've walked into the master bathroom. You can see the shower right here with the tile in the last door, and this would have been the defendant's closet, master closet, if you will.
So all the clothes in there and whatever other things were in there pretty much belong to the defendant?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, the coat closet, which is normally called is when you walk in, that's where I kept my clothes in her because the defendant had a closet full of clothes and there wasn't room for mine. So
Okay. And then People's 23?
yeah, this would have been just taking another step in where you could see, just her clothes, the defendant's clothes hanging up, shoes on the top rack there.
People's 24? What are we looking at?
That looks like that would have been the defendant's closet, I believe, because those were her book bags. And yeah, you can see some of the same clothes we saw in the previous picture hanging up here. So yeah,
I love how she doesn't, he doesn't call her by name. He doesn't call her Latecia or
And then people's
Keisha or whatever
25.
she calls herself. He refers to her as
she's walking the closet to the right.
the defendant. It's so cold, and
So I
as
want to
she
ask you some
deserves.
questions before we jump on to the next couple of photos. When did you learn about Gannon having something happen to him? You mentioned hearing something from the defendant about the burn downstairs. Was there a point in time when you learned that he was missing?
Yes, I was in Oklahoma. We had our first day of class. Like I said, I was scheduled to be there 2 weeks. Just got out our first day of class, went and ran a couple miles, whatever it was. And then I was already back in my hotel room preparing for the next day and whatever. And then we started the conversation back and forth about he's not home yet. We had specific times for them to be home. Typically it was the street lights. It's something I used to do as a kid. I had to be home by the street lights. So we just implemented that, and he hadn't come home in time. And it was abnormal, but it wasn't worrisome. So I don't know how much you want to go to that.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions
Okay.
about that. When you say that he hadn't come home yet, did you know that he hadn't come home, or is this what the defendant was telling you?
Yeah, based on the conversation that me and the defendant were having, of course, I was in Oklahoma, so I had no clue. I was just relying on trusting her that he hadn't come back from his friend's house yet, which is where she said he had been.
And what day was that you heard this information?
This would have been the Monday, so I believe it was the 27th.
27th.
Yeah.
Do you know if he went to school on the 27th?
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but
That is confusing.
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
no, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe
This is a long trial.
Timestamps.
like
I believe it was
8
that morning,
weeks.
and I think she sent me.
Well,
some
it'll
photos
probably go shorter,
saying,
but
Gannon's
they're
home,
saying
here he
8
is, or
weeks
whatever.
right now.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically without looking when that conversation started, but it was already in the evening where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learn in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant because of stomach issues, and then sometime in the evening you learn that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come
I
home.
don't come on.
And that all comes from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, "Hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere." And at that point, I called our travel people and said, "Hey, I need an emergency ticket home," and I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City Airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So, to your memory, the defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So, like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew. He would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff, and none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into that?
Okay. No.
All right. There was that, and so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically, you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks?
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called Sato. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the emergency number. So I just called that, say, hey, I got to go home. This is happening.
Okay.
I also called Landon and some of her family as well to try to notify them, hey, I'm going home. Something's wrong.
When did you actually then fly out of, I think you said Oklahoma City?
Yeah. So one of my battle buddies or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find, or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting once again right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight time.
So when you say the next morning, is that January 28th?
Tuesday, January 28th. Yes, sir.
Did you get any sleep that night?
No, I just sat there and whatever.
Did you fly back to DIA or did you fly to Colorado Springs?
I think I don't remember exactly. I knew I left Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure I got back to, well, I know I got back to Colorado Springs. All the different legs I don't remember, to be honest, but I know I came into Colorado Springs.
So do you remember being picked up from Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, sir.
Who picked you up?
The Defendant.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. Did she have her own vehicle at that time?
I don't know what she drove to the airport based on my.
Listen to the question. Did she have her own vehicle?
We went and got a rental. Well, she went upstairs and got a rental car.
Did she have her own vehicle that you all owned that she would typically drive?
Jamie, you're here.
Did she have a vehicle that she would typically drive?
Oh,
Sorry about that.
Yeah, she did. It was a Volkswagen Tiguan.
Okay. What color?
Black.
Okay. Pick you up in at the airport.
Like I
Good
said,
morning.
she went upstairs. I was down at the luggage carrier. She went upstairs to get a rental vehicle.
Okay. Did that seem odd to you?
Absolutely.
At some point, were you in contact with Landon with this news of Gannon being missing?
Absolutely. And once I decided there was an issue, a legitimate issue, I think I called her first, can't get a hold of her, and then I started calling her daddy and other family members to try to get a hold of her. But I did talk to her Monday on the 27th that evening while still in at Fort Sill. And then I'm sure, I don't remember exactly along the way, but she said, I'll be there. And she started getting her travel arrangements set to get there. So
Did she actually then come out to Colorado?
she did.
Where did she stay when she came to Colorado?
Initially, I don't remember how many nights. I think she stayed at my house for a night or two. I don't remember specifics. Majority of the time, she got a hotel in town. It wasn't long that we all stayed in the house because we had to leave. So
When she got to town, and I think you said, did she come straight to your house?
I saw her for the first time at the sheriff's office, El Paso County Sheriff's Office downtown.
Okay. Well, was she staying somewhere in Colorado? Did she go to your house?
So she, from my recollection, she landed, came straight to the sheriff's office. I don't know if there's anything in between, but I saw her at the sheriff's office. We left there, I think, in my truck and went home to my residence, 6627.
Okay. Did the fact that Landon was going to be staying in your house at 6627 cause tension between you and the defendant?
From her perspective, I can't speak for her perspective. I didn't see their need for tension because there's a little boy missing, and we got to fight together at that point.
Okay. So, but was there tension between the two of you over that decision to allow Landon to be at the house?
I believe it created some tension in her mind.
Okay.
I didn't have that tension. No, sir. I'm just speaking.
Right. A disagreement though. Did she get mad at you for allowing Landon to be?
Yeah, we disagreed on that note. Yes.
Okay.
She's like, I was fine.
Caused the defendant to actually move out of the Mandan Drive.
You know there was tension. Come on.
Seriously.
Just a yes or no.
I believe that's what she said caused her. The defendant caused her to move out. Yes.
I would object to this point. It's unclear if he's just speculating as to what was going on. And,
I was wondering when he was going to say something.
He's just speculating as to what she was thinking. I think it's inappropriate.
I agree. I don't think that he can testify as to what she was thinking at the time.
Or feeling, yeah.
Right.
He can testify as to what she said.
And that's what I'm trying to get
I'm
across.
sure she told the whole world there was tension, right?
Did she physically go to the house and take things out of the house and move out?
He did. Absolutely.
What'd you say, G?
Roughly when did
She
that?
told the whole world there was tension.
Yeah, on the news, yeah.
Yeah, right?
Exact dates. I'm sure we'll get to
And so if we can put up People's Exhibit 26.
'26 hasn't been admitted yet.
I move for admission of 21 through
Oh, you're right.
31.
That's right. Yep, I'm sorry. Oops. Go ahead.
All right. What is depicted in People's 26?
This would have been the defendant's closet in the master bedroom, bathroom area. Looks like it's been emptied out.
Okay. So did you move anything out of that closet?
No, sir, I did not.
Who did?
The defendant.
There's still some things that were left behind, it looks like.
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Are those some of the defendant's items as well? It may be hard to tell, but
It's hard to tell. I mean that you want me to be specific here? I mean, some of the stuff is my items, but
so I'm asking more about the things hanging. It looks like there's a belt or something, and then some sort of a jacket, maybe.
this belt looks like it would have been mine. Actually, I remember it because it had that little crease in it, and I cannot tell what jacket that is to be specific about it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 27. Is this another view of that same closet?
I want to see
that
what
would
they're
have been my
seeing.
splitter.
Ugh.
I don't know.
I know I hate this part.
What shirt that is.
No, I wonder if it's going to be this way.
Those are
Well,
linens
it
from our
probably is
bedroom.
going to be this way the whole time.
Linens from your bedroom?
Yeah, up here in the top corner from our bed.
And then, so looks like you
If
said
they're not even going to show her,
Amy, you
I
moved
don't think we're going to get this.
you didn't help her.
What'd you say?
There were other people helping her.
If they're not even going to show her, I don't think we're going to get to see exhibits.
Then
I know,
you jump now
right.
to People's Exhibit 28.
We'll just have to make them up in our own mind.
What is this?
So this was Harley's room, and the door to Harley's room would have been over in this area, and then that's a door into her closet.
Okay. And then People's 29.
And that's walking into her closet, it looks like.
Her being Harley.
Harley, yes, I'm sorry.
So the clothes and the shoes and whatnot, is that all Harley's?
Those are Harley's shoes, yes, sir.
And then when the defendant moved out the week of that 27th, did Harley also move out?
Harley did, yes, sir.
Let's move on to People's Exhibit 30. Is that Harley's clothes hanging in that closet?
Yes, sir.
And People's 31. Is that the way the closet looked after Harley and Latecia moved out later the week of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down, Andrews. Thank you. I want to go through and have you describe for us how you all would communicate. Did each person basically in the family, and when I say each person, I mean you, the defendant, Harley, have cell phones
All three of us did. Yes, sir.
with separate phone numbers?
Separate phone numbers, yes, sir.
And then was there a fourth phone number that was assigned to Gannon and Lena?
Yes, sir. It was like a kid's phone, yes, sir.
What was your phone number back then?
My phone number, 843-478-6714.
Who was the provider for that phone number?
I was.
I'm sorry, the cell phone provider.
Oh, AT&T.
And then what about Gannon's or the kid's phone?
843. I remember it was 6724 because it was just one digit off of my end. I don't remember the middle three.
Okay. So 843 area code.
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes. So
Okay. And then the last four, 6724.
6724.
Okay. Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
And then let's talk about Harley. Do you remember her phone number at that time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you know who the cell phone provider
It
was?
was AT&T.
AT&T.
Also 843 area code for sure.
What is 843 area code?
That's coastal South Carolina at the time.
And then what about the defendant? Did she also have a cell phone?
She did.
Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
Do you know her phone number?
Yeah, 84. Yes, sir. 843-655-7460.
During the course of the investigation, did law enforcement ask you for access to the phone associated with the kids or Gannon's phone?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that. We've already talked a little bit about vehicles. What was your vehicle?
I had I believe it was 2016, but Nissan Frontier. It was red, had a 6-inch lift on it, some big mud tires.
So it was a Titan?
No, it was a Frontier.
Frontier?
Nissan Frontier.
And you said what year was it?
I believe 2016, either 2015 or 2016.
Who typically drove that vehicle?
Typically, I did.
Anybody else drive it?
The defendant from time to time.
Did she like driving it?
I don't remember ever enjoying driving it.
Okay. And then what about Harley? We saw a picture of it, but that was a white VW Jetta, I think you said.
Yes, sir. 2018, I believe.
I wonder if he's highly
And then
medicated.
what about the defendant?
She had, I think
Or
it was
if that's just his
2019, but a
personality.
Tiguan, a black Tiguan, with black rims and kind of blacked out tint on her windows.
He sounds
Did you all own that vehicle?
not bothered. Is
So
that
now I
what-
want to jump back to what we were talking about earlier when she picked you up at the airport.
is that what you're hearing?
She gave you a reason. Did she say
What'd you say?
she wanted to drive?
Sounds not bothered. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, her reasoning was we would be doing a lot of searching and driving around looking for Gannon, and due to her vehicle being a lease, she didn't want to go over the mileage on whatever those requirements or allotments were.
What kind of vehicle did she rent?
Curious.
A little small. I don't remember. I think maybe a Kia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a small little sedan.
What color was it?
I believe silver,
Was it white maybe?
maybe white.
You don't have a good memory of that?
I don't, because we just parked it in the driveway and drove my truck around. So, which made totally no sense.
So let's talk about that. Did you actually own the pickup at that time?
I did.
Not a lease issue.
No, I was paying the note off, but I mean, I owned it. It was my name.
Why was it strange to you, the way you said this earlier, that there was a rented vehicle as opposed to her normal Tiguan vehicle that she was picking you up in?
Once again, and I know I've made this statement already about something else, but in these moments when it's an emergency, things like miles on your car don't matter. It doesn't matter what car we drive if we're going searching. So it just, and in the moment, I'm just like, whatever, just do what you want. But yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Did she tell you where the Tiguan was?
She did. She said it was, because I asked, it brings back memory. I asked, how did you get to the airport if your car's not here? Well, I parked it at French Elementary School, which is where she was employed. And one of my coworkers brought me, or former whatever it was, one of my coworkers brought me to the airport and dropped me off.
So just so we're clear, you asked her about that, and she told you that one of her coworkers drove her to the airport and dropped her off.
Absolutely.
Is French Elementary School close to the Mandan Drive address?
I mean, it's on the south end of town, but I mean, it's a couple miles away.
Okay. Did you ever drive over to French Elementary School to look for that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find it there?
I did not.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely.
There's no objections
about,
whatsoever.
Gannon's relationship with the defendant.
That attorney is just
How would
like,
you describe that?
whatever.
Trusting. I'm comfortable saying I think he had love in his heart for her. I don't think he was afraid of her or any fear for her. One of the things about Gannon that is special, and I think it's special about a lot of young boys, he absolutely loved his mom. And he had some of that same love for Tisha too.
So he was a mama's boy.
He was, absolutely.
Aw.
How was, I guess, who would discipline the kids? And when I say the kids, I'm talking about the little ones, so Lena and Gannon.
Both of us, both myself and the defendant.
This is the prosecutor talking or asking questions.
I want to get into now your relationship with the defendant. We talked about how you met her. How would you describe the relationship? Was it a loving relationship? What was it?
At what point?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
I think Loving is a good example. It was fun. It was, as you brought up, I was coming off of a divorce. So, yeah, it was fresh. It was new. I had a good time. I didn't have custody of the kids at that point, so we were a little bit more free and, things we could do.
How old were Gannon and Lena when you met the defendant?
When I met her,
Yep.
2 and 5, I believe. I think that's right.
When did you first move in together?
So my officer school took me through August. I had to go to a 2-week phase in Alabama. Landon and I sold the house. It was I think I signed the papers and it sold while I was gone, but right in that same time frame, late July, early August, when I got back is when I might have moved my stuff into where we started renting a house, but I moved in late August of 2014.
When did you first meet Harley?
Earlier in 2014, maybe March. I remember. Well, let me back up. I had exposure to her at the softball games and stuff, but I never really, had a conversation, with her. But when I first met her, I actually remember helping her doing her homework the first time I met her. She was doing some vocabulary. I don't know why that stands out, but yeah, I was at Tisha's apartment in spring of 2014.
When were you officially commissioned in the National Guard?
I took my commission June 9th, 2016.
Did you change your duty assignment roughly around that same time?
Yeah, I was in National Guard, as you mentioned, is mostly reserve. So before I commissioned, I was enlisted, made it up to Sergeant First Class, E7. And in an active guard status, I had to resign my full time in order to take my commission. And then I was in the reserve status for about 9 months before I went to Alaska.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, did you have to change where you were living and where you were assigned with the National Guard after you took your commission?
Not immediately.
Did you at some point move to Columbia, South Carolina?
I didn't move there. As soon as I commissioned, like I said, it's kind of hard to explain. National Guard's a little different. I resigned my full-time status, but you can get on temporary orders. And so I was on temporary orders in Columbia for a couple months. But I was close enough where I could commute, half the time or whatever.
Okay.
But I just stayed at the Armory in Columbia, South Carolina.
So that's when you say you stayed there, that's where you were working.
I worked there, and then I got a cot and stayed in the next room down the hall or whatever it was.
And then the house that you mentioned earlier in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, did you and the defendant buy that house?
Right around that same time, yes, sir.
Do you remember going to Oklahoma roughly around that same time as well?
I
Didn't
did. I
Latecia
wasn't
make it
slated to
sound
go
like they were
until
renting
January,
the
and
house?
Yes.
This Oklahoma would have been for 6 months, and this was for my basic officer course.
I thought so too.
2 weeks in 2020.
Right.
So I went there. I was slated to go in January, but somebody dropped out, so I was able to go, I think, the end of July, and it took me through December. Just shy of 6 months.
Did you
Certainly didn't seem like they had bought it.
And Elena with you? to
Oh,
Oklahoma
gotcha,
for the
gotcha.
6-month period?
I did not. At that point, their mother still had majority custody, so, but they did come and visit. There was a few holidays or whatever, and I came home a couple of times to visit during that time period.
What about the defendant? Did she ever come to Oklahoma to visit?
The defendant did, as well as Harley.
Did she ever move to Oklahoma during that 6-month period with you?
She never moved. I don't remember her staying at maximum a week. I don't even think she stayed that long at any point.
Was it that year, 2016, when you learned of the job up in Alaska?
I did. While I was in Oklahoma, I learned of that.
Was that something that interested you?
Absolutely.
Did you apply to that position?
Absolutely.
When you finished that training in Oklahoma in 2016, where did you go after finishing that training?
I came home I say home, but came to the house that Defendant and I owned in Myrtle Beach.
When did you actually get transferred up to Alaska? If you can tell us.
Yeah, so I mean, I spoke to this earlier. I came here for schooling. I got here, I think, April 1st, did 2 months here, and then I took the trip with the kids up to Alaska. So I think June 9th or something like that, I got up there. But I was on orders in the Alaska Guard on my way here, and then just did my training. So
You said June. What year are we talking about?
2017, once again. Yeah.
What was the, I'm a Navy guy, so I don't understand National Guard. Are they bases, forts? What are they called?
Most of the time, your typical National Guard duty is going to be at an armory, like a local reserve center or something. They're all over Colorado Springs. This one is a little different because it was an active Guard unit, which is kind of rare in the Guard. But it was at Fort Greely, Alaska. I was stationed and lived on base.
So how long were you stationed up at Fort Greely?
Just shy of 2 years. Like as I mentioned, I got hired on in March. Went to my school here, and then that was 2017, and then February 2019, I was transferred here.
Was it roughly around that time that you actually filed for custody of Gannon and Lena?
No, I think I actually filed for custody before I left to Alaska. So is that the time period you're talking about?
Yeah, so when did you file for custody of Gannon and Lena?
So like February or March of 2017. I don't remember specific dates, but it was before I was leaving. Yes, sir.
Do you remember a specific incident occurring prior to you leaving for training where you and the defendant got into an argument?
Yes,
in
sir.
2017?
20.
Just one.
Don't remember. Is there more you can give me?
I can't ask you leading questions, so
Okay.
I got to ask an open-ended question.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think we did get into an argument, a verbal argument.
Thanks,
about
Irene.
Me taking the job in Alaska. That was a point of tension for sure.
Did she tell you whether she was supportive of you taking that job in Alaska or not?
I don't remember specifically if she said supportive, but all indications were no.
Was that the sort of the source of the fight?
I would say yes. That was the source of many verbal disagreements and arguments in that time period.
Were you all living together at that particular time?
Yes,
When this fight occurred?
yes, sir. In the house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Did the defendant take specific action regarding your belongings in the house?
Yeah, yes, sir. The day I was supposed to leave to come to Colorado for training, which would have been late March. I don't remember the specific date. Yeah, she threw all my stuff in the front yard and whatever. Just said, kind of
Well,
Said that. So
You should have
she said
ran.
kind of thing.
picked his stuff up
I'm
and
not quoting
ran.
directly, but that's the theme of it. I'm done. Take your stuff and go. And
rowdy.
Obviously the relationship didn't end then, is that right?
no, I think it was actually about a week or 8 or 9 days before we talked again. Not a lot of communication. I did talk to her the whole trip here, and then it was a couple of days after I got here, I think. So, yeah, it was tough times.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant actually did come up to Alaska.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Various times. I don't know. I don't remember specifically when she first showed up. Had already been there for a while, but she did come and then stayed for a week or 2 or 3 weeks here, a month there. I mean, she never moved there. I never felt like she moved there, I should say.
Well, and I'm probably just asking a bad question, but was there a period of time where it seemed as if there was a move where she actually brought Harley with her to Alaska?
Yes, there was a period of time, and this would have been that first summer, because what she told me was that she was looking for a job at the school and that she had enrolled Harley at the school in Delta Junction is the town, but that she was enrolled there. And then, that's where we're at.
Delta Junction, Alaska.
Yeah, which is where Fort Greely, the base, is located, is Delta Junction.
So did the defendant and Harley actually come to Alaska during that time frame?
They did. Those have been sometime June or July. I don't remember how long they stayed, like I said, but
Did the defendant ever tell you? Did you say something, Judge?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. Did the defendant ever tell you whether she enjoyed being in Alaska?
She actually told me the opposite quite a bit, that she hated it there, that she'd give it back to Russia. So
Give Alaska back to Russia?
Just give it to him because it's so bad up there.
Hmm.
Would the defendant use manipulation on you in your relationship?
Absolutely.
Finally.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Absolutely.
In this time period that we're talking about, where you were in Alaska, and she's telling you that she hated it, did she manipulate that situation to try to get you to leave that duty station?
Yes, sir. At the end, she did.
When you say the end, what do you mean by the end?
By the end, that's what her manipulating a situation is what led me to leave Alaska.
When did the manipulation in that regard change or cause you to start to leave Alaska?
That specific incident or set of incidents would have been in the fall of 2018.
What was the nature of that manipulation?
Objection 4B.
Counsel approach, please.
To be a fly on the wall.
Right? She was not happy with Alaska.
Doesn't sound like it at all. He should have ran when she threw his stuff out in the front yard. Hindsight is always 20/20, of course. Alaska, Russia comment reminds me of Sarah Palin. I haven't thought about her in a long time. Oh, I wanted to shout out Irene. Thanks so much for the super chat. This is where I want to hit fast forward. I don't know.
That'd be a big no.
Actually, I think I can go a little bit forward here. Let's see. I'm a little behind. Let's see. Not pause. No, not that.
Oh, look at that. You aren't live. Okay. So maybe you can.
And 40, again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own investigation about any aspect of this case. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All right, for the jury, please.
Oh, an hour break.
Yeah. Oh, she lives. Well, she can't avoid the cameras now.
I know, right? Sorry if I'm extra loud. I know with my headphones on, I'm really loud.
Oh, no, it's okay. I don't understand how they're getting away with hiding her behind a monitor. They're supposed to have clear line of sight to her. I mean, I suppose the bailiffs still do, but...
The courtroom. We were having a discussion at the bench regarding the permissible areas to go into. And it seems to me, Mr. Allen, that what you can do is, I think it's probably safer just to use some leading questions, talk with your witness as well. But I do think that he can talk, as I understand it, what the evidence is going to be, or the offered evidence is going to be, is that Ms. Stauch made a claim regarding sexual harassment.
That's right.
Against some other people in his unit that may have made it uncomfortable for Mr. Stauch to remain in that unit, and apparently that's why he decided to change duty station. We're not going to get into what the substance of those allegations were. Mr. Stauch, you would be prohibited from saying or testifying whether or not you believed those allegations, whether or not you thought she was making them up, those kinds of things. You can say that she made them, and you can say that you can testify about how that made you feel and why you wanted to move, but you cannot testify about whether or not you thought they were true unless she told you something different. Okay? All right.
Well, Judge, I think it's as I was saying at the bench, it's a form of manipulation to get that to happen. And so I do think it would be proper for him to say whether it was an attempt by the defendant to manipulate him being assigned to that duty station,
He can go ahead.
leading to him then changing duty stations to Colorado.
He can testify that he thought she was manipulating him, but he cannot testify that that's what she thought.
There you
go. Because in this case, I do think that there's some issue about whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain events, or whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain conduct at some point in time. And so I do think that that is relevant. I think it's admissible. I think it goes to some of the heart of the issue of the evidence in this case. So I think that he can testify as to whether or not he thought he was being manipulated, and leave it at that. I don't think he can go any further than that. Mr. Tellini?
Yeah, and so I've got a couple different.
Go ahead.
I mean, one basic what we're talking about, at least it sounds to me, and I'm making a record, that we're talking about propensity evidence. She manipulated him in Alaska, therefore when she was doing this other stuff in January of 2020, February of 2020, must have been manipulation as well. That is propensity. Further, there has been no 404B notice filed by the district attorney of the prior bad acts. I'm unaware of any case that I've come across that does away with Rule 404B just because they raised the issue of not guilty by reason of insanity. Obviously, we have some different experts that are coming on that have been provided different evidence. Some of that may be described as 404B. And so that expert, that influenced that expert's decision. I think it would be relevant and admissible through that expert. I just don't think it's admissible through this witness we have here. Because whether or not he felt manipulated or not has no real bearing on what was going on in 2020, unless we're talking about propensity or unless we're talking about other motive, other types of stuff that would need to be endorsed under 404B.
Mr. Allen?
It's a gray area.
Judge, they have put the defendant's mental condition into relevance by claiming NGRI. This witness specifically spent a lot of time with this defendant over many years. And case law is clear that he can comment on whether she was sane or not, and if she was having any mental health issues, which I do intend to get into. There is evidence that, as we know from preliminary hearing, that the defendant attempted to manipulate this investigation, and we're going to have evidence from different people on that point as well. And that's sort of the track record of this particular defendant. That's not a bad act. That's mental condition evidence that they have put in play by claiming NGRI.
I tend to agree with the prosecution here. I've read all of the psychological examinations, the competency and the sanity examinations. I'm also familiar with the facts that are involved in this case. I don't think it's necessarily propensity, but I also think that it would be appropriate to ask any of the experts that are coming whether or not conduct by the defendant in I think this was fall of 2018, would be an example of manipulation by the defendant. And if this testimony is not permitted at this point in time, or this evidence is not admitted at this point in time, there wouldn't be a basis by which to ask the expert that question when they take the stand. So I understand that you disagree, but I think that I do think that's appropriate. I think it is more of intrinsic rather than extrinsic evidence. So I am going to allow it. But again, Mr. Stauch will not be permitted to say whether or not he believed that those allegations were false or not. And he can testify as to how what happened, how he reacted to it. And we're dealing with a relationship between the people. It has a lot to do with his mental state, Mr. Stauch's mental state at the time that the investigation was going on, based on his history with the defendant. It also has something to do with the way that the defendant may have acted at the time all of this happened, based on her history with him. So I'm going to allow it, and you can do it through leading questions. All right, with that, we will take our break. And so if Ms. Stauch needs a break, we need to do that now. Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Cook. All right, court will be in recess. Thank you. Mr. Stauch, you may want to talk with Mr. Allen about what the parameters are. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm just gonna put the stream on hold until we come back.
Okay. So it sounds like she hated Alaska so much that she made an allegation against one of his coworkers.
Mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like to me.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. She is.
She's something else.
Oh, look at her.
I mean, damn. You were talking last night about, her using her intelligence and manipulation to get away with things. But boy, that takes it to a whole nother level.
Oh my gosh.
And he had to be thinking the same damn thing. He knew she hated Alaska. He knew she didn't want to go there or him be there. And then she starts making up things about his coworkers. He had to think that she was lying, but what's he going to do?
I know. And he's so far in. And I don't know. He just seems like he's kind of, I mean, I don't want to talk crap about him, but he almost seems like he's a little bit clueless, Like, I think they moved there. No, they didn't really move there, but she enrolled her daughter into school. It kind of sounds like she moved there.
She moved there but didn't want to be there. Wow.
Yeah, she did want to be there. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom, grab some food, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Let's see here.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury. You doing okay, Ben?
Judge, one thing. Apparently, I'm not sure if the mics are actually. Yeah, this is working. I just need to hold it closer.
That one is.
Yeah. And is that one turned on also?
Yes.
Okay.
The ones at council table remain off for the reasons that we discussed long ago.
Okay.
But the lectern is on, witness is on.
Trying not to eat in your guys' ear. I thought they were going to be away for an hour.
All rise for the jury, please.
What is Latecia doing in her shirt?
Thank you. May all be seated. The court will recall 20 CR 1358. People versus Latecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Mr. Stauch. That's where we will resume. Mr. Stauch, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Al, we were just getting into whether the defendant manipulated your assignment to Alaska. Did she, well, let me ask you this. There was a point in time where she raised sexual harassment claims that caused tension for you and your command in Alaska. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that showed up for dinner and the other person was already
I like
there
the
and had
judge,
been
too.
drinking. Yes, sir.
the other person being Captain
Captain
Jenkins?
Jenkins, yes, sir.
Was that one of the issues that the defendant raised as the basis for sexual harassment?
That situation, yes, sir. A comment he had made.
Okay. And we're not calling Captain Jenkins, so we don't need to get into what he said.
Yes,
Okay. And then as it relates to Colonel Ortega, did you witness a specific event that was an interaction between Lieutenant Colonel Ortega and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What was that specific thing?
Let me describe the event.
Yes, that you witnessed.
I was the S1, which is the personnel officer for the battalion. Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was the battalion commander. I was still in the office. The defendant was coming to pick me up because we only had one vehicle in Alaska. And she was coming from the house to pick me up. And when I came out of the building, he was leaning over into the truck, talking to her. I don't know what they were talking about or anything. And then as soon as he saw me,
Then
he
we can't see you.
communicated with me, he just left. And
You
walked
what?
away.
We
No.
can't see you.
You
And so
can't
did
see
the
me?
defendant
None of us.
use that incident
Oh.
as another part of the allegation of sexual harassment.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Did she file a formal complaint with your command?
I'm here. Sorry.
There was.
I forgot to turn it back on.
There you are. Thank you.
You're welcome. Rookie over here. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know the specifics of
Okay.
it. My only involvement was to basically say what I just said.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, when I say command, again, I'm not informed on National Guard. Did she inform the National Guard of this complaint of sexual?
Now we have no sound.
Oh my God, this woman.
Another form of manipulation.
Yes.
Sustained. You can ask him how he felt about it.
Did the defendant ever give birth to twins?
No, sir.
Did it ever turn out that she was pregnant with twins?
No, sir.
Wait, she made up a pregnancy?
She texted him. Oh, I think I muted. When I muted, oh, I'm so sorry. She texted him and said that she was pregnant, and then she texted him that with the ultrasound picture and said she was pregnant with twins.
I'm confident that she did.
But she wasn't.
Well, they haven't got that far yet, but
Good grief.
So we talked about the sexual harassment claim and that causing tension in your unit, and that eventually leading to you transferring from Alaska, right?
Yes, sir.
When did that actual transfer occur?
Like I said previously, I when I say boots on ground, I arrived here February 15th, I believe, 2019.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant preceded.
oh, I want to play that for you guys.
When did she leave Alaska?
So she wasn't in Alaska. She came to Alaska for a couple weeks or a month, I think in December of, that would have been 2018. The kids, she brought the kids with her, that being Gannon and Elena and Harley as well. And then we stayed there. Actually, we stayed in a house on one of the bases, like a temporary house. And then, like I told you, they came ahead of me about a month and a half or so.
Okay. So you're saying that they being the defendant and the kids,
Yeah, all the names I listed, the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
would that have been in January of 2019?
I believe they came in January because we did Christmas in Alaska.
I think they came in January because we did Christmas.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant actually found the 6627 Mandan Drive house, and that's where you all moved into.
Yes.
You remember the defendant filing burglary allegations in 2019?
Yes, sir.
How many different ones did she file?
I believe it was 2. Am I right?
Multiple?
One of those specific claims was a burglary in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And there were some things that she pointed to you to support that as being a valid burglary claim.
Yes, sir.
One of which was a hammer hanging from a string in the garage.
Yes,
Uh,
sir.
that included potentially somebody had maybe got into the attic access in the garage.
Squatter is how she referred to it.
Was there ever a squatter in your house?
No, sir. No one was ever found.
Did you have an ammo can in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it dumped out on the floor and made to look as if someone had rummaged through it?
Stain, you can ask him what he found and what it looked like.
Okay. Tell us what you remember about this ammo can.
In this specific break-in allegation, the ammo can, I kept it, I think next to the bed or under the bed or something, and it was open and dumped out like somebody had been rummaging through the ammo can. One of the clothes hampers was dumped out, and the bed was kind of pushed. The mattress was pushed off the box spring, just enough to look like somebody had forced their way through that area.
Did the defendant tell you that that was another piece of evidence or sign that there had been a burglary in your house?
She did.
Was there also a gunshot claim?
There was.
Did this come from the defendant to you?
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that?
She claimed that she fired one of the weapons, I don't remember which one, up the storm well. That's pretty much what the summation of it.
So let's talk a little bit about that. One of the weapons you said. Did you have firearms in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
What kind of weapons?
I had a 9mm, a Smith & Wesson 9mm compact. I had I don't remember the brand, but it was a black and Tiffany green 9mm full size. I also had AR pistol type gun. There was a 20 gauge Benelli youth shotgun and a 12 gauge. It was all black shotgun. I forget the brand. And then I think there was at least one Smith & Wesson little 380 compact as well.
So when she's telling you that there was a weapon that she fired in the, I think you said the storm well, is that the window well?
Yeah, in specific one was the window well next to, if you remember the picture where the computers were, there was a window well right behind those computers. That's the one she said that she fired it out.
Did you ever find a shell casing associated with that gunshot?
No, sir.
In that particular, those pistols that you're talking about, the Smith & Wesson 9mm, that what sounds like a Tiffany green or blue 9mm and that 380, are those semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with semi-automatic handguns? Sir. Have you fired them?
I don't know specifically the 380.
So what I'm asking is generalized. Have you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you fire those weapons, does the slide automatically slide back and eject the shell casing?
Ejects it and then loads the next round into the chamber.
Did you ever see any evidence that that gun had been fired in that window well in the basement?
No, sir.
Did the defendant ever admit to you that she made up those burglary claims?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
I don't remember specifics, but I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but I had to do some digging, and eventually I found out that most of the stories she had told was just not accurate, and she finally admitted to making up the claims of break-ins. I don't remember if she gave a reason for that either.
In your mind, was that another attempt or attempts at manipulating what was happening in your relationship?
Absolutely.
At some point in 2019, did you and the family get into family counseling?
Not family counseling.
No counseling.
Yeah, Gannon and Lena specifically.
Okay. What about the defendant?
To my knowledge, I don't think she had counseling.
Okay. Did she make specific comments to you about Gannon that led to you wanting to get Gannon into this counseling?
Yeah, there was two reasons. And do you want me to elaborate on that?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as these are things that she told you as to things that led you to want to get Gannon into counseling.
Yes, sir. One of the reasons is
Where'd you go, Ken?
like I said before, he was a mama's boy, and he both the kids had struggles with, we had a little bit of back and forth of custody issues. So that was part of the reason. The other reason is she made a claim that he was coming after her to some degree.
And
Gannon coming after the defendant to some degree. And so, once again, twofold mission with the counseling. One, to make sure he's dealing with his, the situation with his mom and being apart from her. And then also counseling should uncover anything else that's going on or any disdain he had for the defendant.
who is the defendant closer to as far as the two little kids? So Gannon and Lena.
Lena, undoubtedly.
You say undoubtedly?
Absolutely, she was.
Whose idea was it to move Gannon to the basement?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you ever witness Gannon displaying any behavior that would support the claim that Gannon had it out for the defendant?
Absolutely not towards no one. I absolutely never witnessed that, period.
Did you ever take family trips together?
With the defendant and the 3 children?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, was there a trip in early January
January
of 2020?
That would have been just myself and the defendant.
Okay. What was that trip?
It was to celebrate our anniversary, and we went on a cruise out of southern Florida.
Did you need a passport for that cruise?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Did you ever take any trips with the defendant that required a passport?
I don't remember specifically. We had one when we went through Canada just to get it stamped, just for remembrance. I don't remember specifically. Well, we did. We went to Mexico. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, I forgot about that.
That's okay. So that leads to this question. Did you have a passport?
I did.
When you said you went to Canada to get it stamped? You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
When you went to Mexico, did you get your passport stamped?
Yes, sir.
Did you see her with a passport?
In Mexico, yes.
Did she get that passport stamped in Mexico?
I don't remember. I would assume it would have had to been because we went to a resort in Mexico. So.
But you know for a fact that she did have a passport.
She did, absolutely.
In this, and I'm going to ask you to give me a more specific timeline, but in late 2019, early 2020, where was the defendant working at that time?
Early 2020, I don't know, but late 2019, she was employed, I believe it's Whitefield School District 3 in French Elementary School, as I referenced earlier. She was attempting, is what she.
So let me get to that. I'll get to that in just a second. So she was working in late 2019 at Whitefield School District.
Slow down, buddy.
And again, that's for our court reporter. She'll get mad at me if we keep doing that. Was she enjoying her work there?
She was not.
Did she tell you that?
Absolutely.
What did she tell you?
She had a conflict based on her educational status. She had a conflict with the principal where she thought she was more educated and should have more of a leadership role. And then just other stuff surrounding that. I don't know specifics, but.
So let's unpack that a little bit. When you said that she had a conflict because she felt like she was more educated, you mean the defendant felt like she was more educated than the principal?
Yes, the defendant, yes, sir.
Did you ever go to French Elementary School?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go visit her there?
I don't remember exactly, but I would cook lunch and take her lunch for her and her coworkers. And you can elaborate on that a little bit.
So just you would go there and take lunch?
Yeah, with her and sit and eat sometimes with her. Sometimes I would drop it off.
Did you see her interactions with people at the school?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any problems with anybody at the school?
Not with her, the team that she was always with.
That conflict that you described with her and the principal, did that lead to her manipulating, in your mind, getting out of that particular school?
In my mind, it did, in accompanying with an injury claim she had as well.
Did she? Okay, so let's ask. I'm going to ask you about that.
Okay.
Did she specifically tell you about some allegations she made about being injured at the school?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell you?
That she was standing on a bench or standing on the bookshelf or something, but she fell and a bookshelf fell and hit her in the head, and she had a head injury from that.
Did you ever see any signs on the defendant of being injured from either falling or having a bookshelf fall on her head?
No, sir.
Did that lead you to believe that this was another manipulation by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what kind of work she was hoping to get into?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
She always had talked about wanting to be an airline flight attendant, and so I think from what I understand, she started pursuing that late 2019 through the Christmas holiday and into early 2020.
Who is she pursuing employment with?
Spirit Airlines.
Where's Spirit Airlines out of, to your knowledge?
I have no clue. I know she went to Orlando, Florida for Spirit Airlines training is what she told me.
When did that happen?
I think shortly after Christmas, within a day or two after Christmas 2019. And it was a short trip.
Kim, we can't see you.
You mentioned earlier when we were first talking about the weekend of January 25th, Saturday, Sunday, January 26th, your mom being in town.
Yes, sir.
When did your mom get into town here in Colorado Springs?
She was here for about a week, if I remember correctly. I don't remember a specific date, but she was there, I think, that whole week.
Did she stay in a hotel or at the house?
At the house.
Where did she sleep?
I don't remember that specific time where she slept.
Okay. You mentioned that there was Gannon's bed in his bedroom. Let's say yes or no.
Yes.
And then there was a second bed in Gannon's bedroom.
Yes.
And then there was a bed in Harley's bedroom.
Yes.
There was the master bedroom. And then you had couches both downstairs and upstairs. Do you remember, with that in mind, where your mother slept when she visited you in
I still don't. Not that
Okay.
specific visit.
Okay. How were you and the defendant getting along during this period of time when your mom was visiting?
Not well.
How was the defendant interacting with your mom?
I think it was fine and peaceful. I don't remember it being there any negativity.
Was there anything out of the ordinary?
I don't remember.
Okay. You mentioned going up to DIA on January 25th after having dinner and all that sort of stuff. Is that the last time you saw Gannon alive?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, he was. We were at the top of the stairs, and I was getting ready to leave with mom, and me and Gannon were at the top of the stairs, and I just gave him a hug, and I always used to rub my fingers through his hair, and just told him I love you, and something I would always tell the kids when I had to leave or when they would go back to their mom's house was like, you're always going to be in my heart, and I'm always going to be in your heart. And I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. Remember it like it was yesterday. Yep.
Breaks my heart.
I got into this a little bit earlier about the phones, and I asked you specifically about the phone that was assigned to Gannon and Lena, and whether law enforcement asked you for access to that phone. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yep, I remember.
So recognize this?
Absolutely. That's their phone.
What is this?
That's Gannon and Elena's phone from that time period.
Does it appear to be changed at all?
It does not.
Nor move for admission of people's 220.
No objection.
Exhibit 228 will be admitted.
Nancy, I couldn't imagine her as an educator either. Does she even like kids? What a...
I asked you earlier about when you would take trips together. Do you remember taking a trip to Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur? You okay?
Yes.
Poor guy.
I'm actually wondering, Kim, do you think her degree was real?
I think 2018
Yep.
spring, right before that volcano erupted.
I think if it
I think it was
isn't,
spring.
it will definitely come out.
Because what educator? Think about what Nancy said.
Defendant
Nancy
myself.
talked about being a lifelong educator. Nancy, would you want to go be
You
a
remember taking a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
Yeah, we took multiple pictures and videos. Yes, sir.
That would be so funny if she wasn't a doctor. You know how she always like to sign her name Dr. Latecia?
Exactly. Lies about everything else.
Oh my gosh. Her being a flight attendant. What do you want?
Right? She would be so rude to people.
Excuse me. I recognize it. I recognize my initials right there.
What is people's name?
Now I also see the date of when I initialed it. It says Facebook video of Gannon Stauch.
Is this a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And you saw the content?
I did. Yes, sir.
Is it very accurate copy of that recording from Gannon in Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
We're going to move for omission of people's testimony.
Is there an objection?
Yes, it's relevant.
He asked them for it.
The best comment of the day, if she's a doctor, her bedside manner sucks. Aaron, you are too funny. I want to hear. What are you saying?
I know I hate sidebars.
Me too.
At least the judge let us listen when he sent everyone away and sent the jury away.
Oh, I know.
Some things, you know.
Yeah. I was a little shocked by that.
I wouldn't take a Band-Aid from her either, Helen.
My Alexa is randomly going off.
What does Alexa think? She wouldn't take a Band-Aid either, would she?
Apparently not. She wanted to know if I wanted to add something to my grocery list. I don't think it was a Band-Aid.
Band-Aids?
PhD flight attendant sounds flighty.
It's true.
She has to be a sociopath. I'm no doctor, but there's just something off. Like how did I don't understand her life. Like,
How do you go from being smarter than the principal to I want to be a
So I'll
fighter?
come back to that in a moment. Now,
makes no sense.
Mr. Allen, you need to refer to the witness by Mr. Stauch.
okay.
Can't call him Al?
Get it together.
Yes.
Latecia, she's over there writing. She's writing a note to the judge. I'm sure of it.
She the other one remembers so well.
Did you ever end up watching the opening statements or no?
I did, yes.
Oh my gosh, what did you think about her attorney?
Her attorney is too much.
Oh my lord, he is way
I want to
too
go back
much.
to what we were asking, or what I was asking you about earlier about the defendant telling you that Gannon had it out for her. Did she make a specific comment to you about Gannon and a knife?
Yes, sir.
To you?
Yes, sir.
What was that comment?
Something about he had threatened her with a knife or came at her with a knife.
Did you ever see Gannon threaten anybody with a knife?
No threats ever out of Gannon, knife or no knife.
And was that right before you got Gannon into counseling in 2019?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about, specifically, I asked you earlier about trips that you would take together. You also mentioned that the defendant was trying to get a job with Spirit Airlines.
Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel?
She loved to travel. Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel to Disney?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go with her to Disney?
Yes, sir. Various configurations of family, I should say.
Did she ever take any other trips that you're aware of, either with you or without you?
Yes, sir.
Did you take cruises with her to the Caribbean?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever take any cruises to the Caribbean by herself that you knew about?
I don't know about by herself. I know with just Harley, I know she took a few.
Okay. What about to Australia?
Never heard of a trip to Australia. No, sir.
What about a trip to Bogota, Colombia?
Never heard of a trip to Bogota, Colombia either, sir.
What is this?
What about Jamaica?
Don't know about Jamaica.
Drug runner now?
Trips to the Caribbean, so I can't attest to that.
Sounds like a Jimmy Buffett song.
You mentioned that cruise in Florida in, I think you said in January 2020 to celebrate your anniversary. That was just you and the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Did you take other cruises together?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a cruise in Southern California?
We left out of Southern California, went to Ensenada.
When was that roughly?
While I was in Alaska, I don't remember exactly. So between 2017 and 2018, somewhere.
Did you take another cruise with the defendant in summer of 2019?
We did, yes, sir.
Who was on that trip?
Myself, the defendant, Harley, and Gannon, and I think one of Harley's friends as well.
You mentioned taking a trip to Mexico. When was that?
That would have been right before I went to Oklahoma for 6 months, so 2016.
Where in Mexico did you go?
Cancun.
Was the defendant with you?
Yes.
Was she with you besides going to the bathroom or shopping or something like that, was she basically with you the whole time during that trip?
Yeah, there was one time I was sleeping and she said she went out and got dinner. Other than that, I think we were together 90% of the majority of the trip.
Did she ever tell you about waking up in a tent with cartel members?
Never heard that story.
What?
Her mouth, sir.
Did you ever have stressors in your relationship between
Just made up everything.
finances?
Yes, sir.
So does every relationship.
What kind of lifestyle did the defendant want to live while you were with her? Based on things that either she told you or that you saw?
A classic example is she always compared herself and wanted to be like Kim Kardashian. That was kind of her main
Are you
thing.
kidding me?
Look towards. I think a best way to sum it up is always wanted to live above our means.
To live above your means?
Yes, sir. That's a good way to sum it up.
Goes way above his means.
Oh, way.
She does know he was in the military, right?
I know, right?
Did you agree to being living above your means?
There was examples where I gave and there was examples where I didn't.
But was that ultimately a source of tension between you and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever accuse you of infidelity or cheating?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't seem like a guy to cheat. I don't know.
No.
I want to ask you about that storage room. Was it typical that you would keep luggage in that storage room?
Yes, sir.
He
Do you
jumps
remember any
around.
specific suitcases that were kept in there?
Yeah,
All
there was
over the place.
an orange one. They had some flowery. I don't know how to explain it, but some patterns on it. There was a large green one. I'd say extra large green one actually. There was a few smaller like carry-on size black suitcases. So we had quite a few.
Where did the large green one come from?
I believe that. Well, I know for a fact it came from Landon, which is Gannon's mother, her aunt Veronica. Landon took a trip there at some point in mine and Landon's relationship, and she came back with that suitcase full of clothes. And I just kept it after me and Landon split up.
And was that also stored in that storage room?
It was.
Did you ever use that large green suitcase on trips?
I used it more so when I moved or PCS'd. I don't remember using it on a trip or vacation because it was just too big.
Do you remember being shown a picture of a suitcase under a bridge in Florida?
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Did you recognize that suitcase?
Yes, sir.
What did you recognize it as?
She used Landon's oh, God.
Suitcase from my house.
That's so messed up. Another, she's seen it and it's like, yep, that's the one I'm
I'm going
going
to have
to
you
use.
flip to People's Exhibit number 48 in that notebook.
So it belonged to Gannon's mom.
Mom's aunt. So so
Jesus.
Do you recognize
Yeah.
that?
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
There's a picture of that extra large green suitcase we've been discussing.
oh my God. He has to
Under a
see
bridge?
that.
I can see the footings of the bridge. I can't really see the bridge structure itself, but
Does that appear to be the same suitcase that we've been talking about that Landon's Aunt Veronica gave to Landon when you and Landon were married?
yes, sir.
That was stored in the storage room.
Yes, sir.
Now I move for admission of People's Exhibit 48.
Exhibit 48 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Oh, that sucks.
May we publish? Oh, there we go. What do you remember about that suitcase other than it being large?
There was a few things that were broken on it. I don't know if the wheel was, but I think the handle on the other side was broken. There's a few things that had just worn down over time on it. But the size is the big thing. I remember how large the suitcase was. So.
Um,
She compared herself to Kim Kardashian.
Right?
can I approach?
You may.
Oh gosh.
Kim Kardashian loved being dragged into this today.
Recognize this disc?
I do,
How do you recognize it?
because I initialed and dated it 31 March.
Did you watch the contents of this?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the video that you received?
Yes.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 30.
Defense. Exhibit 33 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay, permission to publish.
You may.
We need the screen, Judge.
It's not, you're not feeding yet. I have a pre-screen up here so that I can see. Okay.
I wish we had a different camera angle.
No.
Is Latecia facing the wall?
I just don't know what to do.
She's definitely hiding behind the monitor.
We'll never
stating, initially Scott can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaking out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, I promise.
I hate hearing that.
Pinky promise. Okay, all right. So listen. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay, so we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house.
Oh my
Okay.
God. Evil.
You got it?
I'm just worried about my.
Okay. Shh. Listen. So tomorrow.
Ugh. I hope that's the last time I have to hear that.
Council approach for a moment, please.
It is so bad.
He says, I'm just worried about my burn. And she
Yeah.
shushes him.
Shh. Tomorrow, she's making plans for the next day. He's like, I'm just worried about right now. Ugh.
You promise you didn't do it on purpose. God, she's evil.
She is evil. And we're going to have to sell the couch. What?
And what a way to make him feel guilty. My family has to sell things because maybe I spilled a candle.
Right.
Who knows if he even spilled it? But let's say he did. She's the adult. She's the one who lit the damn thing. You know she did.
Right.
I don't think this kid was going around lighting candles. But let's say he did spill it. He's a kid.
Right.
And then she's going to guilt him?
I was telling my nephew about this case, and I was trying to tell him it in a nutshell. And I'm like, this 11-year-old boy spilled a candle, and she stabbed him 17 times and then shot him twice. He's like, what? Is there more to the story? Nope, that's all I know.
No, that's where it is.
And she apparently has her PhD. They live in a suburban neighborhood. There was no signs of abuse. Dad was in the military. He left. Next day, he's missing.
Except if you listen to this, apparently she was constantly telling the dad how Gannon was out to get her and how Gannon hated her.
Yeah.
You know?
I wish I think I even seen it in the comments that when you're in it, you don't notice it as much.
Yeah.
When you step outside of it. Yeah, and again, of course, hindsight is always 20/20. I keep saying that, but man, that's a no for anybody who watches this.
You don't think that the person you're with is going to be that evil. Nobody thinks that.
Even when he left, if he had a bad feeling, he didn't. I'm sure it never crossed.
Lena.
No. You would dismiss it out of hat. You'd be like, no, she's a good, kind, loving woman. No way she's going to hurt him. You know that's what you're telling yourself.
Just give me the defendant.
And then the other voice that you hear towards the end, whose voice is that?
Those are the last words I ever heard Gannon speak.
Oh, I'm just worried about my burns. Oh.
I'm going to have you jump back into that binder. Mr. Stauch, and look at People's Exhibits 19 and 20. Ones I mistakenly tried to admit without any foundation earlier. Okay. You recognize those?
19 and 20, yes, sir.
Are those, well, what are they?
Those are two different angles, pictures, Gannon in his bed.
Have you seen those pictures before?
I have, yes, sir.
When did you see them?
I don't want to mix it up. I know I've seen them in through various things, but one of these specifically, or at least one, if not both, the defendant sent to me that morning, which would have been Monday, the 27th.
Okay, so we're talking about January 27th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And then you received those specifically from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What method did you receive them from?
Text message.
Text message. Are they fair and accurate copies of the photos that you received on January 27, 2020?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission and permission to publish 19 and 20.
Mr. Tellini, exhibits 19 and 20 will be admitted.
So I think we have People's Exhibit 19 up on the screen now. Tell the jury what we're looking at in People's 19.
So once again, that's Gannon in his bed. I referenced the TV off to the left. You can see it here. A TV in his dresser. The table we discussed earlier, and then once again, there's Gannon in his bed.
Is that typically the way Gannon would sleep in his bed with the blankets just piled on top like that?
No, sir. There was a couple things I noticed that were different. There seemed to be a big, I don't know, pillow or bulge or something down here. I don't remember this red and green blanket actually being on his bed. We've discussed that. I don't remember that.
Okay.
I can't say 100% that it wasn't ever, but.
And then People's 20. This is basically just another depiction of that same scene.
Yeah, it appears to be. I think it's different though, because is it okay if I show
Well,
differences?
let me ask you this: what is there a difference between the two photos based on your observation?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are those differences?
If you look at where his hand is here, and if you look, if we can go back to the other one, his hands are in a totally different position. Yeah, his hands are crossed right here. The blanket's kind of pulled back a little bit. And then a huge thing to me was his bed was almost never pulled away from the wall like this. And we discussed that in a previous photo, that his bed was almost always pushed up against the wall.
And then that's the bulge that you referenced in the other photo in People's 19.
Right there,
And then 20.
right here. Notice that difference as well.
And do you even recognize that particular blanket, or you recognize it, but you don't think it was typically on Gannon's bed?
Yeah, that blanket is one that was in our house somewhere. I just don't think it was a typical blanket. It wasn't his.
So it's not his.
It was not his blanket, and it was not typically on his bed.
Okay.
What does that mean?
I think she added it to the bed after we did something.
For now.
Do you think he was dead when she took the picture?
That's what I'm wondering.
I want to jump back, Mr. Stauch, to when we were talking about your trip to Hawaii in 2018.
They never found that bedding.
I showed you People's Exhibit
Oh,
number
they
50,
didn't?
which was
Nope.
that disc. I think I
Betcha
might
she
have left
burned
it up
it.
here. Let me check.
The bedding that was in the pictures, they never found it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not going to do for admission of People's. Request permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini, subject to prior objections.
That was me. I hit the mic.
Okay, great. The objections overruled. Exhibit 50 is admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Oh, because she changed the bedding. And the bed was moved. Yeah. Weird.
So before we start playing People's Exhibit 50, who do we see on screen there?
Just kidding.
Go ahead and play it.
Chris Watson, Keith Anthony had a team of babies.
Very good, Aaron. I agree.
Where are you at? In Hawaii, go.
I really think she's facing the wall. I think her back, I agree. It's like the back of the chair, like the spine of the chairs.
She might be. We can't see her.
She's so weird.
Like Jeanette was saying, I don't think she should be able to either. I think she should have to sit between her lawyers, front and center, face out, be held accountable.
Right.
I mean, she's not pleading not guilty. She's pleading not guilty by reason of insanity.
Searches
Right.
for game. Tell the jury about what you did to look for Gannon.
The first day, which would have been Tuesday, 28th, left the airport and then came home and just got somewhat organized. And then there was a story about Gannon running away or walking away. And there was somebody said they might have seen him at a gas station in Fountain. And so
let me ask you specifically. You don't know whether that was a true statement or not, correct?
in the moment I didn't. No.
Okay. But did that cause you to go do things to see if that was in fact a legitimate sighting of Gannon?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
Myself and the defendant in my truck, my red Nissan truck, drove to that gas station. I went in. Well, I think I met the officer there, if I remember correctly, and went in and watched whatever he allowed me to watch the footage of what boy that was alleged to be Gannon coming in and out of the store, and so I can confirm if it was him or not.
Was it Gannon?
It was not. It was another boy with his father or whatever, another boy with an older man.
Just wasn't Gannon.
It just was not Gannon, no, sir.
What else did you specifically do to look for Gannon?
There was times when after the day was over, I'd drive around at night just seeing if I could spot him. That specific, I believe it was Tuesday as well, I had been downtown to the sheriff's office, given an interview, and then came back home and checked on the girls, being Harley and Lena, and then told them I was going out searching again, and went to the Walmart in Fountain. I was heading to the Walmart in Fountain. Just maybe he's in the video game section or
They re-angled the camera.
something. Thinking of places he would be, and then it occurred to me, or I remembered that the defendant had said her
taking a
car
nap.
was at French Elementary School, and so I never actually went to Walmart. I went directly to French Elementary School to
She
look.
had her head down.
And you previously told us that you didn't see her vehicle there.
Absolutely, I drove around the school 3 times just to make sure I wasn't missing it.
Did she ever tell you where her car
Face
actually
was
was?
out, but her head's down.
That was the only thing she ever told
Yeah,
me.
it
was
looks
that I
like
left
she's
it at
just
French
leaning
Elementary
on her. She's leaning
At some
on
point,
her arm. here.
based on things that you're learning, did you, in your mind, did it change from Gannon didn't come home from a friend's house to something different?
That was really the key moment. There was a lot of things we've discussed, a number of them, some discrepancies in the pictures, the rental car situation. I think I had already known at that point that I had talked to my neighbors in surveillance from their house. He had never walked.
Well, I think what he's describing, Judge, is what he saw on surveillance.
You can't talk about what your neighbor said, but you can describe what you saw on the surveillance tape.
So 2 different circumstances. This is not the surveillance tape of the truck. This is,
Let me ask you a question.
yeah, thank you.
Did you have an occasion to see surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood? Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Gannon ever walking away on those videos from your house and never returning?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay.
So back to
So, well, I have to ask you a question.
Okay.
Why are they having him testify about this? Why not a?
So you were earlier describing
Yeah.
an accumulation of things that led you to change your opinion or your mind as to what actually happened with Gannon.
Yes.
And you said, I think one of the big things was the defendant telling you that her car was at French, you go to French, and it's not there.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was the key moment when I switched from she knows more than she's telling me she knows.
Did you also participate in interviews at the sheriff's office as it relates to the investigation into Gannon's disappearance?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go to the sheriff's office?
Twice on that day, once before the driving to French, and then immediately following that, I called them and said something's wrong, and I went immediately back to the sheriff's office after that.
In that same time frame, did the defendant add any additional information that she told to you as it relates to Gannon's missing?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
So did she at some point tell you that she was raped?
That was the next morning.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's right.
What did she say about being raped?
Eduardo.
Sure, I'll clarify. We were talking about January 28th
Yes, sir.
just now about you doing interviews at the sheriff's office. You said the next morning, so that would be January 29th. Is that accurate?
Wednesday, January 29th. Yes, sir.
What did the defendant tell you on January 29th as it relates to being raped?
So I slept on the couch. She called me into the room, and then she proceeded to tell me a story about how a man got in the house somehow. I don't remember that specific version, but she got in the house, raped her, abused her, beat her, and then beat Gannon up and took Gannon. And you want me to keep going on that specific?
I want you to tell what she said in that particular story.
Right, and then she also said he had got burned, and that, and then she said that. I said, well, where's everything at? Like all the mess, the blood and everything. She said, well, I cleaned it up. I got scared, and so okay, well, where's the bloody mess, the clothes, the rags, whatever. Well, I disposed of it. Well, where did you dispose of it? It wasn't in the trash can at the house. It was somewhere else. And it was just this long string of stuff.
Okay, so let me break in there.
Sure.
It sounds like the way you're describing that's a discussion that you had specifically with her, where you're asking her questions and she's responding to your questions.
Well, there was two parts, and that's what I asked you about elaborating. The first one was just her talking.
Okay. And so, but the last part that you just described, it sounded like you were describing an interaction where you're asking questions and she's answering questions.
Yes, and at this point, Landon was also sitting in there talking with us as well, just to clarify.
When you had the opportunity to view neighbors' I guess ring doorbells or surveillance videos, did you see any strange men on those videos going to your house?
So to clarify, I did, and I was stopped because it was hearsay, but I never saw surveillance of him leaving or not leaving on foot. I'm sure we'll get to the other surveillance later, but I never saw that. That was just what the neighbors told me.
So what I'm asking you right now, Al, or Mr. Stauch, I apologize, is did you see on any of the neighborhood video any strange men going into or out of your house? When
He said he never watched any videos. This was just what the neighbors said.
that's not what he said.
No, he overruled. And re-asked the question.
Just so the record is very clear, did you watch surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood to see anything as it relates to Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You didn't watch any videos?
Well, I did watch the one video with the truck, but I don't think we've gotten there yet, or we're there. I don't know where we're at.
Okay.
Mr. Allen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
I don't know where we're at.
Very specifically, did you watch some neighborhood video from neighborhood surveillance video about the time that Gannon went missing?
Say
I
yes.
watched one, and that was
Yeah.
him leaving the truck and coming back home. That's
Okay.
the only one I watched.
Okay. So you didn't watch any other videos to see, to either confirm or not confirm that a strange man had come into the.
I've seen nothing.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
At some point, and I don't know the reasons why, but I was directed to go to the FBI's office and start, being, I call it being questioned, but just kind of giving a background history of our relation, mine and the defendant's relationship, and, kind of what we've been doing so far this morning. And from that, it turned into pretext phone calls.
Okay. What do you mean by pretext phone calls?
Phone calls where I would get on the phone with the defendant while I was at the FBI office and be giving direction, and they also gave me the flexibility to talk with her normally, but be giving direction on things to say and things to ask and whatnot.
Who was involved with that process? Obviously you were, but who else from the investigation side was involved in that process?
So, of course, yeah, I was there. The defendant was on the phone, and then there was Mark Riley was present.
So I'm going to break in every time you say a name. Who is Mark Riley?
Mark Riley, I think a detective at the sheriff's office or investigator. Okay. I'm not sure his role at the time. Jess Bethel, a similar role to Mr. Riley, from what I understand. FBI agent, Mr. Hughes. I don't know his title specific title.
Oh,
Amber Cronin,
I see what you're saying.
Who was Amber Cronin with?
FBI as well. John, I always say his name wrong, Grusing or Grusling
Brucing?
with the FBI. I saw in passing other agents, but those were the ones that I remember being specifically in there. There may have been others I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember maybe like this agent back here, Andrew Cohen?
I remember him walking around a lot. I don't remember him being specifically with me on any of the phone calls. I may be wrong about that.
Would these phone calls originate sometimes by you calling the defendant and other times where the defendant would call you?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that it was the defendant on the other end of that phone?
I recognized her voice, and we would always talk about something relevant that would, I would know it was her, whether it was Gannon or something about our relationship or our life in general.
Would you also in those conversations talk about specifics to the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Would the FBI agents or the sheriff's office agents, detectives, pass information to you to specifically ask the defendant?
Yes, sir.
On some of those recorded phone calls, can you actually hear people whispering to you?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
And
look at
Judge,
that.
what I intend to get into next is admitting discs and then playing those discs. And some of these phone calls are pretty long. I don't know if you want to go through the admission and do that other process when we get back, or
So are any of them less than, say, 15 minutes?
because of contextual issues, I think it makes sense to play them in order as opposed to breaking them up. The very first one is an hour and 57 minutes.
All right, so let's do the foundational elements necessary for admission,
Okay.
And then we can play them after lunch. And probably just admit all of them at the same time and then go from there.
He's not the only one, Jeanette.
And so for the record, Judge, what I'll be showing him for admission is People's Exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59.
You may go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
People's Exhibit 35. Obviously a disc again. You recognize it?
To the front of it. Yes, my initials and the date.
Have you had a chance to listen to this recording that's on this disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes, sir.
People's Exhibit 36. Do you have your initials and date on that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you listen to this recording?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes, sir.
People's 37. Are your initials and date on this?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to listen to this item?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes.
People's 38. Do you have your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
39. Do you have your initials and date?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to listen to the contents of this disc? Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
40. Are your initials and date on this?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
It is a weird
sir.
angle. You can't see
Yes.
him. The who's the person that's testifying?
Prosecutor? Oh, the witnesses?
Yeah, the witnesses. Yeah,
Yes.
I wish we could at least see them, even if we can't see her. You know,
right.
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes,
why
sir.
are we watching the gallery?
I know.
Sure, they're nice people and all, but
Somebody early on said, "What a weird angle," and it didn't dawn on me because I, was listening to the attorney.
yeah.
But now I'm like, what?
Yes.
Why? This is going to be the whole trial? Like, just staring at them all the time?
I mean, usually when you get a bad angle on a court case, it's from behind the defendant. So
Right.
you'll see the witness stand and you'll see from behind the defendant, but I've never seen from like off to the side of the witness.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
It would be nice if we could at least see the witnesses.
Right. I agree.
Your initial note on this?
I'm
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
I'm amazed they're even
Yes, sir.
You didn't identify that one.
doing this live.
Showing any of it?
Honestly.
Yeah.
And then 59, initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
And is it fair?
Yes, sir.
It's not a good permission of those exhibits. I can reread them or you have them.
I have them, Mr. Tellini. All right, exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53.
In the information that I found about the case, there was a lot of argument about it being aired or not aired. And her lawyers submitted a whole slew of motions to keep it out, to keep it off of live stream.
Really?
Obviously they lost, but yeah. I think it was Fox 9, the local, remember the News 9 I was telling you about?
Yeah.
Law and Crime, Court TV, a bunch of them were applying for this live stream, and her lawyers were steady trying to keep it off of live stream, but obviously they lost. But yeah.
Right. I tried to do it on
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think you know where this is going and what my conversation was
the
about.
other
The
other channel.
Take
Sorry.
Our lunch break a little bit early. We'll have you come back a little bit early too, and when we come back, we will be playing. It sounds like the telephone calls one after the other. So if I can have everyone back in the jury rooms at about 1:15, so that we can start at say 1:20. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not do any research about any aspect of this case. Do not discuss the case with anyone else either. Mr. Combs had relayed to me a question by a juror as to whether or not you can receive a transcript at the end of the trial. The answer to that is no. The transcript is for other purposes. No jury is ever provided with a transcript of the court proceedings as they are occurring. So you'll have to rely on your individual and collective memory as well as any notes that you take, but you will not receive a transcript. So with that, I think it's still a nice day.
He wants to sell that one day.
It's supposed to be.
Some of them don't even get to take notes.
Courthouse, something like
Oh,
that,
really?
that would be
Yeah.
the thing to do. Again, you already know where all of the eating joints are here in Colorado Springs, and we'll see you back at about 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
He's a colorful judge.
Yeah, I think it was the Murdoch case. I think the Alex Murdoch case. I think it was where they didn't even get to take notes. Most trials, they ask them to take notes. And yeah, but I think it was the Murdoch case. They told them they couldn't even take notes, right? So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, yeah. I can't believe it didn't occur to me. I was doing all this research on her last night and on this case.
Go ahead and step down from the stand now.
It didn't occur to me she was doing all of this the whole time, you know?
Me
I
either.
don't see any reason to have Mr. Stauch sitting on the witness stand while we play the these are just phone calls. It's all audio, right?
They're all audio. There may be some times where I want to pause it and ask him a specific question, especially at the beginning when we hear voices, who that voice is, that kind of thing. But I think once we get started into the meat of them, I think we can let him down if it's okay with you.
It's fine by me. I just be a little bit awkward having him sitting there and not saying anything. It sounds like we're talking about more than 5 or 10 minutes.
Yes.
So we'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you're
Defense? Yes. Okay. All right. Then court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
The defense is just there. Like he just has his job. He doesn't want it. He's just there. He's just sitting there. Oh, what happened?
I don't know.
Join webinar. Oh, I think it's just it'll pick up again when.
Oh yeah, when their stream comes back.
Yeah.
But your
What
people are
happened?
still there, right?
So that's 3:20 Eastern Standard Time. I don't know. I am so messed up with time zones that
Well, he said, let's see, he said 2:15, and what time is it there? It's
10:53 right now.
what time is it where you're at?
It's 10:53 where I'm at.
All right,
Hold
so
on.
then that makes it 11:53 in Colorado.
Oh, okay. So it's just an hour off. Okay.
Yeah.
All I know is my nephew woke me up and he's like, "It's time for you to go live." I'm like, I felt like I just went to sleep.
So they're getting 2 hours? Is that right? It's what time there? 10:53 where you're at?
Yeah.
So they're getting 2 hours because he said 2:15, right? Or did he say 1:15?
Oh, I don't know.
No, he said 2:15. Yeah.
Being on the witness stand, we'll replay the these are just phone calls. Mr. Combs had relayed to
He
me
said
a
1:15.
question and will be admitted.
Oh, you found it?
Um,
Somebody said it?
Tessa in the chat said that the judge said 1:15. Okay, hang on, I'm gonna write that down. Tessa, thank you, dear. All right.
Hold on. But it's 1:53 Eastern? Oh,
Well-
but it's Colorado. It's an hour. Okay, yeah. Okay, it's
So
making sense.
1:15 Colorado time.
Okay.
That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's, yeah, that seems like a long time. Yeah, apparently it's an hour.
So did you get the impression that they were going to be done with the dad when they said it wouldn't make sense for him just to sit up here and he's no,
No, I think that just for that,
just for that portion that
right.
they're not
Just while
done with
they're
them.
doing I think just while they're doing the phone calls, because there's
Okay.
quite a bit of them. Just while they're doing the phone calls, he can go sit in the gallery.
Oh,
You know, he doesn't have to sit on the stand not saying anything. Because I think there were like 5 or 6 of them back to back, however many phone calls, and it sounded like they were having him talk to her, and they were having him talk to her, and they were listening in. So
yeah.
so they're
I'm
just
curious about those conversations. That's going to be juicy.
Right, I didn't even know those existed.
Me either. I didn't realize that she came up with this whole rape thing in the next day. Like,
Yeah, apparently on she was supposed to go to talk to them on the 28th. She's supposed to be there at like 10:15, and she didn't show up until noon. And so it was like 2 days later, and on that day in her interview, she changed her story completely. And she said that when she got home at like 2:15 that day, she went down in the basement and there was this guy there, Eduardo. And she said that Eduardo was this gardener that she had hired, and she'd given him a key to the house. I think he was a gardener. Let me double check that. And that he was there, and that he attacked her and sexually assaulted her, and that after he sexually assaulted her, that he let her go so she could go upstairs and let her daughter in from school, Lena. And when she let Lena in, and then she told Lena that I can't remember what excuse she gave Lena, but she told Lena that she's going to need to go outside and ride her bike. So then she goes back downstairs, and he sexually assaults her again. Yes. So
well, can we take a break?
Again. Yes. Can we have a break? Yeah. So then she goes back down, and apparently he's beating the crap out of Gannon when she gets down there. Oh, I forgot the first part. When he's assaulting her, Gannon jumps on his back and to try to save the day, I guess. And he picks up Gannon and throws him across the room one-handed. This Eduardo, this guy is absolutely crazy, right?
Right.
And so after that, apparently he just leaves. He just leaves and lets her go, and she doesn't report anyone. Oh, he takes Gannon with him, and she doesn't report it to anyone for 2 days. She calls the cops many hours later to report Gannon missing and tells them nothing about Eduardo.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
one-
Because she's worried for her life, her safety, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, that's what I'm assuming is.
Yeah. So, yeah, the 2 hours later. I'm trying to remember where she said she met him. Wait a minute. I cannot remember.
There was another guy, too. She blamed it on Eduardo, and then the other guy, Thompson, I think was his last name.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Eugene, maybe? I can't remember, but
I think
yeah.
it started with an E too. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, her story just kept on changing. But that poor dad, like he's going through an emotional roller coaster with her stories, and the woman that he went down the aisle with is now a complete monster. Like, what a mind twist. And that's what I was asking earlier. Do you think he's highly medicated? Because I would have to be, that's for sure.
To even be able to get up there and talk about any of it.
Any of it. I mean, I guess you don't know how strong you are until you are put in that position. And he obviously knows it's to get justice for Gannon, but the strength it takes to do that and relive it all over again, just listening to those conversations alone are going to bring up, and that's only, it's 1% of the whole thing, it's
of
nothing.
What they're gonna want to talk about. Yeah.
Right. Oh gosh.
And it's funny, it didn't I don't know why it didn't occur to me. The whole story was so stupid and duplicitous. It didn't occur to me that her whole life was that way.
I know.
I mean, think about all the things that we just learned in like an hour of him talking.
Right.
All the lies that she told him. And think about, he was gone a lot, right? He was in the military, so he had to be away sometimes. So what was she really doing?
Eduardo. Okay, I get it. Yeah, what was she doing? She was clearly creating this whole, I get the impression they haven't stated it yet because they do bounce around. Has she ever been here? Has she ever been here? I think it'll come up later that she said that she's been all these places. So she's almost like creating this online presence of this world traveler.
Of something, yeah.
Or something, yeah. It has to be.
That woman that was on your live, I think it was Miss Nancy, was talking about being an educator her whole life. Can you imagine going to school, becoming a teacher, and then all of a sudden you're going to become a flight attendant? Like,
and get your PhD. Yes, your PhD. You went to school for, I don't know, a minimum, isn't it 6 years? 4?
At least a minimum, right?
Yeah.
That's if she was going to school full time and was really good at what she was doing.
Yeah, summers. Yeah.
I can't imagine that person becoming an educator and thinking she's smarter than the principal, going to work in an elementary school, and then becoming a flight attendant. How do those two paths even cross?
No idea. It doesn't.
Which makes me wonder now, was it even real? I mean, you've seen how many times we have found people who their entire backgrounds were, rubbish.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And she just seemed like she just lived in the clouds. She was a psycho.
Grief. And that poor guy and the family, the whole family. But God, that guy.
I was rewatching an interview with Landon, the mom.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could tell how she felt on the outside. I mean, it was just heartbreaking, just the pain. And I'm just, oh man, you trusted your kids.
Yeah.
And she even said that, like, I trusted this woman. Like,
Oh no,
yeah,
Tim.
so messed up. All right, well, get some lunch. We'll take a break. And
Okay. Yo, there's a timer up. Do you see that?
yep, hour 13. So,
Good deal. Okay. So same bat time, same bat channel.
yep.
Okay. Sounds good. And all 58 of you better come back here. Don't make us hunt you down. We will come find you.
We'll come find you, hunt you down on the YouTube verse. All right, see you shortly.
Okay. All right. Bye.
This is opening statements from yesterday. I thought I'd just play this while we're waiting for the break to be over. It was quiet for a minute.
then I think there was at least one Smith and Wesson on the 380 compact as well. So she's telling you that there was that she was a big one, Petersburg, showcasing typical range of specifically the 380. So 57. Okay, okay.
Getting 2 hours, is that right? It's what time they're 10 minutes from where you're at? Yeah. So they're getting 2 hours because he said 2:15, right? I said 1:15. No, I said 2:15. Is it London?
Oh, you found it? Somebody said it?
Tessa in the chat said that the judge said 1:15. Okay, right now, Tessa, thank you, dear.
Hold on, but it's 1:53 Eastern? Oh, no, it's Colorado. It's okay, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Colorado time.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems like a long time. Yeah, apparently it's an hour.
So did you get the impression that they were going to be done with the dad when they said it would make sense for him just to sit up here and he's
No, I think that just for that,
just for that portion that they're not
just while they're doing, I think just while they're doing the phone calls, just while they're doing the phone calls, he can go sit in the gallery. You know, he doesn't have to sit on the stand, not saying anything. Because I think there were like 5 or 6 of them back to back. However many phone calls, and it sounded like they were having him talk to her, and they were having him talk to her, and they were listening in. So
Yeah. I'm curious about those conversations. That's going to be juicy.
I didn't even know this existed.
Me either. I didn't realize that she came up with this whole rape thing the next day. Like,
Yeah, apparently on she was supposed to go to talk to them on the 28th. She's supposed to be there at like 10:15. She didn't show up until noon. And so it was like 2 days later, and on that day in her interview, she changed her story completely. And she said that she got home at like 2:15 that day. She went down to the basement and there was this guy there, Eduardo. And she said Eduardo was this gardener that she had hired, and she'd given him a key to the house. I think he was a gardener. Double check that. And that he was there, and that he attacked her and sexually assaulted her, and that after he sexually assaulted her, that he let her go so she could go upstairs and let her daughter in from school, Lena. And she let Lena in, and then she told Lena that I can't remember what excuse she gave Lena, but she told Lena that she's going to need to go outside and ride her bike. So then she goes back downstairs and he sexually assaulted her again. So then she goes back down, and apparently he's beating the crap out of Gannon. She gets down there. Oh, I forgot the first part. When he's assaulting her, Gannon jumps on his back and tries to save the day, I guess. And he picks up Gannon and throws him across the room one-handed. This Eduardo, this guy is just absolutely crazy, right?
Right.
And so after that, apparently he just leaves. He just leaves and lets her go, and she doesn't report anyone. Oh, he takes Gannon with him, and she doesn't report anyone for 2 days. She calls the cops many hours later to report Gannon missing and tells us nothing about Eduardo.
Oh, yeah. Because she's worried for her safety, I'm sure. I don't know, but yeah, that's what I'm assuming is.
So, yeah, 2 hours later. I can't remember where she said she met him.
There was another guy too. She blamed it on Eduardo, and then the other guy, Thompson, I think was his last name.
I can't remember his name.
I can't remember, but yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, her story just kept on changing, but that poor dad, like he's going through an emotional roller coaster with her stories, and the woman that he went down the aisle with is now a complete monster. Like, what a mind twist. And that's what I was asking earlier. Do you think he's highly medicated? Because I would have to be, that's for sure.
To even be able to get up there and talk about any of it.
Any of it. I mean, I guess you don't know how strong you are until you are put in that position. And he obviously knows it's to get justice for Gannon, but the strength it takes to do that, relive it all over again. Just listening to those conversations alone are going to bring up, and that's only, it's 1% of the whole thing, it's nothing.
They don't want to talk about, yeah.
Right. Oh, gosh.
And it's funny, it didn't. I don't know why it didn't occur to me. Her whole story was so stupid, and listeners, it didn't occur to me that her whole life was that way.
I know.
I mean, think about all the things that we just learned in like an hour of him talking.
Right.
All the lies that she told him. And think about, he was gone a lot, right? He was in the military, so he had to go away to defense. So what was she really doing?
Yeah, what was she doing? She was clearly creating this whole, I get the impression they haven't stated it yet because they do bounce around, has she ever been here? Has she ever been here? I think it'll come up later that she said that she's been all these places, so she's almost like creating this online presence of this world traveler or something, yeah, I asked.
That woman that was on Your Life, I think it was Miss Nancy, was talking about being an educator her whole life. Can you imagine going to school, becoming a teacher, and then all of a sudden you're going to become a flight attendant?
And your PhD, yes, your PhD. You went to school for, I don't know, minimum, isn't it 6 years?
Well, at least a minimum, right?
Yeah.
That's if she was going to school full time and was really good at what she was doing.
Yeah, summers, yeah.
I can't imagine that person becoming an educator and thinking she's smarter than a principal, went to work in an elementary school, and then becoming a flight attendant. How those two paths even cross? Like,
No idea. It
which
doesn't
makes me wonder now, was it even real? I mean, you've seen how many times we've found people who their entire backgrounds were, rubbish.
Oh yeah, for sure. And she just seemed like she just lived in the clouds. She was a psycho.
That's the family, the whole family.
Perfect guy. I was rewatching an interview with Landon, the mom.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could tell how she felt on the outside. I mean, it was just heartbreaking, just the pain. And I'm just, oh man, you trusted your kids. And she even said that, like, I trusted this woman. Like, yeah. So messed up. All right, well, get some lunch. We'll take a break. And,
There's a timer up. Do you see that?
yep, hour 13, so.
So, same bat time, same bat channel.
Yep.
Sounds good. And all 58 of you better come back here. Go make us found. We will come find you.
We'll come find you. Hunt you down on the YouTube verse. All right, see you shortly.
Okay. Very much. morning, Cam. Good morning. How are you? Good. Good. I'm gonna be back online in 32 minutes. Last night I knew you would be mad, but did you see me when I came in? You were like this. Like you closed your eyes when you were still moving, and I was like, is her eyes open, like down or something? On my bed? No, on your chair. Oh, I was falling asleep in my chair. That's working too much. It's funny. Oh, they can hear us on my channel. Oh. What are you gonna do today? I don't know. Like this speaker, that's where it's coming from. It's me exhausted. I was really thing. Wait, no, Kimberly Flower. Last name Kimberly Flower. The last name's Flower or Middle. Did you eat all your cookies? I had cookies. Yeah. I didn't know. Oh, I have to show off the kitty during my live stream. Oh, yeah. She just took her nap, so she might be a little. You scream ice cream, we all scream for ice cream. Say hi to everybody. Hola, Sadora. Say hi to everybody. Hola, Sadora. There's an echo. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to everybody. And give me the step on my cat. That just sniffed my toe. Step on your cat's. Did she eat all of her food? I'm not sure. Kitty don't know. She loves it a lot, but she has like this one. Oh, she still has more. There's a lot of food. Those cans were a lot bigger than the other ones. I forgot what the. I wonder if I can do
Say hello to Luna. Meow. Yeah, I know.
Oh, you miss me? No, I'm not picking it up.
That was Luna. Hopefully you guys seen her. She is glued to my niece's hip. Are you gonna come up here? Oh, she ran away. She just wants to hang out by my feet. She doesn't want me to pick her up. How are we doing here? Play. Two minutes. Need the link again? Okay. Okay. How does one do that? Oh, okay. Invite. Copy. Control V. Are you here? Partially in spirit. Oh, I can't wait to hear these phone calls. All right, let's do it. Sorry if you guys can hear me chomping. Oh, do I need to turn the volume up? Jeannie, are you there? Can you guys hear me? I can't hear you. I turned my volume up. I thought maybe my volume was down. Gosh, should be. Can you guys hear me? You will need assistance of Kim. No, Jeannie. Let me exit and enter again. I can hear you, but can't hear Jeannie. I swear, this is how it always goes with trying something new. There's always a trial and error and figuring it out, and you do it wrong and then you figure it out. So that's where we're at. I'm backstage again. Oh, let me bring you front stage. Let's do, okay. How do you do that? How do you do that? Here we go. You there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, good deal. All right.
Could you hear me or no?
Oh yeah, I could hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. I was playing the during the break I was playing the opening statements, and I don't know, I'm just so fascinated with this story. It's just every time I listen to it, I hear a new fact about this case, and I'm just like, oh my God, it's just unbelievable.
On here, you were playing them?
Yeah, I was playing it. Yeah.
That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. While I was making my lunch, I was watching the opening statements again.
That's funny. I don't think anybody could hear it though, because I think the audio was too low or something. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, I just turned it on, and then I'm like, well, I better turn the timer back on so everybody knows when it's starting up again.
Well, there's something about those opening statements last night. Remember, we could barely hear them.
Oh, I know, you couldn't, and that's what people were saying. We can't hear them. I'm like, I don't think that's on my end. That's definitely on their end. Did you see the kitty?
No.
I don't know if she'll let me pick her up again. Where is she? She's been hanging out by my feet, but she's not down here right now. Huh. She'll turn up sooner or later. I'll have to show her.
Has she been making you itchy?
Itchy, yes. My nose is running, and yeah. But I got the good cleared in D. You know that you have to.
Call 20 CR 1358.
Oh,
versus Latecia Stauch.
Oh, are we back?
Defense lawyers.
We don't have defense lawyers because he's checked out. He has an acting audition he needs to go to.
Defense lawyer. That's okay. We don't need one.
Exactly.
He's across town at Warner Brothers. He'll be back.
Right.
Now it's gone. Is it still there?
The jury's not there.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
I don't know why, but it seems really hot in here to me. We'll just have to do the best that we can and go from there. So what I'll do is, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Wait, I thought we were not having him on the witness stand.
To authenticate the voices on the.
Oh my gosh, look at her. She's so big. She got so big. Look at her. She's like, wait down, Mama. Look how big she is. She's ginormous.
It is what it is.
I've been feeding her well, way too much.
Are you okay, Beck?
Yes.
Okay.
Does seem warmer than this morning.
A lot warmer than this morning.
I thought we weren't having him on the stand again.
And it's like a meat locker in my
Can we
chamber.
discuss that, Your Honor?
Well, I think they said just for a little bit so we could ask him who
Who's
is
speaking?
speaking. Yeah.
Is this your creepy ex-wife? Yes, Your Honor. Okay.
Right.
It's the bane of your existence? Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. That's her. That's her. Wanted him on the stand for more questions. Yep. You want to get out? Here you go. There you go. You got to come in or you have to go out. Which is it? Kitty, kitty.
One of my cats just refuses to have closed doors in the house.
I.
She doesn't want in. She doesn't want out. She just doesn't want the door closed.
She wants the option.
Yep.
I'm keeping my options open.
All those options open. Dang it.
Oh, I think that's where she's at because she's just kind of hanging out right in the doorway, and I need to close the door. If I close it, she's gonna whine outside of it, though.
Yep.
Come on, kitty, kitty, kitty.
She's like, nope.
Not gonna happen. I'm gonna
Gonna
play
need to be everywhere.
Words for the jury, please.
All right. When I was watching on that Channel 9, which I don't know if it's fair use or not, so I didn't.
Thank you. May all be seated.
Yeah, I don't know what they would do.
But
record should reflect the jury has
hold on, I'll wait.
Okay.
You could.
Break, we were getting ready to start listening to some audio recordings of telephone calls. That's where we will resume, Mr. Allen.
And sorry.
Hairball.
What I would like to do before we actually jump into those phone calls is clean up some of the timeline, any confusion, Judge. And what I want to start with first is showing the Mr. Stauch, People's Exhibit number 32. May I approach?
32. That was not one that was, so that's new.
That's new.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I heard it's a text message. Debbie, a nap sounds great.
Take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit number 32. Flip through it, and then let me know when you're familiar with it.
Oh, what I was saying is that you could see the TV and you could see the exhibits.
Oh, really?
On that channel, yeah. You could, I mean, you couldn't see them clearly because it was like a side angle, but you could see it, and I'm
But
like,
it's a different angle. Yeah.
yeah. And so I'm like, do I go over there? I don't know if it's fair use though, so I don't know. I'll have to
don't know.
do some research and see if
Yeah.
I,
Just look that through? Yeah, I've looked at them. Kind of thumbed through it.
they'll copyright claim the video if not.
They might. Yeah.
Speaking, it's multiple text message threads between myself and the defendant.
On the outside cover of that binder, does it have sort of a key on it that tells us what we're looking at inside the binder?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it have a blue box with your phone number above it?
It does.
And again, just to remind the jury, what is your phone number?
843-478-6714.
And then the other side of that, cover
Everybody
sheet, does it have a
text
green
them.
box? That was by a defendant's text
Just kidding.
message.
It does.
And does it have her phone number also?
They
listed?
usually,
Yes, sir.
I guess it's live, but they usually bleep that out.
655-7460.
In the date range, so you'd have to go to the very first text message in that binder and then look at the very last text message in that binder. The first one, is that on January 26, 2020?
Yes, sir.
What time? Should have the time on it.
I have a timestamp of 12:59:05.
And then the very last text message,
January 29th at 8:16:48.
say that time again, I'm sorry.
It says 8:16:48.
So 48 seconds.
48 seconds, yes.
Yes, okay. Are those fair and accurate, basically depictions of your text messages between the defendant and yourself for that timeline, January 26, 2020 through January 29th, 2020?
Yes, what I've seen so far, yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I've moved for admission of Peoples 32.
Defense?
I'm finding that they use this exhibit to refresh his recollections, the time, dates, and so forth. No proper foundation has been laid as far as the admission of the, as far as where these text messages came from.
Dude, you're gonna have to deal with it.
They'll probably be laid for a different witness later on.
Right.
I don't have Exhibit 32, so all I know is that they're
Oh.
generally described as text messages. Let me see them. And that's accurate. I don't have 32, right?
No,
Okay.
what you have is photographs.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay.
So,
He's like, Your Honor, my client's an idiot who never should have texted her ex.
Exactly.
Can I object on those grounds?
Nope.
Nope.
The defense just hasn't came back. Like we're literally starting without him.
Wow. Well, that's rude.
I didn't realize they could even
They're
do
not,
that.
they're not supposed to just do that. Or they maybe
Oh, okay. Are they just up there?
they must be up there with him.
Yeah. Okay. I'm like, what?
Oh, keep panning. Pan right, pan right. Nope.
Nope. Yeah, it's like off
Mr.
to
Allen?
the right there.
so Mr. Stauch, how do you know what those are?
Just some of the ones I've looked at so far come back to my mind of text messages and conversations myself and the defendant had in this general time frame.
Did you receive those on your personal cell phone that is signified by the phone number on the front cover of that sheet?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
And the number that they are attributed to as to coming from, is that from essentially what you understand as the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 32 is admitted.
If you, I'm not going to have all of these displayed on the screen, Mr. Stauch, because it would be obviously a lot of text messages there. But can you flip to January 27th at 2:48 a.m.?
In the morning? Holy moly. Middle of the
You'll have
night.
to look at the time and date stamp, so that'd be closer to the front.
What is January 27th?
27th, right?
2:48 a.m.
So he was texting
Uh,
dad on his way back home.
He went.
'Cause he was out of town between the 25th and the 28th,
I
right?
see a text message from the defendant's phone at 2:48 a.m. on January 27th.
Yes, sir.
I think.
What does that text message say that was sent to you?
It says he is in the bathroom again and blood coming out butthole, and he is crying about going to school tomorrow like this. And he is still upset about the candle accident. I told him it's fine.
No,
and
she
as long
didn't.
as he was okay, not to worry about something minor we can fix, and let's worry about his stomach hurting.
If you have blood
So
coming out of
the
your
text
bottom
message, in your mind,
at 11,
he
Day.
is. Who is the he is in that text message?
Gannon.
How do you know that?
Is the only he in the house?
I don't know if it's in these text message thread, but we had discussed his that specific stomach incident previously already in this general time frame.
Okay.
About the
So
dog.
based on context, you were able to determine that, at least from the defendant's phone, is a text saying that Gannon is bleeding out of his butt.
Yes.
Had that ever occurred before?
If there was any, so he, and I mentioned this previously, he did have a stomach issue where he'd get severely constipated and would have, that'd be too graphic, but have, some large pieces of stool that was hard to pass. And he may have a little bit of blood in the stool
Oh,
but
okay.
he would never bleed, like gush or drip or anything like that. It would just be a drop or something.
You made it sound like worse.
So nothing serious like this.
Okay. Can you find a text at 8:10 a.m. that has a reference to lighting a candle, Gannon lighting a candle?
What date, Mr. Allen?
Same day.
Same day.
If I change the day, I'll tell you, but
Okay.
8:10 a.m.
Thank you. 8:10 a.m.
That was sent at 2:00 in the morning, and the little boy was on the toilet 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I think he was already, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, do you generally remember getting a text from the defendant's phone referencing that Gannon lit a candle because because of the smell from poop?
Yes, I remember that.
Was that odd to you that purportedly Gannon would light a candle?
Yeah, I don't remember him ever playing or lighting candles on his own accord. If he was directed to, maybe, but never, going in his own.
What 11-year-old boy worries about that?
None.
None.
It's the whole point of being an 11-year-old boy, to make him smell bad.
Exactly.
Right?
Next thing I want to ask you about is, were you aware from the defendant about the defendant taking Gannon and Lena hiking at Garden of the Gods on the 26th?
A day before.
What did the defendant tell you about that hiking trip?
I believe there was some talk about him pooping in his pants or having an accident during that hiking, somewhere in that afternoon that they went hiking.
Whoa.
Did the defendant express any frustration with
So
that?
he's constipated 1 minute, and the next minute
I don't know if frustration's right. I don't remember what the feeling was that she displayed, but there was a conversation about it.
Well, how would you characterize the way that she
I
was
think she's making stuff up.
to you?
Oh, completely.
Yeah, I guess
100%.
I just know that it was always a frustrating or she didn't like to have to clean it up or deal with that part of Gannon.
Having to clean up after?
Yeah, when he had an accident.
Okay. And then we already had previously talked about, you got a text message on the 28th in the morning, 2 text messages actually with those pictures of Gannon in bed.
From the bedroom, yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you got back to Colorado from Oklahoma, did you meet with detectives at a Starbucks?
Yes, the Starbucks in Fountain, yes, sir.
Was that on January 28th, 2020? So
Tuesday, yes, sir. It was Tuesday the 28th, yes, sir.
okay. Who was with you when you went to that Starbucks?
Myself and the defendant. I mean, and then whatever detectives were there. I don't remember specifically. I think there was 2 or 3, but
Okay.
As far as our side goes, it was myself and the defendant.
The phone that we admitted earlier, Gannon's phone, is that when you gave that phone to the detectives so that they could use it for investigative purposes?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically when I turned it over to them.
Okay. What did you tell the detectives at that time?
Um,
And I'm asking you in a general sense. Obviously, you probably don't remember word for word.
Yeah, I know. We're working through he's missing and what we had done so far, I think, and what I knew about what I had done as far as like.
What happened? What happened to the volume?
Okay.
When you
Oh.
say
There we go.
Oh, did it go away?
Yeah, it's back.
Of he being missing, you're talking about Gannon,
Yes, sir.
just for the record again. Were you sitting at the same table as the defendant during that time?
We were sitting side by side. Yes, sir.
Were you able to hear what she was telling to the detectives?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell the detectives about Gannon's disappearance?
I don't remember specifically, but it was all centered around him being missing or running away, not coming home. That the storyline up to that point.
Well, okay, so what we had talked about earlier was that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home.
Right. Yes, sir.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
She was telling the same story at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her lawyer moved closer to her. The one lawyer,
And when
anyways.
we talked earlier about you going to the sheriff's office to give an interview, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a follow-up interview at the sheriff's office as well.
Yes, sir.
Did those both occur on January 28th?
Yes, sir.
When you went the first time, where was the defendant at that time?
I do not know. I went because
So,
okay.
Yep. So you don't know where the defendant was?
I do know.
Did she go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you tell the sheriff's office detectives during that interview?
I don't remember all the specifics. I have heard the interview, but I don't remember all the specifics. I know I was more vague with what I was telling them about mine and the defendant's relationship because I didn't. This was before I went to search for the black car, or before I went to search for the defendant's car. So I didn't really suspect anything for you. Like I mentioned previously, that black car was really, or the search for that black car was really what changed my mind about what was going on. So I was just trying to find my son at that point. I didn't think anything else really was going on. He was just missing. So once again, I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember I was more vague about whatever was going on in my life.
So again, just to make sure
Interesting.
that we're clear, the defendant didn't go with you to the sheriff's office.
No, sir.
No.
Did you reiterate basically the same story that Gannon was missing and hadn't come home?
I believe I did. Yes, sir.
And it sounds like
Saw the neighbor's camera. That's when he knew.
because of all of the things
Neighbor's
that
camera footage. That's when he really knew.
Yeah, I
It
agree.
was after that, based on the way you just said that you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School?
Yeah, like I said this morning, I left that first interview, went home, checked on the girls, and then went out to search again to Walmart, looking,
She had
playing
some
a
terrible
game
Google
or whatever.
searches, too.
Then it hit me to go look for the car at French Elementary School. Wasn't there, and I didn't get too far out of the parking lot of French before I called. I think I got a hold of Bethel, was who it was, and said, "Hey, something's wrong." And I was actually freaking out pretty hard, and they're like, "Calm down, just come back downtown." And that's when I did the second interview.
So
Because he couldn't find the car.
you
Yeah.
left in the car at
Because
French,
she said she rented that Kia.
as you just now described it, to freak out.
To save miles. Yeah.
It was a flat out lie, in my estimation. That's my perspective.
Right.
Because
It was
she
a
said
flat
I
out
was
lie.
never told
There,
me
yeah.
the car. And a few other things, and once again, I don't want to get into hearsay, but things I didn't see that people had told me. I was putting all these pieces together, and then that was the first lie.
Man.
In my mind, I confirmed.
So yeah.
I'm trying.
So
Aw.
there's a lot.
He's
here.
like, I'm trying. Aw.
Obviously, we're talking about your son, and understand that this is a stressful moment for you. Having to recollect
Understatement.
3 years ago.
What's with this one? Stand up, sit down.
Just answer that question, okay? When you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School, did you find it?
No.
Did that cause you to change your opinion as to, along with other things like you said this morning, as to the nature of Gannon's disappearance?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
When you went to the sheriff's office that second time, so later in the evening on January 28th, did you specifically tell the detectives what you thought was in the defendant's car based on the information you had.
Yeah, I made a statement to them about, they asked me that question and I just replied with what I thought I was going to find in the car.
What did you think you were going to find if you found the car?
I think my hope was to find Gannon. That was the whole point of searching, was to find Gannon.
So you thought Gannon might be in that car?
I had no clue, but that's what I said to them. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then if you can flip in those text messages to January 29th at 7:19 a.m.
Sir, I believe I'm here.
Do you see text messages on that time frame from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any text messages wherein you're getting text messages about a rape?
About what?
Rape.
Eeks.
You said January 29th, 7:20 a.m. or
7:19 a.m. We're not publishing. Oh, you did. Oh, sorry. I thought we did it, Judge.
No, it was me.
I don't.
And as always the case with technology, now the screen is black on this computer.
Yes, it is. So annoying.
So while I'm trying to get this computer up, Mr. Stauch, do you remember when it was that you were notified from the defendant about a rape story? I'm not asking you to look at the text message.
Yes, absolutely. It's in relation to
Jeanette, I hope she does take
talk to her in
the stand.
through the text message. As I stated this morning, I was sleeping on the couch. She was in the bedroom, and then I finally gave in and went in and accepted her request to talk, and that's when she started telling the first rape story.
The first
What
one.
did she tell you about each story?
It's pretty bad when you got to qualify it.
I
The
know.
story was, like I said, she had got raped. The person, there was, not just the sexual part, but she had been beat up or whatever. And then Gannon also had been beat up and
No bruises, I'm sure.
burns and all that stuff.
No, and they offered to
And then Gannon was
do a
taken by this
forensic evaluation with a professional nurse, and she turned them down.
bedroom, and that she cleaned up the mess. And I think that was the brunt of the first version of the story.
She said she met Eduardo at a residential construction site. Found him to fix the carpet.
Because that's how everybody talks.
Yeah.
Met him at a residential construction site.
Yeah. I was trolling those kind of sites.
Rape had occurred.
Yes, sir. I think you were messing with computers, but
Yeah.
it happened in.
It was.
Yeah, absolutely. She said it specifically happened in Gannon's bedroom.
She's such a liar.
It happened in the basement.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
His bedroom was in the basement, wasn't it?
Prior to
Yeah,
the first
it
rape
was.
Story, I
No,
did.
My
yes.
bad.
What I'm saying is, you were describing that you were in the living room sleeping on the couch. I think you said that she was inside the bedroom texting you.
Yes.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yes, sir. Prior to her starting the rape story.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got enough computers. here.
Truly, holy water at your screen.
I know, right?
You would be fun at a party.
What were the meeting like when you went into bed?
She seemed a little frantic, I mean, that's the best way to put it. Just frantic and, but I don't know any way to describe it. It was just kind of all over the place.
Well, let me ask
Freaking
you
out,
this.
but-
Let me ask you this specifically. Did she appear to be crying?
No, sir.
What about her voice inflections? What was her voice doing?
I mean, it seemed normal, not normal, but it seemed, I mean, she was frantic, like I said, and freaking out. So it was kind of rushed, and, you know, she was telling me about how she got raped, allegedly, so.
What did you do with that information now that you're hearing this for the first time, that there's potentially a rape that had occurred in Gannon's bedroom?
So 3 specific things. Well, before those, first I asked her to stay in the room, then I'd be right back. My mom and my sister had slept the night before in Gannon's room, so I immediately went and told them they need to get all their stuff and get out.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize they slept in.
I don't know what all I specifically told them. I just said this.
Oh my God, he believed her.
I think I notified the authorities to some degree.
Oh my God.
I went and got all of the weapons in my house and basically confiscated them and put them in my truck and locked them. Made sure I had the key. I think, my one Smith & Wesson 9mm compact, I handed to Landon's brother, just for safety, and I keep it on his side. I trusted him. He's like a jailer or a police officer or something. So,
All right. So let me break in there for just a moment.
Slow down.
You went to gather all the weapons. Are you talking about those firearms that you
I
described?
cannot believe he believed her.
one of them
Jesus.
had specific
I
weapons
know.
that were mine, registered to
Poor
me.
guy.
I went back and asked her, said, I need you to
Who
hit,
is her?
excuse me, the defendant.
Okay.
Went back directly to the defendant, said, I need the ones that are in her name, which the 12-gauge shotgun and one of the pistols possibly. And I said, you don't have to because they're yours, but I need these and I'll put them away for safekeepings right now. And she did. She complied, and I went and put those in the truck as well.
So what was in your mind? Why did you think you needed to lock up the firearms?
Why did he ask? That just seems like a no-brainer.
First impression was a bullshit story, and that something else was going on, and something happened in the bedroom that I just wasn't sure. And I guess it's my military training. I don't know, but safety was the first priority for everybody. So get all the weapons out of the house, put them somewhere safe, and then I went back and talked to her.
What did you do after you?
Sorry.
I went back and directly went straight to her and asked her to retell me the story.
Who else was in the bedroom at that time?
Landon was also in there.
Well, I bet she loved that.
Did the
Yes, I
defendant?
want your ex-wife in here while I make up this
that
tale.
injured as a
I always get Landon and Lainey
along with this rape.
confused.
Anything about blood?
The daughter and the
Say
mom.
about blood.
I'm like, is that the daughter or the mom? Which one?
Involved in the rape and the beatings that they both supposedly took. That there was just blood everywhere. Her blood and his blood.
Did she say what she had done in regard to that blood?
Yes, she said she had cleaned it up.
She looks like she's fallen asleep.
Did she describe any blood on bed sheets?
Definitely hiding.
I believe so. I don't want to say specifically yes, but I believe she did.
Okay. I want to jump ahead to January 31st. You remember sharing some text messages about her coming back to the house, so this would be after she'd moved out, to collect things from the house. Or phone calls.
So let me clarify this. You said after she had physically moved out, or came and got her stuff and moved out?
Where she had physically removed herself from the house, but wanted to come back and get her belongings.
I just want to clarify. Yes, yeah, absolutely. There was multiple phone calls and text messages throughout those few days. And I remember specifically we scheduled a time for her to come, and I scheduled a time that way I could ensure a deputy would be there to kind of monitor the situation. Because it became very volatile by that point.
So did the defendant in fact come to the house?
Not on that first time. I think it was the second scheduled time, but she did.
Who did she come with?
The defendant came with, herself. Harley came, her mother, and her brother, Dakota Lowry.
What is her mother's name?
Deborah. I don't remember. I don't know exactly.
Okay.
What his name is.
Deborah. When he says violent,
And I'm not asking you to
volatile,
tell
I
us
wonder.
anything that Harley said, but how was Harley acting during this time?
Very reserved, I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah, she's on the right with the blue shirt. Yes.
As far as people that were already in the house at that time, not talking about who came with the defendant, but who was at the house, separate from that group, who was at the house?
My brother Les, Stauch. I think Landon would have been there, and Veronica, the deputy. Veronica being Landon's aunt, to clarify. Whichever deputy, I think it was Berklich. I'm not 100% sure. I was there, of course. I think my sister Becky would have been there as well. Rebecca Lynn. I think that's it.
Where was Lena?
Elena as well. Yeah, Elena was there. Thank you.
Were you watching what stuff was being carried in and out of the house?
I stayed in two main areas. I stayed in the kitchen for a while, so I did see, when I say traffic, coming up and down the stairs from Harley's room, bringing stuff. And then I went into the bedroom at one point while Tisha was gathering some of her belongings. And I do remember the deputy followed me in there. He was in there as well the whole time I was in there with Tisha. So, the defendant, excuse me.
So that suitcase that we talked about earlier, that green suitcase, did you ever see that come out of the house on that day?
No, sir.
Did you ever see it come out of the house in relation to this investigation?
No, sir.
Was the suitcase there after she was gone? No.
I wonder when she got it out of there, though.
You wonder if it was around that 2:48 time frame when she was texting him.
Once she moved her belongings out of the house on January 31st, how would you communicate with the defendant after that?
Through text message, there may have been, and I'm speaking in between the period before I started the pretext phone calls. There was text messages and I believe some emails and possibly some phone calls as well. I don't remember specifically, but any version of those three, I think, were in play.
What about in-person conversations?
I don't believe I ever saw her again after she left until I saw her in the courtroom.
Okay.
Wow.
Did, during that particular time frame, so from January 31st until we start into these pretext phone calls, did the statements that the defendant was telling you about what happened again and ever change?
Yes, they changed in, yes.
In what ways did they change?
Different people were accused, something happened again and at different places, I think I'm mixing up some of the pretext stuff too. So I'm trying, I don't know, but yeah, there was different stories told.
Okay.
So.
And so we're going to get into the pretext phone calls, obviously, and that we'll actually be able to hear those things. What I'm trying to do is just get into what you're thinking happened based on what you're hearing from the defendant. And so you said that there was different names being mentioned. It's a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any of those names now?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was Eduardo. Some version of that. There was another name. I don't think it came into play until the pretext. Quincy Brown. I think that's when
Quincy
that
Brown.
came into
That's
play.
what I couldn't
So
remember.
let me back up and stop you there. In relation to the name that you just said, Eduardo. That's a yes or no?
Yes.
What did she tell you about Eduardo?
So I'll be honest, I'm having trouble. I think all the different versions are mixed
He
together.
can't keep her lies straight.
Right.
I know there
Right.
was a story that the defendant told me about. There was a man in the neighborhood, a carpet guy.
Let me ask you specifically about that.
Please.
Did she give you a statement about her allowing a man from the neighborhood that was a construction worker into the house to fix the carpet?
I think the story was she gave him the code. But yeah, somehow he got in the house.
The question is, did she tell you a story with those sort of details in it?
Yes.
Okay. What was the story that she told you in relation to that?
Like I just said, I think it involved in that specific one that she gave him the code of the garage and he came in. I'm kind of at a loss on that, Mike. Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Did you know anybody by that name?
Absolutely not. No, I don't believe.
Did she allege that that's the person that raped her in the first time that she tells the story?
Yes.
Okay.
Who comes up with these stories? Good Lord. Well, I guess.
Well, I suppose the question is, why didn't she realize that the entire world has cameras, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole he went to a friend's house wasn't going to work, but she was Googling what first steps are the police going to take to look for a runaway child.
We have to.
She was already trying to set up a runaway.
Oh, yeah.
That
Earlier.
first pretext phone call. Which is People's Exhibit number 35, previously admitted. Who was on that particular phone call?
It would have been
It's
myself.
not, it's not tricky.
Yeah, it's
myself
myself
on
and the
that.
defendant. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's other people that are feeding you information to ask them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at this point, I would ask you permission to publish People's Exhibit 35, this is that longer phone call, an hour and 57 minutes.
An hour and
Essentially, what you'll need to do is-
Whoa.
And the other, you'll just have to tell, for purposes of the record, what it is that you're doing.
And what I intend to do, Judge, is play it for just a second so we can hear voices, have Mr. Stauch identify who those voices are, and then just let it play from that point.
Right, that's fine.
I wonder if she's going to look up when she hears her voice.
No, it could be hard not to, right?
I know. She looks like she's falling asleep.
I wonder if they're going to give them transcripts. In most cases where they have phone calls, they'll let them have transcripts and then take them away.
I think after COVID, we'll be
gotcha.
more adept at our computer skills. It's my fault.
All right. We'll have our technological issues. But it's not mine.
I'm glad it's not mine either.
What you have to do is plug it in the same way that you had it before.
Yeah, we just didn't.
It's one thing for me to have issues like that because, I'm in my room by myself, but other people watching you, I can imagine the stress.
Yeah. And they know it's being streamed.
That was my voice.
Okay.
You sure?
Sure, you should click on the actual audio when they deliberate. Okay. Invisible friends.
Hello. Hey.
What voice is that? Just defendant's voice. Okay. So, Judge, at this point, we'll just let it play. Mr. Stauch, go ahead and step in.
Get comfortable.
Why didn't you say anything?
Yeah, I said hello. It's just hard because I could get better without Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So what's up?
Oh, hungry.
You still haven't eaten anything?
No,
Huh?
no.
Why not?
money or cards. They have all that. All like debit cards, credit cards.
Who has all that?
They have it from my car. I don't have anything from my car.
You didn't have it with you?
I did. I had my purse with me, but they took my purse and they took my Apple Watch and all that. They took everything I had possession on.
Kim, is she in jail?
Just the same reason they took everything that was in my book bag and all they car. I mean, they even took the dog paperwork and my social security card and my birth certificate. My passport, which is why I can't be at the airline because that's not a passport.
You're not working at the school anymore? I thought you had the early college thing going on.
Right. They took my laptop and they took my car. I called them and said, I'm not going to get to work right now. I'm going to work on that. Sit on the car back in a day or two. I'm still waiting and I don't have a way to get to work. But that's not going to drive to Denver and I don't have a passport because I have to have my passport and my crew badge to get on the IA.
So you still
Need to help me get any of it.
who's no one, like the police or whatever?
I called the evidence department several times and just been like, can I at least get anything that deals with my everyday life of operating, like my card, my passport. There's a guy who's like, well, why do you need a passport? I said, no, it's required by FAA to have it with you at all times, or you cannot even get to the airport, can't do anything.
Yeah, you told me that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I just want to get my content like that because how am I supposed to work if I don't have any of it?
Yeah, I know.
Placed on hold. Please wait for your contact to return.
Hello? Where?
Coward is right.
Hello? What happened?
The Wi-Fi, I don't have a number, so the Wi-Fi just died. So I had to use this Indian dude's phone number here to call you back on because I don't have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Anyway, so like, what happened into that stuff? So I'm not trying to purposely not go to work, not do anything. I just need help obtaining any of it to even do anything.
Well, I'm having trouble too because they still freaking got my truck and you know how I have those badges I got to get in?
Yeah.
I can't freaking get into my secure part of my job, so I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing either. So it's freaking driving me nuts.
So like the people are fussing at Harley because she needs her high school diploma and she needs a report with her ID, social, high school diploma, and I'm trying to explain to them what's going on. And like I just can't get any help because she's supposed to be there every week on base doing stuff. She leaves in 28 days.
For basic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did anything ever happen with that job? That new MOS?
Yeah, the guy wants to talk to her about it. That's why he told her, he said to come in, but we didn't have a way, so we explained that to him. So we didn't have a way. We don't have a way to get on base because they have IDs. They have everything. It's in the book bags, everything.
Okay. What were you talking? What is C? What was that thing you said you called? I just popped in my head. CIB or something?
Yeah, you guys, I'm trying to talk to you about like help, and I'm not downing or talking about anyone, but they don't need to be the lead agency if they're not going to lead. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigations can even look at it from a different approach. So I called the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and I talked to someone and they're going to call me back.
What did you tell them?
I didn't say anything bad about anyone. I just said there's a lot of key things that they're choosing to leave out. And I said it's becoming a witch hunt after one person. I said when they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not even following what credible things that I've told them. They want tips from the public, but the public was not there.
Well, what credible things have you told them? That's what in our emails I'm trying to, and I know you said you were waiting to talk to me and everything, but what is it that you've told them? Because I know we had some, uncertainty about some of the things initially. That's fine, but like, what is it that you told them that they're not looking at? What is can you walk me through it? I know I asked you for that timeline.
I can't breathe. Give me 1 second.
Take your time. Just try to get some deep breaths.
Just trying to put the window down. Stupid thing because it's hot. And like I'm having to run into people I don't even freaking know. They could be mad killers and shit to be like, hey, can I use your phone? Hey, can I sit in your car for a minute? Hey, do you think I could drive your car to the store?
I know I'm starting to feel some heat too. Like I told you when I went to Bass Pro Shop last night, I wanted to get some clothes, but I was trying to hope to run into you on the north end, like you said you were out there. But well, like I said, I was just trying to hope to bump into you or something. But I feel like I'm having to hide now. That's why I went and got some redneck clothes, the clothes that you don't like, because all those nice clothes I have at the house that you got me, I would just stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm just trying to hide too.
I don't know how long you got, but I just wanted to start with you for Saturday what I have.
Okay. Listen, I scooted away for lunch, so probably an hour and a half, so we got plenty of time.
All right. What do you mean scooted away for lunch? You don't have a car?
Yeah, I got a rental car. Uncle Jeff helped me out with a rental car, but I just had to get away from all them people, like I've been telling you. It's just crazy. So.
You staying by yourself?
Me and Uncle Jeff.
Okay, so your Uncle Jeff is there with you.
Yeah, it's been me with my family members the whole time. So
how long can your Uncle Jeff stay?
I have no clue. It's people been kind of jumping in and out, but.
I just didn't want you to be by yourself because I've been trying to be with you because I don't think that you should be by yourself with them because it's a bunch of vultures. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm starting to slowly see that. So, but yeah, just timeline. I want to hear your timeline so I can try to make stuff.
Saturday. Okay, you said you wouldn't question. You would just listen.
Saturday. Hold on, Tisha. Saturday. What do you mean Saturday? Right before me and Mama left. Saturday.
You left.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So this is the paper I have. I had to get it notarized because that's what that guy said to do. Right after whoever found this and took his car, that's where we get left from, was the attorney. But anyway. Hi. So I would just go through certain things. I'm not going to read it verbatim how he did it because it would be more in long terms. But, Q1, Albert is not left for Denver. Put DEN in there. Got the house cleaned up. She helped with stuff. Helped me get stuff out of his car. Gannon's always barefooted because that was something that he asked me. Even taking the trash out, things like that. He took the trash out. He stepped on something in the garage. So my car parked. You had those boards that were underneath my car, right?
Yeah.
Was going to go help because he was saying that there was some kind of piece out there that was going to help me. You know the little zip ties that you have on things and it's hard to get off?
Yeah.
So he knew it was something that to go pop this off. So he was going to go get it because I had bought them some things from the clearance store. Alright, so he and they cut his foot on those boards. We flipped the boards over because we were freaking
2x4s that I have, like, that you drive over to park in the garage? Yeah, yeah.
So I went in, sit down in the back of the car. You know how funny I am about my car. But although we just bandaged it up, whatever. We did was stick a bandage on it, whatever. I said something to him about, again, you gotta quit coming out here barefooted, which I do the same thing. I take dogs out barefoot anyway.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you, hold on, wait a second. I'm just thinking here, and I'm going to listen to everything. Just something that popped in my head. He always goes out the front door to do the trash. That's so weird.
He was helping me unload. I had bought them a bunch of stuff in the clearance store. If you look in the garage.
I got you. Okay, I thought you said take out the trash. I'm sorry.
Let me explain this to you. There's 2 bags that was put in the garage because I had put a bunch of stuff in there. I would have bought them a bunch of cloth that went on sale from the clearance store because they were changing over to like warm weather stuff. But obviously in Colorado, you can still wear the cold weather stuff. I saw Lena online wearing, so therefore I knew it was in the house. Anyway, so my point was, he was really, helping me out, whatever, just talking to me about something. Who knows what he was talking about? He tells me about video games. I listen, but I don't understand them. Anyway, so he was bleeding on his foot, and we turned the boards over. Because I was like, I don't know, someone's going to freak out, because these are the boards. He says, don't you get oil on my car, don't drip on my car, whatever. Right. So, during this time frame, Gannon was supposed to be taking the trash out. I said, you might as well take out, recycle, whatever. But Gannon kept going to the gate with nothing. And I kept saying, why are you going to the gate? He was like, I'm going to make sure the gate is locked. Well, okay, this is the first I known. I knew we were talking about locking the gate, but I didn't know Gannon had the key. I thought maybe you just had the key yourself, whatever. I didn't know Gannon had the key.
Babe, he didn't, but hold on. The key was in our room and on top of the dresser the whole time. Remember, he kept.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention or remember.
All right.
So he kept going out there with the key and saying that he was checking to make sure the gate was locked. Okay, without a doubt, maybe he was, because we had talked about making sure that gate was locked, or talking to somebody. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I know I got on him about, hey, doing this.
Yeah.
So underneath there was a rug. That rug that we stepped out on, it was a rug that was blood on it. I walked on it, and I was like, yeah, we probably should just throw this away and find a new rug to put out here. So
what rug are you talking about again? So the one in the garage?
Right.
Yeah.
When you step down, there's a rug. I said, we probably should just throw this away. Because we can always just get another piece or another rug, or I'll go to Dollar Tree and get a rug, whatever.
I got you.
Okay, so that was that. It says, then on the next section, it says, I replaced rug, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yep, down. Okay. And then it says, he came out, and he immediately ran downstairs to the room. So then I kept going down there, because his door was locked. He said he was keeping Lena out, which, again, I didn't question, because they always get where 1 minute they want to play with each other, next minute they're like, get out. Okay. So then I sat on the sofa and put on the pillow talkies because I was going to ride the bike again because my friends had said they were going to redo a later time that we could do the bike. Gannon kept coming in there saying, are you going to stay here? Are you going to stay on here? Are you going to stay on here? So I took it as if he was like excited I was going to stay down there and, just be able to run around and do whatever. But then I had to go upstairs and help Lena, yada, yada, yada. I got on my statement, it says I was back and forth, but came back when I heard a loud noise. So there was a loud noise that happened downstairs. So of course, I run back downstairs and realized, or so I thought, was a box or something fell over in the storage room. Sounded like something was really loud in the storage room, but I assumed that it was a box. Gannon had his door locked, so I knocked on the door. Of course, I'm like, hello, because I hear a loud noise. And so he opened and said I couldn't come in. And I was laughing. I'm like, why? And he told me he was doing something. I don't remember what he told me he was building. I'm sure it was something about the toy cons or Joy-Cons or whatever. I didn't think anything of it. Just, okay, he's building something, whatever. But there was a loud noise, and he was in his room. So then, his stomach started hurting a little bit or whatever. So I told him to come upstairs. I had special ice cream. I had his Cheeto-like pops. I had already went and bought them because I thought, this time of year, this is when I got the like, you were already, going on. You probably already got the plane. We all laid down, right?
Right.
What about Saturday?
Yeah. Christopher.
Monday, right? Monday, we talked to you in the morning. Remember I told you, I sent you a few messages, and I was like, hey, we might go on a hike, whatever. Everyone's going to get dressed, Then suddenly we saw the news about Kobe Bryant. So then, of course, that delayed it because I'm sitting on the sofa crying, trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, Kobe died. Is this true? Remember I messaged you. We talked back and forth about it, whatever.
Yeah, I had just gotten to the airport at Lawton when you told me that.
Right. So Gannon hadn't talked at all. I mean, Gannon didn't know who Kobe was. Or maybe he knew from, like, hearing it, but didn't really know who Kobe was. He just noticed that I was sitting there, like, crying, like, oh my God, like, upset. And we were sitting there talking about it. So I was telling him that, hey, Kobe has a lot of daughters. He only had sisters. Gannon went over the whole, like, I don't want you thinking this is irrelevant because I want you to think of anything that I say that might have triggered something.
Yeah, right. I'm listening very closely.
But then we were talking about the daughters, and I was like, yeah, he always wanted a boy, but he never could have a boy. He had daughters, blah, blah. So then I let him in on a little secret, which I already told you over email what it was. Okay, I don't need to say it again. You already know. So me and him were talking about that. He was kind of like, really? And I told him, I said, yeah, like I lost a lot of babies. I said, it was kind of hard. I said, you want one thing and it don't ever happen. I felt like I was in a situation to talk again about this because you're upset kind of about Kobe. And so I was like, I'm telling you because I know that you'll be able to pray and keep a secret. And we were like, kind of being silly about, this is a secret we have to each other. We'll tell Daddy, yada, yada, yada. So we sat there and talked about that for a little bit. So then Holly got called into work. So I was like, crap. We had everything packed, ready to go on a hike, had spaghetti, had everything. We were going to plan on staying for a while and then go get dinner. Well, she got called on the hike. So we decided to take 2 hikes. So this is where all this confusion comes with hike. Harley went, hike, Harley not went. So we took the dogs on a hike through the trails in Lorson Range. So if you leave out of our neighborhood, go out to the side, go up to the little whatever, you could take the dogs on a trail, come back, yada yada. So that's what we did first. Came back, and it had his water pack. I'm sure you saw the pictures online from Garden of God that some other creeper people took. He had his water pack on his back or whatever, so we got ready for round 2. So hike 2 was Garden of the Gods. So then it says Garden of the Gods was our hike 2. So we went about 2 miles in, lots of talking about things. He asked me, did I know any of his mommy's friends from Coastal? It was a random thought process. So I just figured he was trying to be curious about it. I said, and did I remember Brian? And we laughed about some new friend named Mike too. So we were just having this conversation about who these people were. And I was like, I don't know anybody named Brian, and I don't know anybody named Mike too. I guess the new Mike or whatever. All right, so Gannon's stomach hurt, and he was, Gannon's stomach hurt. And most of the night he had a stomach ache, and he tried to lay down and poop and some of that. So during this time, I'm messaging you, which you're probably tired, jet lag, whatever. Like, hey, Gannon's stomach's hurting, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If it happened regularly, he would get, whatever. He asked me about the bath salts. No, I hadn't talked to you about it yet, didn't know whatever. He took a bath, and then I gave him a bath salt, because I thought, maybe this ought to be clean. Whatever. I didn't know any of that. So then, next section. Alright, so then the next section was, I don't remember exactly who took the bath first, but everybody had their bath. Everybody was doing their own thing. Gannon was like, going back in his room. I said, okay. So then here's my next step. Alright, Albert had grounded Gannon from the switch. I understand it. He said he was still grounded, but he could get off, the next day. He'd been in his room most of the night. I knocked on the door. He said he was playing with Grayson. I ain't never heard of fucking Grayson before in my life. So again.
Grayson? He said Grayson?
He said Grayson.
Okay.
So in my mind, I thought, who the hell's Grayson? But I didn't see anybody in the room. Obviously, I weren't looking under beds or anything like that. Honestly, I thought, those kids at 11 still have imaginary friends? Or are they talking? Is he talking to somebody online? Because he's not supposed to have, like technology.
Yeah, right.
I
I said right, yeah.
didn't say anything else. I just said, oh yeah, very cool. Grace and I said hi. Because I went off about business, didn't see anything. But later on, I don't know the exact approximate time, but I saw he was on the sofa. And I was like talking to him. I was like, oh, you want to sleep out here tonight?
Oh, what, downstairs sofa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm like talking to him about tonight, whatever. He told me that his Uncle Matt was going to finish it. I don't know who the hell Uncle Matt is. So I was just sitting there like, okay, that's when it dawned into me that he had to be talking to someone on something, because Grayson, I had no clue who it is. Matt, I had no clue who he is. Then I was like, this can't be characters in some game, because they didn't sound like some game characters. I don't know Uncle Matt, and I don't know Grayson. So he was telling me his Uncle Matt was going to visit, and I thought, okay, trying to be sensitive to the fact that that he probably has friends, family on the other part of the country that maybe he was missing or whatever. So again, I was like, boy, yeah. So again, that's my statement. So again, I was like, boy, you need to stay off that TikTok. You're being silly. I already told him he needs to stay off the TikTok. He was being silly. All right, so I went upstairs. He was on the sofa to watch TV. I told him I'd come back later with him because he wanted to watch something on the show, but I had to get Lena ready, and I promised him I would let him stay up 30 minutes later. I said, I was upstairs, get Lena ready for bed, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, nowhere, the alarm is going off. It didn't start with anything other than the alarm. And I had laid down, I went in the room. I was sitting there with the dog. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was doing something real quick. I hear the alarm go off. So I walked in the living room, hit the alarm code in. And I was just like, and it stopped. So I thought, who in the world, was on the alarm code? And then it kept going. And then it started fire. It was yelling loud, fire, 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 fire. And I'm just like, fire? And I look around. See any flipping fire anywhere. So as this goes on, I'm like, okay, so put it in again, it stops. So I'm like, okay, I might get on the phone with ADT because something's wrong with this thing. Remember when we were out of town, the neighbor said she smelled gas and her thing was going off, but then they didn't find anything?
Yeah, right.
So I was thinking maybe it's something to do with this. So that was how my whole process was. So then, at that point, I was like, the carbon to make my outside thing started beeping. And I ran in there when Lena was at, and I said, Lena, are you asleep? Because I knew, unless I was under some adrenaline rush, and this is not being mean, he would just pick Lena up and yank her out of bed. But luckily, she hadn't fell asleep all the way. I said, Lena, because I thought I was being crazy. I said, you hear that? It said fire, right? She's like, yes. And so I grabbed Lena, on her outside, on her with the dogs, give her the keys to the truck, throw them in the truck, and I run back inside. Still don't know anything, and then remember, oh my God, Gannon. Sorry that for a second I hadn't remembered that because I was trying to still figure out where the heck I'm doing that. So I run back downstairs and realized that there's something downstairs I couldn't get. I was coughing and choking and couldn't get through the smoke line. Run back to the garage. You had these little mouthpieces that you could put over your mouth.
Yeah, dust protectors.
So I grabbed one of those, put it over my mouth, ran back downstairs, and when I ran back downstairs, Gannon was still asleep, not knowing this was going on, and there was fire. I took the cover. There was a whole bunch of tons of cover that was inside that little tan thing, and Gannon had on or whatever, and I just jumped on him. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. If it was the wrong thing to do, I'm sorry. But I just jumped on it and kept jumping on it, and Gannon was right in one of the covers. So Gannon did burn his arms. It wasn't bad. It was like how you get a little bit of oil on it, and it's just underneath the skin, and as long as y'all peel it, it's fine.
Yeah, but hey, Tisha, which arm was it? Both arms or this inside? I mean, but how was it? So I remember we talked about that before a little bit, but we never got it.
I feel like it was across the arms. Like, I feel like it was, and I told the investigators this. I said, and I don't want to skip to this part, miss this part. Remind me that. I say this later. I told the investigators later that I said, I thought we should have looked a little more in depth at his arm.
What if he's hurt? Yeah.
Because it could have been, you know, like, he wasn't complaining like, oh, it's hurting. He wasn't saying anything along those lines, but I should have looked a little bit more in depth. Honestly, we ran. So we ran out. I'm sure they got the footage of us. Me running out first because Gannon was grabbing his cover, running out behind him because he was filming.
Hey, what time was this so I can maybe tell somebody to look at the footage?
Well, I mean, I told them originally, I don't have access to the ADT now, but because the ADT said it had an alert for fire. So I would imagine whenever that alert went off from ADT, it would have been within that few minutes.
Yeah,
like,
fine, I got you.
15 minutes.
Hey, tell me about it. So I'm really concerned about these burns because, you know, he's freaking hurt. Like what were they big? Were they small? Like what was it? Was it from the candle wax or what?
Let me get to that part. It's not going to worry you in a minute when I get to that part.
Okay, because I'm freaking out right now because
Not gonna worry you.
When he runs to the car, he runs in because I'm running. He's running behind me. I'm jumping your truck. The only reason jumping your truck is the keys were landing.
okay.
You're jumping your truck. He jumps in on the driver's side. He's screaming, crying, whatever. Lena's in the back seat with the two dogs. We turn your truck on, and we drive the hell off. That's why we drove off. I was freaked out because I was like, oh my God. Like, it was the carbon, it was the smoke was more scary and terrifying than actually the fire. So,
Okay.
what we did was we drove around the block, and I kind of had to be like, okay, what do I do? And I didn't call the police department. Does anybody need medical attention? So then, we go back in the house. Lena's freaked out. I put Lena in our bed. I said, Lena.
So you drove around for how long and then came back?
No, I drove around the block. Like,
Sorry. I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
yeah, I drove around like the block, like Wando, that area.
Yeah, I know.
Pulled back up in the truck. You didn't have much gas, because I hadn't put gas in your car yet. You didn't have much gas.
Right.
I process of driving was thinking, oh my God, like, I was in shock. So I pulled back in the driveway and parked. We all get back out, go inside. Lena's freaking out, crying. Lena and I are standing there looking at Dan. At that point in time, I didn't see anything on his hands, arms, or anything other than take your hand where you're holding your phone and look on the insides where the edges are. Right there had little bubbly spots. Okay? So they had bubbly spots on both sides of his arm. And I think that was from when he grabbed the cover and I was trying to grab him up and he came down with me with the cover because he was like latched onto the cover.
Yeah.
And I was trying to grab the whole cover. So from the inner part of his arm are these little bubble spots.
So you said both sides or is it just the inner parts? I'm just trying to, because this might be key information.
Both sides, left arm, right arm.
I got you. Okay, so both sides of both arms?
From what I remember, both sides of both arms, because he had, when Gannon was laying down, I grabbed him to get him up. Because I remember it was that,
oh, God.
one of the covers. I grabbed him to get him up, whatever. He gets in the car, whatever, we're talking. He's explaining to me that he thought I was coming and he was grounded from the switch. So he thought I was coming. And when he thought I was coming, he knocked over the candle.
Okay.
Because apparently he was playing the switch when he shouldn't have been playing, which is fine.
But he had the candle on the couch, I guess, right?
No, he had sitting on some kind of little, that little white thing that was sitting next to the couch.
Okay. Oh, I got you. I don't
know if the candle fell over. I don't know. I know that when I got there was a fire, and it was on his cover. So I was trying to rip the cover out of his hands to get him up and like jump on the fire. They had pictures pictures of where the burn marks on my elbow where I jumped on the fire. So we get in the car, and he's crying and screaming and telling me he's sorry and he don't want to get in trouble because of the switch. He was on the switch and he shouldn't have been on the switch. And so we drive around the block, and I'm like, it's okay, we'll figure it out. Honestly, I flipping lost my mind because I thought in my mind, like, had I not gotten downstairs when I did, had I not heard it or the alarm system or carbon monoxide or whatever, could have hit that couch. I don't know that I could have gotten the Gannon. And that was my biggest thing that my brain was sitting there like freaked out on. Come back inside. Lena's terrified. I said, Lena, lay in the bed. She's laying in the bedroom. And I was like, he doesn't want to go back to his room. I said, okay, will you lay in Lena's bed? He said yes. He started to say he was cold and had a little bit of shivers. And so I was like, Gannon, I took him and put more clothes on top of him now. Even on me, whatever. He didn't take his clothes off to go through anything, but I asked him, was he hurting? And was anything else, whatever. He told me it was just his arms. So I didn't see anything that would have thrown a flag that I had to be like, oh my God, emergency or things like that. I didn't see anything like that.
But if his arms was bubbling, that's not an emergency?
It had broke skin, like it was just like underneath. It had broke skin or whatever.
Okay. All right.
I'm like,
He's like, all right, whatever, liar.
Evaluate the situation, tomorrow and see or whatever. It wasn't burn marks like carpet burn or like, anything like that. It was bubbly. And I told them from that, I said, I honestly probably could have, got him in the car and said, hey, can you just check this out to make sure? Because my mind in his arms, I didn't see it as they did at the I just knew he was like, it's not hurting. We put aloe on it, and I assumed, okay. So then we put on the long sleeve shirt on him because he said he was kind of cold or whatever it was. He lays down in Lena's bed. Lena sleeps in my bed, our bed. Charlie comes home. I go in, and I'm telling, like, I had already prepped Charlie for what was going on. I was like, hey, don't panic when you get here. I was like, there's smoke, the house is smoky, Gannon, this happened, yada, 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 yada. I know I'm scared to go to sleep, so we both went in there and checked him again. We went in there, we gave him water, in Lena's bed. We gave him water, we set him up, we were like, you okay? He was more scared of anything. And so I panicked, of course, I was like, what, someone said something because I said sell the couch. I wasn't talking about sell the couch to fix the daggone carpet. I was talking about, like, I would get rid of that couch and get a new couch. Don't panic, like. My point was, honestly, I wasn't even going to tell you because I was like, Gannon was scared of being grounded this year. And I was like, I'll buy a new couch. We'll fix the couch. We'll replace everything in here.
We heard the conversation. That's not how it went
That's
down.
what she said.
Promise me you didn't do it on purpose. You didn't purposely do this to hurt yourself or hurt somebody. We will fix it.
She did not
That's
say
how we
any of
ended on
that.
Sunday.
She said money to fix the carpet so we don't get thrown out of this house.
Yes,
Right.
The value emotional about the situation is concerning. So that's where we were at with Sunday.
Okay.
You give me 1 second to peek.
Yeah.
He's so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. She's such a liar. I was gonna get rid of that couch. I was just talking about selling the couch in the middle of him crying about his burns. Let's talk about the couch.
And that's not what she said either. She said,
No,
we're going to have to sell this couch to fix the carpet so that our landlord doesn't get mad and throw us out.
right. Total 100% guilt trip.
Yeah.
I wonder at that moment, what was the moment?
Okay, I'm back.
And you know there's always truth and lies, you know what I mean? Like some of this has to be true.
Yeah. A few times. He said his stomach was getting worse. Should I poop yet? I messaged you, but you were already asleep. And I was like, hey, Gannon wants to know if he can stay out of school tomorrow. He's scared of pooping in his pants. I think while we were still asleep, you might didn't get it until the next day, which is not your fault, my fault. It was time zone and tiredness and whatever.
Yeah.
I stayed up with him a few times in the bathroom. I was like, okay, I wrote you back. I said, I'm just going to make the decision. yada yada.
You talking about a TRICARE nurse's line?
No, the urgent care nurse's line right in front of Fountain and whatever that road is.
I got you.
So I called them and I said, hey, I know typically people are constipated, you give them Miralax, yada yada yada. He hasn't really went to the bathroom and he has blood coming out his butt. And so they just basically explained to do the best she could to get him to pass, and if not, then we needed to call our care provider, whatever. They started beating me up over that, saying you didn't need to have a referral to do this. That wasn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to make the point of, does the boy need to have, like, you know, anything done, or can I just give him, like, an enema or something like that? Because I already talked to him about that. So if this don't work, you want me to give him, like, an enema or something, because it was a big old turd he was trying to get out.
Yeah.
So then, that morning, you were like, I said, Gannon, I said, I'm going to stay at home with you today because I don't want you to stay by yourself. And remember, let Gannon stay by himself. He's very responsible, whatever. But in this state, like as in his state that he was in, not feeling well, stomach hurting, bubbling a little bit here and there, being embarrassed, I made a decision that it was not okay for him to stay there by himself if he was sick. If he's on normal terms, taking care of his sister, playing his Switch, doing his thing, then that's fine. But I said, Gannon, you're going to need to go with me. I said, there's a few things I need to handle today. Guess what? And I was going to look at a bike for you. This guy was on Craigslist because he had this bike, like a touring bike. And I said, look at this touring bike or whatever.
Monday? Hey, so did you give him Miralax or the enema or anything like that? What else did you give him?
I have in this notes what day I gave him Miralax.
All right.
Trying to put regularly took. That was the bath salts.
Let me read my notes to let you know I gave him medicine. Let me.
Yeah, here it is. I gave him ice cream and said it had special stuff. So I was telling him it was really those like Pedialyte ice cream.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And took Miralax. That was on Saturday.
So hold on, I'm trying to just because obviously I'm to death about his little arms. Did you rub any cream on it or give him anything for the pain or pain medicine or anything like that?
Pain medicine, because I didn't have any pain medicine to give. What I gave him was the aloe that was in our bathroom, that green aloe. We even made like a little silly joke about it because he wasn't hurting. Remember how I was wrapping his cellulite up with the little thing?
Yeah.
I wrapped it around his arms too.
Oh yeah, the little bandages or whatever.
So I put the green aloe on it, and I said, you can, what do you like saying? And we laughed about it.
Yeah.
Laughing about it, being yes, it hurt a little bit, but being silly about it on his arms. So that.
So you didn't give him any children's Tylenol or anything?
I didn't give him any kind of he wasn't saying that he was hurting in any kind of pain to give him any kind of Tylenol, to give him anything at all. And if you feel like that would have been a lapse in judgment on my part, then I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to sort through it. I know how both of them are about, every time they scrape their finger or something, they want a Band-Aid. So I would just assume that if his arm was all bubbled up, did his arm stay bubbled up until the next day, or was that did that go down that night, or how that's worrying me too.
So to get to the next part, Gannon started to kill it.
Wait, when? When did he start to kill it?
Gannon started to kill it because I guess he was either asleep, I don't know, anxious. I don't know. Monday, he started to kill it.
Okay.
Kill his skin.
Yeah, Monday morning or whatever.
Again, I swear to Jesus told detectives this. I said he started to kill it. When he started to kill it, he had I don't want to say not gooey stuff or whatever, but it's almost like it was popping type thing.
Ew.
And I said,
Oh yeah, like a blister or something.
Okay, why wasn't there a picture of that?
I said, listen,
Right.
if it gets worse, we're going to drive straight. And I was already to plan. That's why I didn't go to school. If it gets worse, after I put all that stuff on there, whatever. I'm not that type of person where something happens immediately, run to the hospital. You and I have had that conversation
gotcha.
Say that to me.
Okay, all right.
That was a lapse in judgment on my part. I apologize. But he started to peel it because, obviously he starts to peel things. So along with peeling that, he started peeling his fingernails. So, and I'm like, that morning, I sent you a picture of Gannon laying in bed on Monday morning. To your fault.
Yeah, right.
Gannon was laying in the bed, whatever. I went back in there, checked on him, gave him some more water, made him drink some more Pedialyte, because he wasn't eating because he was so upset. And that's when I noticed he started peeling things, like on his arm. And I said, and at that point in time, which I told you, like I told them, Gannon had blood that was on his arm and on the side of his wall. I guess from sleeping through the night, whatever it was, peeling it. We toted him back down to his room after Lena decided to go back up in.
On the side, you said on the side of his wall? You never told me that.
No, I told detectives this.
Oh.
You talked to me about this.
Okay, fine. I'm just, this is new. I've never heard that before, so now I'm even more worried about him.
So they should have told you this. So then I went in there that morning, sent you a picture.
They should have told. She should have told them.
It wasn't a lot. Don't panic. It wasn't like.
Oh, so it wasn't like a lot, like all over the place? It was just like little streaks or something? Oh.
I said, Gannon, says, did you peel those things? Yes, he did. I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to reband the jar. I said, and if you're feeling bad or it starts bleeding, you get a fever, anything like that. I said, as soon as because I was going to go talk to the man about the bike.
Right.
I said, you have to go there first. You want to go to the hospital now. Of course, maybe I shouldn't have asked that, but based on my judgment and what I was dealing with him, I didn't think that he needed to go right away. We went on about our business. And I said, if you start to feel any pain or hurt or whatever like that, we'll just shot to the base. We'll explain to them what happened with the fire. We monitored it through the night, so on and so on. That was our intent, but that was the plan the whole time. Everything. Nothing wavered from doing that at all. Gannon asked me questions. He was just like, why does this happen to me? Why do I always get hurt? He had hurt his foot on the boards outside. I said, Gannon, we're going to figure all of it out. Don't worry about it. We will replace it. Okay? So Monday morning, after all this, I was like, Gannon, we're going to go find, which I probably shouldn't have said to him that he would have known that it was on him, but I said, we're going to go find someone to replace the carpet. He says, and then we'll get it fixed. We won't worry about it. We'll monitor your arm through the day. Yada, yada, yada. He said, we're going to get something. Just hang out. And I said, there was some things I need to get for the pet store, and we need to go meet the guy about the bike. And that's the reason we drove the truck, because if I ended up blocking the bike, I was going to put the bike in the back of the truck.
Yeah, I got you.
And also notice that when we left, we took my softball bag, Charlie's softball bag with that, stuff like that in it, helmet, because I was asking him, did he want to stop by to look at those hockey skates? So we took any of the old equipment that I had, and we loaded it in the back of the truck, which was the long Easton bag I have.
Yeah. So you took Harley's bag?
Harley's bag, because she don't use that.
The little book bag. The softball bag is like a book bag. Oh.
So we were going to take it to a sports place and see if they did like trades, whatever.
Yeah.
We were going to surprise Lena when she got home if I could got him 2 new things of skates or hockey skates or whatever. Cause
You talking about playing against sports over there that we went to?
that's why we were so far top town.
Gotcha.
Right. So that was our plan for Monday. Go to play against sports, get some coffee, we needed to get gas, and we were going to monitor his arm along the way, go check on the thing about the bike.
Right.
So we go to, drive around. I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first, and then the gas store, or it might have been vice versa.
Like over by our house, Dunkin' Donuts.
Went to Dunkin' Donuts by our house. Hey, Dunkin' Donuts Sharon lady already released the video of us going there. You can see my arm reach out the window, fucking grab. Sorry, I didn't mean to say this, and I'm just over all this. Grab the coffee outside. Then I turned around because I was about to get Gannon a frappuccino, but he said he didn't want it. So then we drive off from the Dunkin' Donuts to drive from Dunkin' Donuts, and we go up. Turn 87 somehow, but made the turn on 25. Needless to say, I went up the bottom.
You mean 85?
85, 87. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
I went up towards Nevada, which is where, like, only get your eyelashes done, that type of area.
Like, wait, you talking about past Walmart and all that? Like, not towards Fountain, the other way, right?
On the road, okay, you know where we went to the recycle at before and the road split?
Yeah, way down there close to, yeah, okay. But that's towards Walmart. Yeah, okay, I got you.
It's always
Well,
Walmart.
that thing, which I'm sure they had, because I'm not hiding anything from the GPS that I took. So I went that way first, and I realized I was like, oh crap. I was like, I probably should have got on the other exit, because I really didn't know. Lately I've been trying to find my way around, like what exits to get off of, things like that. So I get off, and realize like, oh, this is the way to where we went to the recycle thing at. So I just kept driving and end up taking the curve and turning you back to 25, Nevada, and all that. And I was like, oh, there's the Petco. We're going to go to PetSmart, or we know Petco, so whatever, same thing.
Petco, you went to Petco like way over there?
That's the only Petco there is.
I don't know. The only one I know is the one we went to by Target that one day.
I know Harley's work.
Yeah, that's PetSmart though, isn't it?
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
I got you.
I was going to go to PetSmart, but I went to Petco.
I got you.
I went to Petco, and walk inside. Gannon wanted to stay in the car playing the Switch. He was like, you want to stay in the car playing the Switch. Again, Colorado law is he can sit in the car at 11 years old.
Oh, he took his Switch with him.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh.
Yes. He had his Switch, playing his Switch in the back of the car.
Talking about the truck, right?
I'm sorry, in the back of the truck.
Okay.
So he was playing his Switch in the back of the truck. Well, and then the first time, and yada, 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 I was going in because Sadie is having, like, I don't even know what it is. She needs to get her vet paperwork so I can get her checked. I didn't know girl dogs have, like, periods or, like, stuff come out. I didn't know this. So I walked in and found these little pads that they had. And I'm, like, looking at them, whatever. And I set the one down because I'm, like, and my mind is so blown that dogs have this. So I'm, like, looking at it, freaking out, thinking, okay, should I get these? Or should I just call it a pet? You know, but then maybe it's just something weird coming out of her body parts or something like that. Whatever it may be. So then, come back up to the front, look around, and I look out the door several times. And these people I know have said, she was suspicious looking out the door. I was looking out the front door just to make sure nobody was at the truck because Gannon was in it. That's all. It was just, he was in the truck. What if he needed to get out pee or, you know, whatever. That was the only reason I kept walking back to the freaking front door just to make sure he was fine. He was in the truck. So then I get 3 outfits. God forbid I got 3 outfits and only had 2 dogs. Of course, this is what these people talked about. I got 3 outfits, checked out, walked out, got in the car. From there, we were going to go to the play against North.
But wait a minute, why were you so? I'm kind of confused because like you said you were worried about him getting out, but like you know we've gone to the gas station and like he's never tried to get out of the car. So what was I don't know, maybe that's nothing, but what made you freak out that day?
It's on the front row. I was parked a little bit off, so like if he needed to get out, use the bathroom, or he was looking for me, or whatever.
Okay, all right, yeah, I was just that kind of was weird because like he's usually he does what we tell him, stays in the car. But anyways, go ahead.
Right. Not Albert. Exactly, he does. Just like I told you, he could have stayed at home on a normal basis, but he wasn't doing well.
Yeah,
So I was
fine, I got you.
or if he had to poo, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be a good parent. That's it. It wasn't no.
I was trying to be a good
I got you.
parent. Oh
It just
my
was weird that you
lord.
said that, but it's okay.
Amen.
Just go ahead.
I went on, got the thing checked out, left. I don't remember if we were stopped at another store in between there or what. We were headed to go to the Planet Against Sports, and we were headed to go talk to the dude about the body. Well, they had my phone, so they can see that the guy wrote that with the pictures, and I was asking about prices and yada yada
going to go to his house or something? He was just going to meet you in general?
I told him messages that I didn't want to just go to some random person's house, and that's probably why they're looking at this whole Douglas County thing, because he lived almost at Douglas County.
Okay, yeah, that does sound sketchy. That was probably a good decision, so.
So again, open book with them. They took my GPS and everything. We got to Douglas County, and me and Gannon was talking about it. And he was like, "Do you know this guy?" And I was like, "What on?"
So wait, I missed the part. You said so. You went to Petco. You said you were going to play it again. Did you never go to play it again? I forgot.
We didn't never make it to play it again. That was on our agenda, but we were trying to go for the fight first.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It was a party first. Okay, so I was gonna go out to meet the guy at the fight, and somehow they had my email. They subpoenaed all that. They can see the information coming from the Craigslist. Okay.
Oh, it was Craigslist.
So someone had something on his list.
Oh man, that's sketchy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't trust that shit. You there?
You put wood and stuff on Craigslist.
Yeah, I mean, for you to do it, and Craigslist, I never trust that shit because they always have those sketchy people doing, I don't know, stupid stuff like meet and greets and stuff. You always told me about that, remember?
Yeah, but this was just a bite for sale.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm worried about you and my son's safety. That's what that's
my point. That's why I realized, I said, well, we rode through, okay, so when you go Palmer Lake heading to Douglas County or whatever, we went that way. It was supposed to be that the guy had a warehouse somewhere between the Palmer Lake area or whatever.
the bikes or something?
He said he had a couple bikes that he used to do riding and touring and stuff like that.
Like those bikes I was looking at doing those rides, like through Alaska or whatever?
Right.
Okay.
So, get out on this road. So you're on, I want to say it's exit 165 or 163. I think that's what I want to say the exit was.
On 25?
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So you know how you're going to, before you get to Castle, it's where we went to take the, remember how traffic is backed up? You can take that back road?
Oh yeah, before you get to like 182 where the outlets are or whatever?
You can see that back road.
Yeah.
The Castle Rock.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so it was off that, but to the right side, not to the bougie side where like the booties and stuff was at. It was off that way to the right side. So I originally got off, and again, they can see this on my GPS. I got off, I went left, and went down that little hill where the little people were at, and I thought, this can't be the right way, because he was saying something about signs and all this. Turned around at the little, woods or whatever, came back up, ran across the street, realized it was on that right side. I think it's called like Palmer Lake or something like that. Supposed to be looking for this place, still didn't see it, and then it ended up being like all mountainy and dark. I say dark, it wasn't dark in the day, but like,
Yeah, like
dark.
woods and stuff, yeah.
We turned around, left out of there, and I was like, well, this doesn't even look too great. Again, let them go search that area all they want to. They're barking up the fucking wrong tree, because all we did was went through there looking around and trying to figure out where this warehouse was supposed to be at.
So you were in the truck or out of the truck?
In the truck.
Oh, you had me worried. I'm like, you're out of the truck in the woods looking for a warehouse?
No, it was just driving through there. It was like down, around, up, around. Colorado has all these mountains and shit like that. So I came back out, got back on 25, and was like, crap. I was like, I don't even like think that was a good place. And Gannon was like, why can't we just go buy it in the store? Don't they have them at Walmart? So we're like talking. I was like, yeah, I just figure out another place to get a bike. Because the whole thing was, I was going to buy you the bike and surprise you for Valentine's Day for it. And I was like, get back to Elena. I forgot to tell you a point that we left that day because I put my notebook down. Let me go back to this. On Monday. Okay, on Monday.
I can't hear him.
Me neither. I think it's something in the court's audio.
Right. Nancy, you're right. That is where they found the board with the blood on it. Oh, I think they're taking a little break. Is the mom there? Oh, I think I see her. Maybe in between the lawyers in the back.
In the blue shirt?
No, Latecia, I see her, but I'm the mom.
No, on the other side. There's someone in a blue shirt between
Oh.
the prosecutors. Is that who you meant?
No, I meant the defense, but I could be wrong. Because she has blonde hair, right?
I think so, yeah. Oh, you mean,
But behind him, I think.
yeah.
Let's see if he moves. I think it's next to this dark-haired girl.
See everybody back at 3:20. Thank you. Overrise.
There's the dad. I don't know who these people are.
I wouldn't be surprised if they sat together. And they did present a united front, you know?
Right.
That's him in front with the gray striped tie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I believe so. Oh, he's standing so close to her. I wonder if they made eye contact.
Who is Sadie?
Pardon me?
Who is Sadie?
I don't know. Whoa. Hold on. Wait a minute. That can't be him.
What, it can't be Al?
Right. Yeah, there's no way they'd let them be that close. He must just be like an additional attorney.
Oh, this guy. Yeah.
Dave, I see you looking longingly over at all our binders over here. What's that?
I was so confused when he started walking over to her. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's happening? But I know he's like a bald guy, so I don't know. I don't know what he's wearing. If they showed him, we would all know. She does. Somebody says she looks like the Ring, and it's
I know.
true. It made me laugh so hard.
She could talk. Jesus Christ.
I know.
I mean, Al barely had to say anything to her.
He
barely
sounds.
even had to ask a question.
I know. And it sounded really scripted. Like, did she not? Did she not?
Might have still had those notes. Remember, when she went in to talk to the police for her interview on the 28th? You know, she got out those notes and she was like, "Can I read them? Can I read my notes to you?" And they're like, "It just happened 2 days ago. Can't you just talk to us?"
Right.
Like, I'd rather read my notes. So I wonder if she was reading notes to him. I mean,
Yeah, I think she was. And this is what I said in section 2. It really did sound like she was reading from her note. And then he would ask a question and she didn't have an immediate answer. Let me get to that section.
yeah, that's what she said. Let me get to that section. That section what? In your brain?
I know.
It's almost like what he said on the stand when they were like, you know, "Oh, did we get to that section yet where we were talking about this guy or that guy?" Sounded
Right.
exactly the same. Yeah.
Right. Very, very scripted. Yes.
So she is working with notes. That's bizarre.
She she is she is something. I mean, if you're in her position, it makes sense so you could keep your lies straight. But
Did she not? I mean, she was married to him at least for a few years, right? Did she not realize that he was playing her?
that's what I'm wondering. They were together. I don't know how long they were married, but they've been together. This happened in 2020, right? So 2014, they were together at least for 6 years.
Yeah, at least 6 years. Yeah.
So it seems like they would have known that, I guess he's
A good actor.
would be a little bit different because he wants more detail to help find Gannon. And so maybe in her brain, she's like, oh, he just wants more detail. He doesn't
Right.
really talk like this, but because it's important. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I'm surprised that she just got on there and started talking and never shut up.
And
Like,
never.
She
Yes.
didn't seem to sense a threat from him, which
Mm-mm.
was just bizarre.
Nope. And maybe she was on to him, flipping the coin. Maybe she was
Maybe.
on to him, but she's like, oh, this is my story. So now it's going to be on record because they're going to hear it again.
Right, exactly.
And she's just basically rehearsing for.
I didn't hear it at the beginning, but did she mention the cut on his foot before she talked about the hike?
Oh.
Because when she first went to the police, she
Yeah.
started her story with that the day before the hike, that
Yeah.
he was out in the garage and he cut his foot on some tools. Because
Right.
apparently Al has tools in the garage. And she said that he sat on the back of her SUV, her Volkswagen SUV,
Right.
and she cleaned off the cut and bandaged it up. Now, the reason she said this was because they had found blood out there. Well, this was only on the 28th, so the blood had been typed. They knew the blood type, but they didn't know if it was Gannon's or not. And other than the police knowing, no one else knew that they'd found blood.
Right.
So she kind of tattled on herself by offering up this alibi for blood evidence. But then she said that she bandaged it up and then they went on a hike the next day. Now, if your kid cut his foot enough that it needs a bandage and it bled all over the place, would you really take him on a hike?
That doesn't make sense at all. I wonder if they're going to bring that up.
So I wasn't sure if she mentioned it on that phone call, if they talked about the cut on his foot or not. I didn't hear it at the beginning, but I wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I missed it. But
No, I think I don't know. I don't know what date she gave for that, or if she did give a date for that.
and you said that there were pictures online of that hike, right?
Yeah, there is pictures online. I tried to Google it so I could
Yeah.
show some, but I'm not really finding them. They're clips of I don't know if I saw them in people's videos. I know I didn't put them in mine because I don't have any. I don't know.
You and when she did that interview in the desert with her back to the camera, she brought Harley over to attest to the fact that, well, that at the very least that Gannon was alive after the hike. But I didn't know. Did Harley say that she was on the hike and that Gannon went on the hike?
I don't know.
Me neither. I did just watch it last night and I can't remember that part.
I know.
Let me look.
There's just so much information. I've literally watched it a million times, and I'm still, like,
Let me pull up my notes. Hang on a minute.
Gannon.
Did you know that they added 8 crime of violence sentence enhancers?
They
I didn't
did.
know. Yeah, I didn't know if you knew that or not. So she's not just facing murder in the first degree, child under the age of 12 by person in a position of trust,
Yep.
child abuse resulting in death, tampering with the deceased body, tampering with physical evidence, and then 8 counts of committing a crime of violence. And those counts are sentence enhancers. I'm trying to find that. think it was Harley.
Do you think this trial will last the full 8 weeks, or I don't? I think it's going to go by faster. The defense is not. He's not objecting.
He's not objecting, but think about, I mean, what we've done, right? All they've done is go over one group of texts and one phone call, right? And the one phone call, did we even go over the entire hour and a half?
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah.
I mean, let's see, it's 5 o'clock here and started 3 here, so they've gone over one phone call. And I think like yesterday they listed like 5 of them. I don't know how long they are, but so you figure they have to get through phone calls, and then they have to go through all the blood spatter in the house, the DNA evidence.
Yeah.
They have to go through tracking her car. When she went where they found that cardboard, not cardboard, but
The particle board or whatever.
the particle board, yes. When they found the particle board with his blood on it, which they assume was because she took his body there and then went to move it. So they have to go through all that. I don't know, and then witnesses too. And I'm assuming since this the defense is not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, I'm assuming they're going to have a psychologist or two testify that she might be a loon, but she's not crazy.
I would just hate to think that she goes to a mental hospital, because she is so deserving of jail. Like the manipulation, the planning, the just her notes in general, keeping those all organized and together. It doesn't scream I'm crazy, but what do I know?
Someone in here mentioned it earlier when she was talking to him at like 2 a.m. and talking about how he was in the bathtub again. They were wondering if she was already planning it ahead of time. If it had not been, an act of passion, maybe she really was planning on killing him.
That's possible. Yeah.
Her Google searches were all about, L.A., Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, Pensacola Beach, for job searches there and for a 2-bedroom apartment or house.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was just for her and Harley, and a lot of her searches, which are just ridiculous. Like, would you actually search, what is it? I'm overdoing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't want to help. Would you actually put that into your search engine? Like,
her diary, basically. It was.
But it seems like, yeah. But a lot of them were complaining about how, apparently she was complaining to Google about how she didn't want to take care of her stepkids anymore. And I don't know, so maybe she was planning it early. I don't know, maybe that's how she was going to get back at him.
I am almost 99% sure she will not take the stand. But if she did, oh my Lord. I don't know. Part of me, I'm 99% sure her lawyers won't let her, but I know she wants to.
Yeah.
Because she's a talker. She wants, I have an explanation for everything.
She wants to spin it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. She just loves to talk. All her letters she's wrote to the judge, and oh my Lord. She is, oh, there she is.
I really wish they'd move her out and make her sit in between her lawyers. Do we know how many people are on the jury?
I do not. GPT?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Irene, what's GPT? Her notes are Chat GPT.
I'm sorry, she had a psychotic break, but managed all the notes. Exactly. Seems awfully tragic to me.
I agree, Erica. Yeah.
It's literally the devil.
Very strategic. Yeah, and a PhD. If she's got that, I want to go find out.
I know. If she doesn't, it will definitely come out. I'm surprised at all the information we are learning, although we haven't gotten far in the case. It is a lot of information. And like I said, I think that there is some truth within her lies, like a.
Yep, a little bit of truth seated in there. Irene said it's a thing kids use to write their papers for them these days. Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss Irene. It should be easy enough to find out where she got her supposed degree from, to find out if it's real. Yeah, I don't know where this. I have no idea where this link came from. Generally speaking, when you have anything like this, you don't get this much information ahead of time. And I mean, I'll send you the link. It's crazy. I have no idea, like, why it's up there. It's under the Colorado Judicial Branch, and it's got the People versus Latecia Stauch, and it's got every motion filed from 3/12/2020 all the way through. Hang on, I'm still looking. 12/27/2021, and that last one's about an exhibit.
Oh my Lord, really?
Yeah. There's motion to suppress Apple iPhone information, motion to suppress ADT security systems. There's like everything in here. I've never seen anything like this before. I don't know. I've never gone looking for anything like this before either. But
Okay.
yeah, hang on. I'll send you the link. It's just, I don't know. It's crazy.
Marina, Harley was 17 at the time. She's just graduating.
Harley?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was answering.
Okay. And do we know for sure that she is in the military?
I heard, I was wondering the same thing, and I heard someone say she was supposed to. So it almost alluded that she didn't end up going, and it might be because of all of this that she didn't end up going, and she didn't have her diploma, and so I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that we'll find out more information, but I just got the impression that she didn't end up going, and I'm just curious to find out what she knows, like how. When opening statements, they said that Harley was Leticia's closest confidant, and that she's going to testify to her mental state. And she was only 17 at the time. Like, it just kills me on the inside that she had to deal with all of that, all of her mom's baggage, and losing Gannon. It was a loss for her as well. I mean,
sure.
Ugh. So it kind of sounds like Harley's going to testify against Latecia, that she's going to say that her mental state was perfectly clear, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah. Send you the link to that, where her files are, which, like I said, it's bizarre. It starts with the complaint that was filed, and I don't know. I've never seen something like this before. Organized. I mean, I know that court documents are public, but generally speaking, you have to file for them and get them, mailed to you, or you have to go to pick them up. They don't usually organize them on a website, and just like that.
Holy cow.
You don't usually make them this accessible. I found it, though. I was looking for her letter to the judge. Literally, I typed in letter to judge by Latecia Stauch, and that's what I found.
Oh my gosh.
And I didn't think it was real because it said the People versus Latecia Stauch, and I would have been looking for the state of Colorado Latecia Stauch. But it's weird.
Wow. Interesting.
We have jurors, so we have 18 total, 12 and 8 alternates. Thank you very much, y'all. Okay, sorry, 12 and 6 alternates. Okay. Thank you, Mooney. Oh. And yeah, that stuff is public, but usually I have to go hunting for it and then pay for it. And, usually sometimes in some states you have to have someone in that state to go in and pick it up from the courthouse.
Right.
Some, they'll email it to you, but I've never just found a website where they're like, there you go, here's all of it.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Do what you want with it.
Thank you very much. The only exception I found was the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. They actually did put all of their stuff on the Virginia website, but I think that was because they were getting too many requests.
Oh, so they're like, we're just going to put it out there just to
Yeah, they were just like, you know what, it is under the Freedom of Information Act, so here you go.
I wonder if that could be the case here. I think a lot of people are interested in this case. I don't know if they're interested necessarily in watching the whole trial, but they are interested in the case. It's
sure could be.
So I don't know.
When you were watching the opening statements, did either side talk about how many people were going to testify?
I didn't hear. I just heard him say, you're going to hear from this person. You're going to hear from this person.
Oh, gotcha.
No,
that's what I meant. So one of them did say that Harley was going to testify?
Yes. Yep, okay. Definitely. And they were going to have someone testify that she was insane at that time. And they're going to hear from somebody that says that she's not insane at that time. So definitely gotcha. Be some conflicting.
And they'll probably argue about whose expert witness is better. I haven't seen very much support for her. Usually there's at least one odd duck out there who supports somebody like her, but I haven't seen anybody.
No, I have not either. I have not. Yeah, even these comments here on Law and Crime, they're
nothing there either, huh?
Going to work out. Okay, so the prosecution listening. It's just a lie. Plus, I feel sorry for your kids. Whoa. Okay, people are arguing. I don't like that. Let's get off of there. Oy. All right. No way can she calmly.
I do get that, Jeanette. It is hard to listen to sometimes, and I'm the same way. I think Kim and I both are like that. Kim covers a lot of kids' cases, and it's not easy, but somebody has to do it. Somebody has to speak up for them and talk about what happened to them.
Right.
And it's not easy, but I'm glad you're here.
Exactly. I think there's something to be learned in each one of these cases that we cover. If anything, see the warning signs. Maybe there's another Latecia and Al out there, and maybe this will spark something for them.
And maybe that Al's sister is going to be like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Your wife reminds me of this crazy lady that was on this trial.
Exactly. Do not leave your kids with them.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be gone for 2 weeks. Day number 1.
Yeah.
Son dies. Like, she didn't even wait. Maybe it was premeditated.
Maybe it was.
Latecia Stauch record.
And I wonder, too, if they didn't have other kids, if she would have let it go longer. There was probably a time factor because there were other kids around to say Gannon was gone.
Right.
I stopped it after about 30 more minutes.
There's Harley and Lainey and
pick it back up just so we're not.
Still don't know who Nova belongs to.
That's fine. It's
You would. Were you not now?
It's a little better now than it was when we first started. It's not quite as hot, but I don't know why, but it is warm. So, let's go ahead and go through it.
Everybody falls asleep because it's so warm in there.
Yeah, it's a little quick, but it's still fine.
I keep on putting my sweater on and taking it back off.
That's true. That's true. Refrigerator that I have is warmer than my chair. But it's just not anything. Just like right now. I will tell them about the 520 snow What? I was talking about 5 feet of snow. I forgot to do that once in May, and we had all that snow and had to continue. The courthouse was closed, actually. Oh, really? Okay.
Notebook wants to.
All rise for the jury, please.
Oh, look at me. I almost stood up. Jesus. This is terrible. Me on my little couch. I was going to stand up.
Oh, I'd love to be there.
Right?
Doesn't look like they're letting.
She didn't stand up, did she?
She's standing up
Oh, okay.
right now. She is.
My thing must be on a delay. It irritates me when defendants don't stand up for the jury.
Mm-hmm.
Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 people versus Latecia Stauch record show. Like the jury has returned to the courtroom. Before we start or resume playing before we resume playing the audio that we were playing just a few minutes ago, I know that there is perhaps a weather change that is on the way, and I wanted to let all of you know the best way to find out whether or not there's something that's going on with the courthouse. 520 snow, and it will have on there if there is if the courthouse is closed or if it's delayed, and I don't anticipate that. I'm just telling you so that if it becomes an issue, that's the fastest way to find out. And we'll leave it at that. And I'm giving you that warning because I one time forgot to do that in a trial in May, and we had like 18 inches of snow overnight, and I was going, really? But anyway, so that's what and then I think what we're going to do is we're going to play. We've got about an hour of audio left to go. We're going to play about 30 minutes, and then we're going to stop the audio, and we're going to do sort of a 7th inning stretch and have everybody stand and stretch and things like that, and then we will finish out the audio. So, Mr. Allen?
Sounds like a good plan, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Her saying, I was just trying to be a good mom. Oh my God, that killed me.
Gannon and I left.
Oh my God.
We found someone in the neighborhood who was working for the Orson Ranch people. So this is why I came back to you and said I didn't think it was the carpet guy. I say working for the Orson Ranch people. I don't know who he worked for.
Like whatever that Emery Homes or
God, her
whatever.
voice is terrible.
He was working for the home company. I approached the guy, asked him, could he go fix the carpet? You know, that was before we even hit the road.
So that was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that?
Yes. Yeah, I meant to tell you this. So it was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that. So I gave him the garage code because he apparently worked for a company or whatever. I gave him the garage code and told him I had money sitting on the counter because Charlie was gonna. I've been playing those lottery ticket things. Because I was like, well, he can just have those tens and I'll get more money from it. That's why I had one on the lottery. Well, that's why I thought that he was the carpet person, you know, had access to the house, whatever. I'm going to find out later on. He didn't even make it there, but I'll get to that point when we get there.
Why would you give him access to the house?
Well, because he was
yeah, but
part of the people, and Gannon was with me.
okay, all right.
So I didn't think anything was a threat if the children were with me.
Yeah, I got you.
Someone was going to come in or whatever.
But that you know how I am about that stuff too, right? I mean, that's. Anyways, I don't want to stop you. Just that kind of worries me there. But go ahead. You there?
I didn't give him a code to be any kind of whatever.
No.
I was trying to get the carpet fixed so the boy could not be so upset.
I got it. I just don't like. You know how I am. I don't like have people having access to our house and stuff. But whatever. Just go on because I don't think that's a big deal. So.
Anyway, so back to what I was saying.
Sorry.
Make sure I didn't leave out that point.
Okay.
So, fast forwarding on, we have to hurry up. We have to get back because I knew that Lena would be coming home at some point. The original plan was we were going to go pick Lena up. That was the original plan. To be like, hey, we're going to go eat sushi tonight. Because everybody been talking about eating sushi.
Yeah.
Gannon wanted to stay at home. And I was like, no, Gannon, you probably shouldn't stay at home. You still aren't feeling the best, whatever. You should not stay at home. I said, so we're all going to eat sushi. If you don't like it, you can just get rice, chicken, yada, yada. So that was our plan for the day. We got home about, I don't know what time the alarm got set off. 2:30, 2:45, whatever the whole crap is. Okay? Well, I noticed that during the time frame, I set the alarm to alarm away. And I have it from the ADT.
Okay.
Boiling lit. Somehow, during some point, the alarm changed from alarm away to alarm stay.
What point? If you,
What?
I had all this, and which was on my phone that they took.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, I called ADT, and I said, hey, what are the steps in alarm going to arm away to arm stay? And they instructed me that if the door was not open with a sensor, it could have been that you accidentally set the house to alarm away, and it would have went to arm stay if it noticed movement that was already in the house.
Oh, I got you.
Right. But there's a sensor on the garage door.
All right.
Okay? Keep this in mind prior
There's a
to
sensor on the garage door?
I know, on the door coming in from the garage, there's no sensor.
No, you said there was. So, there's not. I didn't think there was.
Yeah, I was saying there's no sensor. I might have said it so fast. I was saying there's no sensor.
Sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
So, either you can come in, you can set the alarm to arm away, and you can walk in through the garage, and it will immediately go to arm stay. Or, you can set it to arm away, and when the dogs move, and it will go to arm stay. As long as that back glass door wasn't triggered, and that front door wasn't triggered, it will not change.
Oh,
So,
all right.
keep that in mind, okay? So, this whole thing about your neighbor, he got paid $5,000 to release this video. It's a proven fact, okay? It's already been looked at by tens of thousands of people, and it's been investigated that Gannon and Stauch got out the other side of the vehicle, okay?
All right.
Shadows, movements, infrared, whatever you want to call it. Gannon got out the other side of the vehicle. Okay.
So, okay. All right. So he's home with you now, is what you're saying. At this point in the timeline.
Yeah, so it's like maybe 2:45 or 2:30. I'm not sure exactly, but in that time frame before Lena got home, I'm getting out, going in the house, or whatever. Gannon goes in, and Gannon goes straight to his room.
I didn't think Gannon came back with her. Originally, I didn't think that.
Yeah. I wanted to try to get on that Peloton the other night. Didn't get a chance to. Put my headphones on. Yada, yada, yada. So I'm in there. Gannon had asked me that you said they could go with a friend. You then texted me, I don't know exactly what time, but at some point in time, you had told me, don't let Gannon go with a friend or something.
Yeah, right.
Gannon came back and said that you said he could go with a friend and come back later tonight. Again, I said, your daddy said you can play with your friends in the neighborhood, but you cannot go with some friend in some car or whatever it may be. Put my headphones back on. That was where this gets where I have completely parts of the information and not parts of the information. I hear another loud noise downstairs. Not even about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes later, maybe 20 minutes. Yes.
But I thought you said you were doing the Peloton.
No, I said I've been wanting to go back to the Peloton because I didn't get to
Oh, okay.
the other night. So I had my headphones on and I was kind of like trying to get in the pre-workout mode or whatever you want to call it. My goal had been trying to get on the Peloton every day. So then I heard another noise again, and I was like, I pulled them off my ears. I know they're noise counseling, but I also am not stupid. I don't wear them all the way on my ears because they freaking hurt. And I was like, Gannon! Didn't hear anything. And I just thought he's down there bumping and wobbling and, doing this thing, whatever it may be. Still sitting there, just chilling, doing whatever. Heard another loud noise. And I thought, okay, this is it. Like, I thought he was stomping around, doing crazy things, whatever. And he's supposed to be going to go play with a friend. When I walked downstairs at that original point in time, I thought that guy was the carpet guy. Similarities? I didn't really remember exactly what he looked like, but I remember some of the details. Now, fast forward, you'll hear me say night after night after night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. I thought it was the carpet guy because there was carpet everywhere, boxes, you name it. That was the loud noises that I heard. The next thing I know, I'm out. Blacked out. And which I told you this.
Yeah. So, but what I'm concerned about with that is, did he take all those boxes and carpet with him? He left?
The carpet was already in the house.
Oh, but what about? I just don't remember seeing any of that stuff when we got there. Did you clean? Is that part of what you cleaned up or whatever?
No, the carpet was. I saw it there when the police watched me take my stuff out.
Okay, but you also just mentioned he had a bunch of boxes and stuff. But I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just wondering because
boxes like laid out everywhere.
Right.
Just told the detectives, I thought we were getting robbed.
Okay, I got you.
I thought that was the whole point of boxes was to get robbed.
Okay, all right.
On Gannon's table, which I'm sure that had to be if it was swiped correctly, I hit my head on the back of Gannon's table. Like hard. On the back of Gannon's table.
What table? The one I made him?
Yes.
Like the back of it up against the wall?
No, as in the back of my head, and there was the table right there.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the back of the table. I'm sorry.
No, the back of my head, his table. Okay. So, from there, a lot of it was a blur because I hit my head.
I got you.
I just remember certain pieces here and there. I remember Gannon running, like jumping on the guy who I thought at the time was the carpet guy, and I thought we were about to get robbed. I just remember bits and pieces like that, trying to push him off, and all I remember now is I sit back and remember, like, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. It was a very calm conversation with Gannon and this person. I just remember him asking questions, the same questions he asked me, they were talking about. And I don't, who do you have me on speakerphone with? Because I know you do.
What are you talking about, Tisha?
Who's listening to my conversation?
Me and you. I'm trying to.
She's on to him.
During that time, I heard that same thing that Gannon asked me about knowing his mom. Why do you think I've been adamant about you saying to you, oh my God, there's a piece that we're not putting together, that we're not missing, there's something different. I don't know how to put it all together, but Gannon knew something about something. And all I kept hearing him say was, do you know where Uncle Matt is at? I don't even know who Uncle Matt is.
I ain't never heard of it. The only Matt I know of is, what's her name? Oh. Your sister.
Well, that would be his uncle and he would know him.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't remember his sister's name.
20 minutes ago or whatever. I just like, I never heard no Uncle Matt, so.
When I woke up and like out of this state of confusion, going crazy, whatever was going on, I remember Gannon saying he will be back later.
Okay. Like Uncle Matt saying he'd be back later?
Gannon said he would be back later.
Oh, Gannon said, okay, all right.
So in my mind, I'm like, did I really like what the fuck just went on? Okay, hit my head twice. Had to find out some dude that I explained to them and gave them a description of the whole
PhD teacher.
I have been adamant about this and about finding this person.
Is that the Mexican guy you told me about, the Mexican guy?
He was dark skinned, and I say Mexican because I assume
Tisha, you just said she. You mean he was dark skinned?
I never said she, I said he.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said she. I'm hearing things again. I'm sorry.
Mexican guy, okay? I gave him the description of that, but to me, dark skinned, I mean, their own stepfather could look Mexican.
Are you talking about Mike?
Right, and it wasn't Mike, obviously, but in that time frame, I'm trying to figure out, first, is this real life? Because I was totally, completely in shock what was going on. I thought we were going to get robbed. I thought they were about to take everything. I thought someone was trying to hurt Gannon. I hit the head. I didn't really know back and forth what to do. I was a little bit out of it. I'm not even going to lie. My body system was already weak because you know how it is in the first 4 to 5 weeks of being pregnant. My mind was completely fucking gone. And my mind jumped up after everything. And I said, okay, Gannon's going to be back. Gannon's going to be back. I paced up and down the stairs. During that
So,
time,
babe, hold on. Why
Pregnant.
did you tell me you got raped, and now you're not telling me you got raped?
you think I want to tell you what a man done to me?
I mean, but like that first day I told you I would do everything and within my power to protect you and get you the help you need for that. But
And I went for
that's
that.
a key part of the story. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting it straight.
And I went for that. And that's not something that I want to be like. Do you think I want that blasted on El Paso News?
Okay, but this is me. I'm just trying to help you in this situation. Make sure you got what you need from that. But if I don't want to get you worked up. So go ahead.
Is that her fake
Because
crying?
It would have been hard to know that like somebody was there trying to hurt me and Gannon, and I'm getting knocked out of it.
I
Trying
understand.
to fight for my body, trying to fight for someone not doing something to my body.
That's why I'm just trying to make sure I know everything that happened. Remember, this is about the truth. This is not about anything but me and you and the truth. So
And I can't tell people that because then they're going to say nothing to me, call me names, and you won't even want me.
why would I not want you? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Tried. I didn't know what was going on. All of it was a blur, in and out, trying to figure out. I got up at one point and ran to the door and sent Lena away. Sure, anybody in a logical state of mind could have said, why didn't you give Lena a note to run to the neighbors? He knew everything. He knew everything about us. He knew our names. He knew where we worked. He knew where Harley worked. He knew where we drove.
So back up a second too. So just because I want to know about Gannon's well-being too. We already covered what happened to you, but you're saying that initially you told me Gannon got beat up and he took him away, but that you didn't say that this time. So please tell me.
Gannon jumped on his back. Like when he was trying to hurt me, Gannon jumped on his back. And that's clearly what I told the detective.
Okay, so what happened to Gannon in that instance? Because I got to know that.
I don't know. I just remember Gannon was on the other side. I was on where the door was at.
Okay.
Gannon was behind me on the floor and was crying. And then they
Was he bleeding or anything? Was it like?
know that if he was bleeding or anything.
Okay.
All I could barely see what was going on.
Was there any blood on the floor after you got? Do you remember anything like that?
When I woke up, there was no blood anywhere. I probably went after the second time. So when I ran back upstairs, the sent Lena away, and I said, Lena, please go get the nail. Harley pulls up. I said, Harley, please take Lena to Dollar Tree. And they're like, okay. I said, please take them now and get these items.
Items?
So
I did.
did Harley notice that you were distraught or anything?
Harley was, she was just looking at me like, what? And I said, please just go get the items. And Harley was like, what are they? I was like, carpet spray for the dog smell and the carpet powder for the dog
Latecia, hold on just a second. I'm trying to understand. So, oh my goodness. So you're downstairs and all this is going on and the guy is downstairs and you send Lena away? You come upstairs and send Lena away while the guy's still downstairs?
You want Lena to
Did
come
you
in
take to walk away?
No, I'm just trying, babe, I'm just trying to understand everything because some of this is new information for me that you didn't tell me initially, so I'm just trying to process.
You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me sit there and talk to you.
Okay,
You're treating me like a criminal.
Uh-oh, gonna cry.
so I'm just trying to sort through all this.
I got some tears. They're coming.
You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let
You
me.
wouldn't let me.
Oh God, she really is crying.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, Anna, can we fast forward through her stealiness?
But I couldn't get back up the stairs. Once I let Lena go, I don't know. I couldn't even figure out what to do. If I ran outside the yard, what was I going to do?
Oh.
So you sent Lena to the mailbox or you sent her with Harley?
I ran to the mailbox, and then
Okay.
Go check the mail while I'm getting ard?
Yes.
What?
Harley message quickly and said, "Please get Lena as soon as you get back and go to Dollar Tree. I'll explain later."
So you sent her a message and they went back downstairs?
Right, because I was trying to check on Gannon.
But I thought you said you saw Harley when she got home.
I did. I sent her a message to let her know they both. Lena pulled up. Lena came up.
Okay.
I sent Lena to the mailbox. Harley pulled right up. Look at the camera. Since your neighbor has every fucking camera footage, you should be able to see that they came up and I freaking sent them right away.
Well, I'll probably have to pay him another $5,000 to get him to do that, so I don't think that's going to happen. It's bullshit, ain't it?
So I went back down. It's not funny because he did get paid.
No, I'm not. It's bullshit.
So he went back downstairs. I went back downstairs and I'm trying to figure out, and he's just telling him that he had a new family and all kinds of things. And I'm sitting there trying to grab Gannon, and next thing I'm on the ground again. You can't overpower someone that put their fingers on your mouth.
What?
This was in Gannon's room again?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
No one tried to help. No one cared. They were treating me like a criminal.
Nobody cares.
When I came through, I woke up. Whatever I can say and look around and think, I thought I was in a dream. And I was up. And Gannon was gone.
That was the second time you went downstairs and he hurt you.
Second time he hurt me, and once I woke up from that, Gannon was gone.
Okay, so you blacked out again is what you're saying.
Yes, because I tried several times, because I was trying. What I was trying to do, I was trying inside the closet. Our closet door in there.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to get in there, because I was like, man, there has to be something in there that I can just swing, whatever.
Whatever. Yada, yada, yada.
Yada, yada, yada.
Send Harley and Lena away. I didn't know how to use your big gun, like the assault rifle. And my gun wasn't in the slot that it always was. You know why? My gun was already in my car.
But babe, I'm just trying to understand here.
None of that explains why you didn't tell anyone after.
Mm-hmm.
He grabbed it in or something.
He had your black gun. Yours.
He had my little pistol, right?
Black one, yes.
Okay, all right. Because I thought maybe I'm wrong, but I thought initially you said your gun. That's why I was confused.
No, my gun was outside.
In the car.
Your black gun. That's why I was terrified. He knew everything about it. Threatening us. Every single thing. He knew what kind of car that your mom had drove there and he stayed there the whole time in a rental car.
Hey, when did you bring your gun back in after all this happened?
It's so scripted. It's so obvious.
That was when I was collecting.
He knows your mom's car. Oh, but what about those guns?
With me, you said go check and see and be accountable for all the guns.
Yeah, because you had stored them downstairs in those. My gun was in the. I don't know about yours, but my gun was in one of the totes. Remember, you had put it there.
Because the lady was babysitting.
Okay, so the guy had the gun and he put it back in the tote?
No, he didn't put the gun back in the tote. The gun was left there.
So you put it back in the tote?
Gun was left there. Gannon was gone. It was like I thought he was hiding. I legit thought I was in complete shock and thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay.
I even mentioned to the girls, I go, because I was shocked, culture shock, thinking, what the fuck happened? Oh my God, like, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I didn't get the time to even go through any of the emotions of it all to think what happened, because all I could immediately do was go into, like, the defense mode of being like, oh my God, okay, get the girls out of here. Okay, Gannon's going to be back by the time he's supposed to be back. Because in the end, when Gannon was leaving, I remember him asking him, was he going to take him to Uncle Matt's house? I remember that being blacked out. So Gannon freely went with him. I don't know Uncle Matt. I'm not fucking crazy.
I'm not fucking crazy. That should be her meme.
He left him. I just know that the whole thing started to add up.
Do you notice how she bounced back out of that hysterical crying to just normal talk?
Out of the I'm not crazy.
I'm not crazy. I'm not fucking crazy. Yeah, it's like she went into this, woe is me.
Yeah.
No, forget about his son is missing. Your
Mhm.
stepson, woe is me.
Bottom line, how did she think she was going to explain that she didn't report this attack for 2 days?
I know.
You know?
And if it was premeditated, it was the worst planning ever.
Gannon outside with some gate.
Yeah.
Gannon had to be talking to somebody outside of that gate. I begged the fucking El Paso County police officers to find anything on that side of the house where Gannon might have went out at night talking to whoever it was. Any cars that was parked on that side of the house. Nobody helps me.
Okay, so I'm trying to this is what's bothering me about this part, and I want to be real with you because we're trying to work together on this, but I went and asked all the neighbors, myself, like cameras in front of our house, to the side of our house, everything, to look and see if Gannon left the house anywhere from like 2 to 4, 4:30, anything like that, and no cameras have him leaving. So I mean,
What kind of cameras? Are they like Rogers that run 24/7?
yes, so 3, 4, 5 of the neighbors have those 24/7 cameras, and then some are like ours, which are motion censored.
Okay, which ones? Because we need to know which direction that their cameras are pointed in order for that to happen.
Okay, well that's something we can look into. Okay, that's something we need to look into. So either they went out the front, I'm assuming, right?
Not the front door.
So what the garage?
It said the garage or either out the back door because Gannon had the gate code, like the key. And he kept going out there with this key or trying to unlock it or keep it unlocked with this key.
Okay, hold on. Just so I understand. So now, Gannon, with all this going on, Gannon tells the guy there's a key to the gate, and then they can bring the key back in the house?
No. Did you listen to my story?
Yeah.
That's right. Gannon kept going outside with the gate. I'm thinking that the gate was automatically left unlocked.
Oh, okay. Did you lock it back before I got home?
No, I didn't lock anything.
Okay, all right.
Do anything unless they locked it or the police locked it because Harley said the police cameras in it and locking it.
Okay,
Locking everything up.
we can find that out. Maybe the police locked it back up. So fair enough. So I just all that kind of is blowing my mind. You know, he wasn't seen leaving. The key to the gate was in the house. The gun was where it's supposed to be. I'm just trying to figure it all out, Tisha. That's all.
Well, wasn't where it was supposed to be because I put the gun back in when you told me to collect them.
Okay. Well, hopefully, I think
There.
they got my gun now, so hopefully they can get this Mexican guy's fingerprints. So,
Would be perfect to me.
Yeah.
Nothing but from day one.
I know, that's what I'm trying to get. So get all them this information. You know, I think the FBI's in on it now. So we're trying to get them all this information. Look for a fingerprint on the gun. You know, maybe they haven't looked there. Look for a fingerprint on the lock of the gate. You know, stuff like that as the little things that they may have missed, you know, during this process.
Why? Why would they have not have done that? And maybe I'm just upset by this because I feel like they barked up the wrong tree for 2 fucking weeks, Albert.
3 weeks almost, Tisha. Yeah, I agree.
Bothering me.
I agree with you. I'm as frustrated as anybody because I don't know anything.
You think I did this?
Tisha Stauch, I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm trying to help you. Okay, I'm trying to help you get the truth out there. But you've got to tell me the truth. Okay. I know.
I told the police. The only difference is I thought it was the carpet person, but once I went around because I was freaking out trying to figure out, I was like, if I could go get this fucker and bring him in, and I drove through the neighborhood, the description that I gave El Paso is exactly what I saw. But that is not the exact description that I gave of this carpet person. So my point behind that was, I don't think it was the carpet person because I eliminated him because he didn't have craters on his face.
He did or didn't? So, but hold on. You know what? Something. Remember how? Oh my goodness! Thinking back to this whole that trip you made for the bike. You never found the guy, right? The Craigslist guy.
Started looking creepy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't think that this Craigslist guy had anything to do with you? I mean, not you, but you know what I mean. Oh, I'm freaking out. Sorry. And you don't think that Craigslist guy followed you or just found you? Maybe you told him, "Hey, I'm driving my husband's red Frontier, and I'll meet you there," or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anything.
Okay, so let's say him. What I don't like is that people are sitting here saying, well, there's nothing that shows you guys leaving. If there's nothing at this point in time, it's starting to get dark. In case you didn't know, in Colorado, it's getting dark around that time. Okay? There has to be something that points to that direction that shows any shadow, movement, anything. And if it didn't, it was because the ring sensitivity didn't pick it up.
All right, so listen, I want to be clear with you that I don't give a step about social media. You know that I don't have Facebook. I'm not on there, so I don't know what these people are saying. So me and you focus on us getting to the bottom of what's going on. Okay?
Oh,
Let's
I
try
forgot
to block out
to turn my
that other
camera
stuff
back on.
so we
Oops.
can get the truth here. Man, this Craigslist thing is really driving me nuts now. Do you think that when did you
Craigslist
time frame you went there again? You went to Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Because they have, whatever time they have me on footage, the first time at Petco.
Oh, at Petco. So after that, is when you left.
I don't know. Whatever time they have me on camera.
So then you went back to Petco after the Craigslist trip?
Yeah.
The Craigslist trip that never happened.
You
Yeah.
said the guy was already in the house before you got there, you think?
I have no idea why she's shouting.
When I got
I
there,
think that's just how she talks.
most definitely in the house, or had already been in the house waiting, or
He was
whatever.
already most definitely probably in the house.
It was the carpet guy because that was the person that I gave the garage.
Yeah, you gave the garage code to him. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
I kept worrying about it and thinking about it and yada yada yada. Anna kept having his room door locked.
So why didn't you just go change the code?
He was so
Latecia.
terrified that this person even spent the night in our home.
Oh, you think he was there the whole time?
I don't know. Do you know how worried I've been about this?
I know, it's freaking me out because remember those other stories you were talking about people coming in the back door and stuff while they thought people were away? I've been going through all that in my head too.
Albert, I've done nothing but look, I have this book right here. You can hear it. It's like of all anything and everything that I thought of that might have been out of order. But
So maybe
I don't want my life back. Just like I don't want my family back.
I know. Trust me, me too.
I'm tired of being betrayed one.
Okay, but you gotta help me because I'm trying to sort through all this and put a good timeline together so I can tell this. Somebody reached out from the FBI and I'm trying to tell them a timeline of what I know. All right, I'm trying to make sure they get the truth the first time. This lady that called me. Okay, so
People not going after this. Why?
I don't know. Maybe the FBI is. I don't know. That's not. I know they're doing everything they can. Maybe they missed some things we don't know.
Mm-mm-mm.
Listen, something you told me that first day that I'm trying to figure out when did you do the? You said you cleaned everything up.
Cleaned everything up.
Yeah, from Gannon's room or wherever you got. Somebody did bad things to you or whatever.
I was just talking about like the clothes I had on and like shoes and stuff.
Oh, so you just changed your clothes and then threw them away like you said, and whatever Gannon had on, you said you threw that away too?
They got that out of the back of the trash. It was a shirt that he wore that was burnt and stuff like that.
Oh.
That's what I meant, like cleaned up. I didn't mean like clean up anything bad or anything. I'm just saying like I didn't want to keep that stuff on and go and police.
But you told me that first day you cleaned up the whole area because you didn't want Lena to see it when she got home. That's what you told me.
Yeah, my clothes and my underwear. You want me to really go in depth about that?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make you relive anything. I'm just trying to. There's just some truth that I'm trying to find about. I mean, if something was cleaned up or something, then I don't know, maybe.
Whatever you're trying to say to me, don't just be honest.
I just don't want the police to miss anything else, okay? I mean, we think they've missed all these other pieces, and then, I mean, if you cleaned up something that could give them DNA evidence on this Mexican guy, then we need it.
Jeez, this Mexican guy.
They wouldn't let me pee. The hospital bill that I sent you was the whole kit on my body.
I just...
Marina?
But tell me, why did you tell? I just don't understand why you told me you cleaned up in the area, and then now you're telling me you just changed your clothes. That's.
When you're talking about cleaning up the area, I'm talking about from Gannon. Like Gannon had from his burn mark, there was blood on the wall and on the light switch.
So you cleaned up whatever Gannon stuff, blood or whatever was, right?
Prior.
Oh, where was that at?
In his room when he woke up Monday morning.
But like where? But where in his room? You did say the wall because he was wiping his fingers on the wall or something.
I don't know if he wiped his fingers on his wall. I just know his arm probably hit the wall when he was asleep.
Oh, I got you. Okay, all right. So you cleaned that up, okay? Because I never saw that. That's the first I heard of it. So you cleaned up wherever his blisters or his burn mark hit the wall. Did you clean something else up?
Light switch from where he touched it.
Oh, but that was after you showed it to me.
Yes.
Yeah, you showed it to me and Lena, and then told me that he was picking his fingernails so bad that he bled so bad. Remember?
Yes, he did pick his fingernails.
Oh, okay. So he picked his fingernails and he picked. I'm just trying to clarify.
He's
Picked his fingernails and his,
just picked everything to make it bleed.
Burn mark or whatever.
What do you mean? Gannon picks everything that's open.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why are you acting like you're got me on some trial with this? He picks his fingers all the time.
Dave, you're absolutely right about that. But I don't know why you feel like you're on trial. I'm talking to my wife, trying to figure out the truth. And like I told you before, the truth hasn't always lined up. So I just want to find out all the details so we can find Gannon. That's it.
I gave you every detail. But you're coming at me saying, I thought you did this afterwards. Gannon bleeds all the time.
Right.
Gannon has
That's
huge
a problem, woman.
nosebleeds. Did you tell him the nosebleeds from your truck is from Gannon?
Didn't you have a nosebleed in my truck?
Oh my God, don't even play. It's been there since Alaska. And the top part of your truck, you have His hand said blood marks on it from like a year and something ago.
Maybe I'm not doubting you. I don't know. I just don't remember that, but that might have happened. I know he has had a nosebleed once in a while. I don't remember Alaska.
Nosebleeds are like in Colorado, they're at least once every week or two. Every week or two, Gannon has a nosebleed. This is where I get angry. People come up here and talk all this shit, and they don't even know him.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the people are saying on social media. I don't even bother with that. And I haven't been a long time. But I'm just trying to. All right.
Say what you got to say, Albert.
I'm just trying to retrace some steps in my head. So the Mexican guy, did you see like anybody? I'm trying to think of this Craigslist. Did he have a picture, or did he like?
He's stuck on
information about him,
Craigslist.
like, hey, other than where to find him at or anything like that. I mean, what was the framework of like how you set up that to meet him?
Everything is on my phone, Albert.
Babe, I don't know. I guess they got your phone. You keep telling me that, but I'm just trying to figure out how you went about doing this. So maybe we can. That freaking lady that called me, bugging the shit out of me from the FBI. Maybe that's something relevant. I don't know.
I reached out to him. They have access to my phone.
Okay.
On my phone, I click the Craigslist thing, which generates this whole like number, something, whatever the email they do to protect the people that are selling. I had all that and access to my phone for that. I have limited access because a lot of my stuff didn't load. A lot of it weren't backed up. My emails weren't backed up. My notes weren't backed up. The only backed up when I logged in to the iPod that it let me in temporarily was pictures.
The rest of us just live without notes, woman.
Is mine. It would clearly have everything. And since they've done all these things, they should see this. They should see pictures of what I took with Gannon at home with me later. They should see all this shit, man. And it pisses me the fuck off that no one's even caring. Everybody's going to point the finger, but won't let me sit there and show you.
She's so loud.
All right, Latecia,
Screeching.
you told me to be straight.
You on the phone, and I'm trying to sit here and tell my own husband and every little detail, everything.
Gaslighting.
Family.
You don't care about me,
Like I said,
what
the whole
I've
time,
gone through.
I'm trying to help you and trying to keep you and Harley safe from all. I mean, these people are after me now. I don't know who the hell it is, but like I said, I had to go get my clothes changed and everything just so I can blend in better. And I want you to know that no matter what, we can work through this together, and I can help you, okay? But you just gotta let me help you. But you told me to be straight up. I got a very straight up question, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Did you kill Gannon? I need to know. I need you to answer me yes or no right now.
Kill Gannon. The answer is no. I can't believe you asked me this.
I just got to know. You had told me to be straight up. I got to know what's happening to my son.
Why you would think I killed Gannon?
There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, being straight up again, you changed your story again to me for the fourth time.
No, I changed my story.
You did. This is the fourth version of the same story, okay?
Wow. He's letting loose. He's like, fuck all these questions.
told me today, cut foot, and now he's got burned arms and picking it, and his butt's bleeding. All this stuff is new to what you told me the other day. And the other day you told me that you cleaned up the area where you got raped so nobody would see it. But now you told me you just changed clothes. I just don't know what the hell's going on.
I didn't tell you. First off, you never even listened to me about anything that went on.
I did. No, you stopped because I listened to you. I listened to you, and then I went and got the guns and put them in the truck, and then I came back and listened. Me and Landon listened to you, and then I stopped and picked your story apart. So get it straight, Tisha. Listen to you, and I said if I'm wrong about the rape, I will get on my knees and beg you for forgiveness. Did I not say that?
No, but you haven't.
Exactly, because I haven't been proven wrong yet. I want the truth. If I'm wrong, if the police, no matter what they're doing, the FBI, the CBI, the CBS, whoever, if they tell me I'm
CPS.
wrong, I will publicly, in front of the world, get on camera and tell you I'm sorry. But until that happens, we're going to find the truth.
How can you tell me that someone didn't I don't understand. How can you tell me that someone didn't do something to hurt me and take Gannon?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you it hasn't been proven one way or the other.
Other,
You said you
right.
banged your head on the freaking table. Now I got to tell them to go check out the table and see if there's any blood or
Should have had an exam.
Do that. They had already asked that.
okay, but that's the first I heard of it. You see what I'm saying?
You never would talk to me. You literally just sat here in a conversation and asked me, did I kill our child?
Yes, I did because because if you say no, then I can't. I'll stop thinking that you did it. Okay.
That's horrible.
I don't know what to think. My son's blood. You're telling me his blood's all over the walls, and now you're telling me the Mexican guy that had the gun to your head or whatever took him away, and he knows him, and he could be anywhere.
Gun? So where did you get that piece from?
That was what. So now you got me twisting all your stories up because that was from
Uh-oh.
the first time you told me the rape story. He had a gun to your head, and you told me it was your gun. You told me. But you told me it was your gun, so that's fine. I'm not debating the points here.
Said that black one.
Okay, fine. But I mean,
Give it to her, Al. Finally.
yes, I absolutely believe that. But I'm doing everything I can to help you right now. Tisha, listen. The thing is, if you don't, but it's not just. I asked you if you killed him. You said no, and I'm sorry. That was a hard question. But if you know anything, or you did anything, or just upset about it, we can work together, and I can help you. I can't help you if you don't tell me anything. It's just there's so many unknowns, Tisha.
Oh my God.
I mean, did anything happen that was an accident that you just scared about?
Oh, he's doing a re-technique on her.
So you know, with my army training, I'm trained to ask all these questions to get us in a safe place, right? And that's why I took the guns out from the get-go. That's just my training kicking in.
I really thought, I thought out of this conversation, like I really thought you were going to be supportive of me. I thought you were going to bring your family back together. And I thought that we were going to talk about everything every single day of nothing but Gannon.
That's what I'm trying to do.
For a second, you would ask me, did I kill him? Did I care about what you got?
Well, I'm glad you said no. That gives me a lot of hope and peace.
I told him about baby, just baby. I have a brother, baby. We talked about, we cried about Kobe. We did a lot together.
What?
What else, Gannon?
Okay, Tisha, let me ask you this way.
I wonder if this is the point that she knows that her world is unraveling.
Something bad happened to him, and maybe he is dead or not with us anymore, and you just panicked and didn't know what to do. I mean, is there anything like that? Just any information is what I need. We can help you. I can help you get through this. But but we got to know the information about Bubba. I mean, just think of, yes, I'm just trying to figure out what happened to him. He's gone and nobody knows anything, but you were the last one to hear him speak. Okay, which was Monday when you were driving around and he left the house. The last time we heard him speak, I don't know. I don't know when that was. Before I left, probably. When I left and he went downstairs to watch Pokemon. That's the last memory I have of him.
No, but let me tell you something. People don't have the life that I have. People don't just be a normal person, just doing their thing, finally had what they want to do and be in the sky, working. Oh, they don't do that. People premeditate things in life. There's no sign or indications of anything that I would have ever heard from children. I fought for you.
Yes, you did. You fought for all of us. You're right. I'm I'm not questioning any of that, Tisha. I just did an accident happen? I mean, other than the candle burn? I don't know. I'm just trying to ask all the questions.
I work with your children long enough, Albert. If an accident happens, I'm smart enough. I know what to do. I've got plenty of friends who've been in situations where they've been in the classroom. They accidentally dropped the kid. The kid might have broke their leg. You go to the people, you tell them it's an accident, and you work through it.
Okay, so all right, you also said something that was calmed my heart, tremendously about Bubba. That basically you didn't premeditate anything. So whatever happened to him had to be an accident, just like the candle. And obviously you wouldn't plan on something like that because you're a teacher and you do all those babysitting events. I know you wouldn't hurt kids intentionally. But whatever happened was an accident, and I know you didn't plan it.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you saying this to me?
So he would have had to have died naturally then. Other than
he's dead.
I don't know, Tisha.
I can't even believe you are saying Gannon is alive. You.
Because it's just none of this makes any sense. I mean, he would have been found by now. Okay, he didn't. All the cameras, all that footage shows him not leaving the house other than in the truck. And I like I said, just trying to help you get through this.
Help me?
Yes, help you because.
Help me get through this.
Because I am trying to help you. I want to know what happened to Gannon and try to help you and keep Harley safe and everything that I've said the whole time because that's who I am and you know that.
See what y'all think. This is what y'all think. Y'all think somebody's gonna come in here and say something just to appease everyone. But a true person who is completely innocent, you can keep me down in the ground all you want to because I didn't do it.
I'm not beating you down.
You think you don't want me anymore? Fine. You don't want our family anymore? Fine. You're still
I didn't take anything. They got all my shit too, Tisha. I got 2 cars now because Harley's not going to pay for it. I got 2 cars I got to pay for. And I can't even see or touch.
I'm begging you.
No, she hasn't. That I know. So
every day, Albert, why are you not with your wife? Because you want to be so honest and ask questions. Why are you not with your wife and daughter?
Because I'm going to tell you the truth right now. Because of this conversation, Tisha. I don't know. And I've told you that the whole time. I'm confused. I'm all over the place. I can't get the truth from you or the police. Nobody. And now it's just even worse now because I got another story I've got to try to make a theory from.
Another story? You have never talked to me.
But you just told me. You told me a few minutes ago we went over it. You told me the first story. No, first you told me he ran away.
They're
then
talking in circles.
Story.
Yeah,
then
they are.
The second rape story. Now it's the third rape story.
I believe you just said the rape story.
I'm just. What do you want me to call it? The story of Gannon disappearing. Okay, you told me the first version of that, the second version, and now the third version.
You a second person.
Yes.
You sit down and talk to me.
If
No,
she actually been raped, she would have lost it by now.
That next morning, after my mom and sister and Landon and everybody was at the house, you told me you were texting Bethel and you told her the story. I don't know what you told her, and I kind of don't even.
Yes, you do.
I don't even care.
That's all there.
I swear.
My God, I can't believe you're lying to me right now.
About what? I'm not lying to you about anything, Tisha.
They had y'all at the police department when I was there.
You mean when Landon showed up and then they brought, I was already there or whatever? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's the only time I know. I don't even know when you're there. I just assumed you had finally come in that night. Or was it the next day you came in? I don't even know, Tisha.
You were there because she was talking to you there.
Who was?
Bethel?
She was talking to me at the police station?
Yes.
Honestly, most of my talking was with Mark, the other guy that was at Starbucks. So, I don't know what you mean she was talking to me. I talked to her for like 10 or 15 minutes.
Did not tell you anything different. This is how my day went. I was going to lay down.
Hey, Tisha, I believe you. Okay. What I want you to answer for me is those simple questions. Did Gannon die and you just freaked out, or was there an accident involved? Did you kill him? Answer all those questions. Those are the ones that I want to know. Okay, I don't care about who talked to who, when we went where. Honestly, at this point, none of that freaking matters. What matters is that little 11-year-old boy is either out there or he's not, and I got to know that. And you're the only one that has any information regarding that.
I give you that information. You're not going to look for it.
No, but you ignored my question. I mean, answer those questions for me.
Just the first question.
All right. Did you kill Gannon?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon die on your watch, whether it was an accident or naturally from some injury?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon have an accident of a serious nature and you freak out and cover it up?
No.
So the answer is no to all of that.
Correct.
Okay. Now this is going to be very uncomfortable for you, even more uncomfortable than what I just asked you. Did Harley kill Gannon?
God, no.
Okay, any of the same questions, did she have anything to do with an accident, a cover-up? Was she involved in this at all with you?
Wow.
Whoa.
I haven't been involved either.
So there's a blank somewhere that you have not filled the blank. So.
I have not filled the blank.
It's.
So you don't think for a second that someone came in the house and took Gannon? You don't think that?
I don't doubt that. I don't know what to believe, but I'm not doubting you. I'm just having to ask all these questions. So.
I'm not doubting you, but
The police are telling
I'm doubting you.
I begged you. I said, okay, let us all be together. Look at me in my eyes and ask me that question. Feel it in your heart and then ask me that question.
But you gotta look at it from my perspective. Okay, first of all,
Right.
And I got a couple things to say, so let me get through it. These stories, just like I've said the whole time, they don't sound legit to me. They just don't add up. They're not true. Something is off in every story because there's different versions. So that's number one. Number two.
We talk to you what?
Okay. Fair enough, but you got to put yourself in my shoes. Okay. What the hell would you do if this was Harley? Okay. And you didn't have all the information. How would you put all these pieces together? So, I mean, you got from my glasses, how am I supposed to put all these pieces together when I don't even have a third of the pieces? I'm just trying to find the pieces, and get them together.
You want me to answer that question?
Which one? The one about what if it was Harley?
Yeah.
Yeah, answer that question.
So as soon as you tell me this, when I got off this phone, I would have my husband and my children together in a home, and our office would be praying, and we would be on the phone with the detectives, and we would be saying, listen, I support my husband, and we need to find someone over here. Somebody had to see something. Ask them again. Do something. We will be putting a fucking alert out everywhere. We will be putting a description out everywhere. We will close the fucking borders from Colorado to all of them, open down 95 to at least the fucking Mexico.
95? What?
That shit.
Why would you?
85, whatever.
85?
Oh, 25.
Oh.
At least to Mexico.
Well, please be careful when you say those things because then they're going to start looking up and down 95 on the East Coast. Okay?
Sorry.
And that's not going to help us. Since you know he's not over there, it's not going to help us if they get sent over there. Okay? But you didn't answer my question. How am I supposed to put all these pieces together? You're telling me let's go home and pray, and I've been praying praying nonstop. Okay? But, we got to have action too. So, And so here, and listen, I gotta go because now I'm freaking. Everybody's gonna start questioning me at the house. Where have you been? What are you doing? Are you involved? I'm gonna get all those questions now. So
Who are you staying with?
Uncle Jeff, and then freaking Veronica and all them that are all over the place. Okay, so
Why would you have to be anywhere near them?
I don't have to be, but you saw me have to do. Listen.
Your daughter.
Tisha, listen, I had to do these statements and interviews and all this shit. It's just nonstop. Every day is something else. Okay, so if you think all this information is what they need, apparently the El Paso people haven't done their job and they haven't forwarded it to the FBI. So I don't know, there's some Amber lady called me from the FBI. I'm going to just email you her number and her name. If you want to pass this information to her, that's much higher than the freaking CBS or whatever you call it.
Yeah, because they called everyone I know.
Okay, well then, that's what.
You can too.
Okay, but I don't have the document you have. So, anyways, I'm just gonna send you the contact. And if you want it, you take it. If not, I can't make you do anything. But I gotta go. Okay.
That's not how you would say trying to find your son. You would not say if you don't want to do anything, then blah blah blah.
No, that's not true because I can't. I wanted you with me the whole time and you left. So I'm gonna give you the information you need to pass your stuff along. And then you can do that, okay?
Listen to me. We don't have anywhere to stay. I'm asking you to stay with your wife and daughter, and let's do this together. And you tell me no if you think that you don't give a shit about us, and you don't want that. You tell me no right now.
Tell you no?
You tell me yes. If you want your family together because you believe me.
I wanted my family together. Listen to me. Listen to me. I wanted my family together the whole time. And listen, you're not letting me help you. So I recommend that you get in contact with this Amber lady because she offered me help and safety because I told her what I was going through. And I'm sure they'll do the same thing for you, especially all that you've been through with you're telling me about the social media stuff and people chasing you around. You said in the email. So I'm going to send you her contact information, okay? And then you decide whether or not to contact her to find protection for yourself and get them this information, okay? But I gotta go, okay? I gotta go, Tisha. I gotta go.
The question.
What I said I wanted you to be together, but I gotta go, okay? I gotta go. All right, bye.
You're gonna have to just hang up.
He's skating around that question. Okay, so that's him. The other bald guy with the gray suit, not the dark
That's him,
suit.
gotcha. Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Judge. At the time of this call, Mr. Stauch, did you know the defendant's location?
All right, let's pick this up because, whew, that was long. All right, let's pick this up.
At the very beginning of that call, it seemed like there was a disconnect where the phone dropped or something like that. During the process of these recorded phone calls, was that common to happen where for some reason the call would drop and then either you or her would have to call the other person back? For some reason?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was. And yeah, if I remember correctly, it was.
Oh, I can hear.
There were some references.
Done.
You said you were feeling heat.
I got it.
Up on the north end to buy some, I think you said redneck clothes and that. What did you mean when you were saying that you were feeling heat and that you had to go buy some redneck clothes?
So much of this call and many other calls, I was trying to stay in character. I call it keep on the hook. So saying things that I knew that we had joked around and talked about in the past. I did, in fact, go to Bass Pro Shop and buy some additional clothes because at one point I didn't have all my stuff out of the house, and I needed some additional things just to get by. So it was kind of telling her actually what I did, but also using something from my past to keep on the hook. So.
And in that portion of the conversation, you said you hoped that you would run into her while you were up north. For context purposes, had the defendant told you that she was staying with somebody up in the north part of El Paso County?
She did. There was some story. I don't remember the specifics, but yes, she was up there, and that's why I referenced that. I said she, I meant the defendant.
Okay. And, but you didn't have any independent knowledge whether she was up north in El Paso County or someplace else, even in the country?
Yes, sir. I had no knowledge of her whereabouts.
Yeah, because she had ran earlier than.
In that phone call about Gannon stepped on something in the garage and cut his foot on the boards and got blood on the boards.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury and what boards she would be talking about and where in the garage those boards were?
There's a guy outside using a blower, so I'm gonna have to mute for a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Depending on what project.
I'll still be here. I just need to mute for a minute.
Boards on that, looking into the garage on the left-hand side, I'd lay them down so she could drive over them. When she parked her car in the garage, I just ran out of room as I had projects stacking up and whatnot. And just so we're orienting ourselves correctly, when you say looking into the garage on the left-hand side, you're talking about from the street.
From the street view, yes, sir.
Yeah. Was it common for Gannon to take out the trash, as was referenced in that phone call?
Absolutely, that was one of his chores.
Where was the trash? Where would he take it out to?
So once again, from street view, the gate that was referenced numerous times was to the left of the garage.
Clear.
And so he would typically go out the back door, through the backyard, to and around the house to the trash can, because the gate we kept locked typically.
So let's talk a little bit about that backyard. Was it completely fenced in?
Yes, it was fenced in all the way around. Yes, sir.
What kind of fence did it have?
I believe it was a wooden fence.
Was it short fence, tall fence?
So it was like a maybe 6 feet for privacy type fence all the way around.
Okay.
In joining, the neighbors had joining sides, so there wasn't two fences. There was just one fence on each side at the back that joined the neighbors.
How many gates in the backyard?
Just the one on the, as I referenced already, the left-hand side looking at the garage from the street.
There was reference to a key in that phone call as well, a key to the gate.
Yes, sir.
Did you keep that gate locked, closed?
Yeah, we kept it locked. The only time I really remember unlocking it on a regular basis was to cut the grass in the backyard.
Where was that key normally kept?
I had a little basket of just whatever, just doodads on top of my dresser or somewhere in the master bedroom, and the key would be in there. It was a couple keys on a keychain, and I kept it in that basket.
Was the lock on the? Hopefully, I'm going to describe this correctly while I'm asking this question. Was it padlock? First of all, it was. Was that padlock on the outside of the gate, meaning closer to the street, or on the inside yard part?
And then were to unlock it, he would have had to go through the backyard and access it from the backyard side of the gate, or from the front yard.
Yeah. So just so we're clear, the lock that is locking the gate is on the backyard side. How tall was Gannon?
Approaching 5 foot. I don't know if he had hit 5 foot yet. Is it in that range?
I guess just to really drive home this point, maybe unnecessarily, but was he tall enough, or did he have long enough arms that he could reach over a 6-foot fence and unlock the gate?
Yeah, let me reiterate. I just mentioned that a second ago. He could not open the gate from the front yard. I mean, if he was standing on a ladder or something, but standing on the ground, he could not. He was not tall enough to reach over and unlock it. He had to go from the back.
Could you even?
I think I could, or pull myself up far enough to get it. I'm not sure, but I don't remember ever doing that because the lock was a little bit, on a little bit lower. It wasn't at the top. So.
Okay. There was mention of Kobe. Who is Kobe referenced in there?
Kobe Bryant. He died he died on that Sunday, which I think would be the 26th. And I think it was in the phone call. I said she had sent me a text message about it right when I landed at the airport in Lawton, Oklahoma. That's what I found out.
Okay, so just she had sent you a text message in reference to Kobe Bryant dying in that helicopter crash.
Yes, sir.
And that's what that references to.
Yes, sir.
There was reference of bath salts. Tell us about the bath salts. What was that reference in regard to?
So, some years ago, bath salts became kind of a recreational drug or something. I don't know much about it. I don't think that's the same bath salts as you put in your bathtub. I'm not 100% sure, but something came up in a text message thread where I referenced earlier about a friend on the bus, this new friend that I never found to exist, but he said Gannon could come over and play if Gannon were to bring bath salts with him, or some drugs or whatever. And that's where the bath salts were introduced into the conversation.
Wow.
The next thing I did was
Aren't they a little young for that?
Right?
Defendant to get all the, we had some
He was just little.
household bath salts. I said, get all those and put them up just in case.
Oh, wow.
Put them up for what reason?
In case that story was true.
But put them up so that maybe Gannon couldn't get to them.
Find them, or Gannon could get them, or whatever.
Okay.
Wait a minute. So he actually gave him bath salts?
A friend wanted him to bring
Yeah.
play them, but bring bath salts, and so he wanted her just to hide them from him.
Did the dad say that he gave him bath salts?
No,
Oh,
At some point, I don't remember the exact date.
I didn't hear that anyways. You
Okay.
guys can correct me in the comments, but I didn't hear that.
Around me, following the news pretty closely, and getting most of our information from there.
So, to your knowledge, the fact that there was a search happening up in that part of the state was actually being broadcast on the news.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
That's where you learned it.
Yeah, that's where I learned. I think also in those pretext calls, that area was mentioned to me at one point. No specifics were given. Just had you ever been through that area or whatever. So,
Based on her reference, did that indicate to you that she also had learned that there was a search happening in that area as well?
I don't know if in that moment I put it together and immediately following that phone call. I think somewhere down the line I put it together that she must have put those together, seen the news as well, and brought that up because of that. I'm not sure.
And then the comment that she makes close in time to that comment about Douglas County is that y'all are barking up the wrong tree. In your mind, was that her trying to move the investigation away from that area? Who was Uncle Matt?
That's the first. I think I said that in the phone call. I've never heard of. But I brought up the defendant's sister's ex-husband or ex-boyfriend or something. That's the only person I could think of the name Matt that could have been referred to as an uncle. No other person that I've ever heard of.
So when she said Uncle Matt, that is not a name that you knew about.
No, sir.
Obviously, this sounds like in that phone call there was a range of emotion happening on the defendant's part, especially. Was that range of emotion consistent with her personality the way you knew it?
Absolutely.
In that particular phone call, did she ever change her persona or identity as you were talking to her?
In that phone call, was your question?
In that call?
Yeah, Mr. Allen, in that phone call, I only ever was talking to the defendant.
You mentioned in that phone call, these people are after me now. What do you mean?
Absolutely nothing, just those statements that it's hoping this in her shoes as well. Once again, trying to keep her on the hook.
And again, with this question, I'm not going to ask you to opine on the ultimate question as to the purpose of this trial. But you put a comment, I don't believe you killed him. Was that a question, again, that you were asking to keep her on the hook and keep talking?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. What about the idea that you made mention in that phone call about you were not giving truth from her or even the police? Was that again another one of these references to you trying to keep her on the phone and keep talking?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of both. I felt I wasn't getting truth from her, but she was saying police aren't doing their job, so it was a little bit of both.
When you had custody of Gannon and Lena, when you were still married with the defendant, would the kids sometimes go visit Landon, spend time with Landon?
Yeah, there's scheduled visits, holidays, summertime. I don't remember the exact schedule right now.
The defendant have like a dance party when the kids would leave, indicating she was happy that they were no longer in the house.
There was one or two times I remember her and Harley, or excuse me, the defendant and Harley, having what I call a dance party. This would have been when we lived in Myrtle
beach when I did not yet have custody. So it was like weekend visits or whatever after they left. And then I think it's clear based off of the context of the way that call unfolded. But did this call occur before or after Gannon? This was before. Okay. Judge, the next portion that I intend to get into is the next phone call, which is about 37 minutes long. So I'm wondering if we should potentially.
Is it a phone call?
Well, yeah, it's 37 minutes, and I think court shuts down in 20 minutes, so they're probably going to discuss
Going
shutting it.
over or not? Yeah.
That was long. Holy moly. Her screeching voice was, oh my lord. That was
Yeah,
a
it
lot. It was a lot. Yikes. Could have skipped over that because it really didn't. I mean, we know she's a compulsive liar, but I guess it does bring it home, the depths of her
Yeah.
deception.
Yeah.
You know, I'm making fun of Florida here in the comments, but honestly, it's more like Maine and New Hampshire and New Mexico.
Very true.
Good news and some bad news. And the good news is that the other phone calls that I think are going to be played are not as long as the first one. The bad news is that we have about 20 minutes, and I don't think you can efficiently use your time. But I also think that we had a long afternoon, so I think that probably everybody could use a break early. We are still on track. We are still moving things along. The lawyers are, I think, doing their best to try and move things along. Sometimes things just take longer than what they think. Sometimes they go faster than what they think. So I apologize that we cannot efficiently use your time today, but I think it's probably good that everybody has a break. So we're going to end early. Again, do not discuss a case among yourself. Do not discuss a case with anyone else. Do not do any investigation about any aspect of the case. Remember to avoid any stories or opinions from anyone regarding this matter. And if we can have everyone where they need to be so that they can meet Mr. Combs in the morning at the usual time, and then we should be able to start right at 9 o'clock and go from there. So with that, and the 520 snow, I don't think you're going to need it tonight, but we shall see. So if that's an issue, that's the best place to find out. But other than that, we'll see you in the morning. All rise for the jury, please.
Well, I'm tired. I'm drained. How about you guys?
Feels like it was an extra long day, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It was one witness, just one.
I know. And it's continuing tomorrow. The 30 minutes, I don't know. Maybe I'll just cut in at 9:30. Oh, I can't listen to her voice. Holy moly. But yeah, they're complaining about how hot it is in there, and then this long screeching conversation. I'm sure the jury is just like, I'm ready to be done for the
Well,
day.
and they said there's going to be a snowstorm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Hopefully.
I mean, we could always, tomorrow we could start it a little bit late and then play it at 1.5 speed.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to you. I don't know. It depends on what
Yeah,
everybody wants.
that's a good idea.
It depends on what everybody wants, but it seemed like everybody was at the end there. They were just like, oh my God, make her stop talking.
Right. Hopefully tomorrow moves a little bit faster, is a little bit more interesting than it was today. I mean, it wasn't not interesting, but it was a little drug on.
Well, I think it might be easier if we were looking at a witness.
I know.
We're not. Even listen to the phone calls. We're not looking at the witness. Either of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, she's just falling asleep. Like,
Yeah, she completely had her ears covered. She did not want to hear that.
Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah.
pretty bad when you don't want to listen to your own voice. All right, well, let's pick up tomorrow. We'll see how tomorrow goes, and we'll go from there.
That sounds good.
Thanks, Janine, for being here. Thanks, everybody else, for being here. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, everyone, you better be back tomorrow. I will hunt you down. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Everyone have a good night. And Marina, hope you have a good day tomorrow at work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Congrats on your new job,
Yes.
Marina. All right.
All right, everyone. Good night.